and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
One, two, three. You guys should be able to hear me now. Sorry for that. Just running a little bit behind because I was checking up on the news on what was going on at Brown University and trying to make sure that I had the most up-to-date information for the program. There's a lot going on there. So we're going to be talking a little bit about we'll be talking about mass shootings and gun control and what we can do about them. We're going to talk a little bit about, or we'll talk about what happened in Syria, where an American civilian was killed, and how Donald Trump is reacting to that, and if that has any impact or connection to Venezuela and current politics. We're going to talk a little bit about what's going on in terms of gun control across the rest of the country and in New York State, because there is some news separate of the Brown shooting that just came out this week. And oh my God, it's just, there's a lot of misinformation being pumped at you by elected officials. And of course, I want to talk about Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett in Texas, she's a congresswoman who's getting kicked out of her seat. It's disappeared. And so she decided to run for Senate. And I want you to remember something about Jasmine Crockett that she doesn't want you to remember, which I believe completely disqualifies her from any elected office. Not just that she's going to lose in the Texas Senate race, and I mean United States Senate seat for Texas. No, it will eliminate her from any elected office going forward. In fact, I would not hire her for more than, I wouldn't even hire her as a middle manager in a business based on what she did, or what she stated. And I will share that with you along the line as we go through the show. For those who are unaware, I want to, first of all, let me jump back because, again, we were running a little bit late, but this is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. We've been doing this 20 years, 18 on YouTube. We've been doing this about 15 years. We've been doing political commentary for 20 years. I'm happy to take my Sunday and spend some time with you. I thank you and appreciate you for being here with us. We know we have some new people who have been joining into this channel, subscribing. We appreciate and thank you all. I want you to know that we do long-form political commentary, and we do that because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe it is a right for everyone, not just in America, but across the world, that you are the critical factor in every election and everything in politics and any government. I know a lot of governments don't like you to know that. I know that the United States and other countries suppress that, internet overlords, but we believe in free speech, and we will protect that as much as we can every week on this channel. And we go through holidays and everything else. So we're going to get right on into it. So I want to say, first of all, let me also share with you guys just a quick hello there. You are more than welcome to comment, whether you agree, whether you disagree, whether you think there's information I don't know or I need to know. I'm happy to have that conversation. This is not me just spouting. It's not a lecture. This is a conversation between me and you around the world. And you can always comment whatever you think. I'm not a Democrat. You aren't required to agree with me just because I have a really good suntan, and that's not an answer. So please do. And if you do choose to comment by a super chat or a Rumble rant, we will take 50% of the proceeds, and we will give that in January 2026 to the Jericho Project. That is to help homeless, veterans, and families, all of which I am an advocate for. It is community-based help directly to these groups. It's not the government. It is this community-based group, Jericho Project. We've raised money for them before. We're going to take all of the proceeds from November and all of December, and those proceeds, half of them are going to go to Jericho Project January 2026 to help the homeless, because I don't trust Zoran Mandami. I don't trust the Democrats in New York State. They have failed. They're the reason why we have this problem in the first place. So with your help, I will do that. And that also includes if you buy any of the mugs or T-shirts over at Zazzle, or any of the sweatshirts. If you join the Patreon, which is just $1.50 a month. If you decide to make a one-time payment to PayPal, however we receive that payment, we are going to use 50% of the proceeds, and we're sending it directly to the Jericho Project. And I will do that live so that you can see me make that payment, because I am a man of my word. I did that after my birthday when we raised a couple $100 for them. I'm going to do it again in January. All right, that being said, we're going to move forward. We like to start the show either with breaking news or we talk about the international news. Now, there is a lot of breaking news. As I said, I was checking on the latest information about the shooting at Brown University. And of course, there's the shooting in Australia. I'm going to go through the international, which will take us into the Australia story. And then after that, I will go directly into the shooting at Brown University, because these are, if we really want to understand how to stop mass shootings, whether that's at a school, whether that's at a public venue, we have to look at it from a very different view. We're going to talk a lot about gun control. We're going to talk about the Second Amendment here in the United States and how it can benefit other countries, and how gun control is a lie. It has failed you, and it is just being used to emotionally manipulate you. Some people will hate that I say that. They will be vehemently angry with me for saying that. I will give you the evidence and the proof of what I'm talking about. Now, with that said, I'm going to go jump right into, and again, oh my God, before I even get to go further, John has provided us with $19.99. This is a super chat for the Jericho family, for the Jericho Project. That's $10 that is going to be added to all of the proceeds from December and November, and that is going to be going to the Jericho Project. John, I thank you for your support. I thank you for helping me and others to donate to the Jericho Project to help the homeless, families, and our veterans. I truly appreciate that. That makes so much of a difference. Thank you for your support on this channel. And thank you for being a member of my audience. I appreciate you. All right. That's a way to start the show. I'm so happy we get to start the show with more money for the Jericho Project. That's going to make 2026 so much better. I'm so happy about that. Look, we got a lot of heavy news to talk about, a lot of big deals that we're going to need to discuss. And to be able to do that, I'm first going to make sure, sorry, I'm just checking my system, make sure everything's right. Uh, we're going to first take a lighter step. Before we get into the heavy, big news, and have a real conversation, a real discussion about this. Not the minute and a half you're going to get on CNN or MSNBC, not the political partisanship that's going to promote a political agenda. We're going to have a real conversation. But first, let's have some fun. Let's have a moment of levity, relative levity anyway. Let's talk about Jeremy Clarkson. Jeremy Clarkson is probably one of the most famous men that is not in politics and isn't really, he's not a singer, he's not an athlete, he's an old guy. I think he's 65. He's about 65 years old. He's in his 60s. He writes articles about cars. He drives cars. You probably know Jeremy Clarkson, like I learned about Jeremy Clarkson from his Top Gear program with the BBC. One of the biggest programs in the history of the BBC, second only to maybe Doctor Who. And Jeremy Clarkson was one of three men who every week drove really fast cars really fast and told us about how these really fast cars, these high-end sports cars, and sometimes jalopies, how you could drive them really fast and how much fun it was. And it was fun to hear them do that. And then the BBC canceled them. It's stupid, made no sense, and they have suffered since. Well, after leaving Top Gear in the BBC, Jeremy Clarkson went on to become a farmer. He decided, I'm going to buy some property in England, in the countryside. How hard could it be to become a farmer? Very hard, he has learned. And in fact, very expensive. The government won't let him do anything to take care of his farm. And he has his show, I believe it's on Amazon now, which is very successful, Clarkson's Farm. And many people love to watch it and to see the absurdity of government getting in the way of individual people's lives and preventing farmers from doing the one thing they want to do: grow food, grow crops, herd animals. They don't want them to be farmers because the government is micromanaging. And this is something we see in the United States just as much as in the United Kingdom, even though the United States has more freedom and more liberty, but yet we get the same result. And we see this in government after government after government. The government is trying to tell you how to live your life and how to manage your property, even though you know what's best. You know what you need, and they're like, nope, you can't do it. But it's a creek on my property. I own it. I want to shape it. I want to make sure it doesn't flood. You can't change that. Why? You need a permission of the government. Well, then is it really my property? Well, Jeremy has been a champion of that and defending farmers in England and their rights. But he also said, you know what? Jeremy likes his drink. He likes to have a beer. He likes to relax. And so he decided, I'm going to open up a bar. Okay, he's got the money. He's made his fortune. He's worked for it. Why not? He can spend his business being an entrepreneur, not only having a farm where many people go to visit, but also open up a bar and let people get to have their drinks, and he gets to make money that way. That's all good. Here's the thing. Taxes are so insane because of the leftist policies in the United Kingdom, very much mirroring the leftist policies in Canada, in the European Union, and in the United States, that many of the bars are closing. And Jeremy Clarkson, well, he can't do much. He's not an elected official. But what he can do is what he just did. Jeremy Clarkson banned all of the Labor Party, which is basically the progressive movement. In the United States, the progressives would essentially be the Labor Party in England. And he banned them from going into his bar. They are not allowed. The Prime Minister of England cannot go into Jeremy Clarkson's bar and order a beer. And neither can anyone on the left. They are all of their elected officials, not the individual people, but any of the politicians. They can't go in. They will not be served because they are hurting every bar owner in all of England. And he has to do something. And this is his way of doing a protest, not going out and shouting down the street, not lighting fires like we know the left likes to do, not by rioting, which the left loves to do. No, very simple. He owns a business and they are not welcome. They cannot come in. It's not discrimination, although it is discriminating. There is a difference. So the TV star, and this is coming from the Standard in England, the TV star business rates, his bill has soared from, look at this, in 1 year, his bill went from £28,000, which is roughly about $45,000, to over £50,000, which would be an equivalent of roughly raising it to about 65,000. You're looking at roughly a 25,000 pound increase, roughly, and I'm doing quick math here, it's roughly about a 35-40% increase in taxes. Did anything else change? No. He doesn't have more customers. The business didn't get any bigger. He didn't change anything. The government just said, give me more. You're a business. You make money. The government's going to take more. Why? Because they're in debt. They can't balance their books. And they want to punish people. You're not doing what they want. And so they're going to spend your money the way the government thinks it should be spent rather than letting you spend it. This is crazy. Now, if you look through this story, you'll find out this is 400 people. He banned every one of their politicians. Over 400 individuals in their government do not get to go in, and he is 65. We know that it's not just him, because this is part of a protest from, I believe, 50 different bars all across England are saying, nope, you are the leftist movement in England, and that means you're not welcome. You're an elected official. You are hurting small businesses. You are hurting communities, and you are not allowed in here. I think this is a fantastic movement. This is a great political protest, and it sends a message very directly. And I hope that more industries and more businesses take the same attitude. Not just the bars. This should be the diners. This should be the restaurants. This should be the movie theaters. Any form of entertainment should turn around to these members of government and say, you're not welcome. Your money, which is our money, is not going to be spent here. Give it back to us. Cut the taxes. You're wasting our money. You're wasting our time, and you're making it more difficult for us to live. Remember, they got to pay for employees. The more money that the government takes away from them, the harder it is for that business to stay in business. It means it's more difficult to maintain the number of employees they have, not increase. Just keep the people that they have. Again, we've seen almost nearly double in the number of taxes that have to be paid. He's still got the same menu, the same clients, the same employees, but now he's got to come up with more money to pay these people. And you're assuming, oh, well, he's a multimillionaire. That doesn't mean that his business, his bar, is making multi-millions. Doesn't mean his small farm, not commercial farm, not a hemp farm, not a government farm, his personal small farm isn't making tens of millions of dollars. The left would like you to think that all of their increases, this is true over in Europe, this is true in the United States. They want you to think that every business owner is some multi-millionaire like Elon Musk, multi-billionaire like Elon Musk, that have these tens of millions of dollars that they're just greedy and don't want you to have, and they'd rather let people starve. No, most businesses, 70% of the businesses in the United States are small businesses. They don't have millions of dollars. They're mom and pop organizations, individual stores that are scraping by, making about 2 to 7% profit. 2 to 7%. That's every dollar you spend in that business, they make somewhere between 2 cents and 7 cents on every dollar you make, that you spend. That's the average. Think about that. 7 cents at the best for the majority of the businesses out there. That's not a lot of money. We're not talking about people getting filthy rich. It's not happening. Your local bodega, if you're in New York, a small grocery store, they're often called, or corner grocery stores, they're called bodegas. You know, your local bodega, they're not making, the guys who own that, they're not making millions. They're making a couple thousand after their employees. They're making a small profit, sure, but they're not multimillionaires. They're not raking in the dough, but the government's taxing them as if they do. And that hurts your community. And we see this. This is gaining more and more steam. James Fowler, who owns the Larder House pub in Bournemouth, and came up with the ban idea. He's the guy who first said, we're not going to allow any of these politicians in. They destroyed our lives. They're hurting our communities. They do not get service. And he said, quote, absolutely being taxed out of business. Quote, you just feel like you are being ignored all the time. So it's very direct and clear message that we are not happy with the labor, the leftist parliament, and the hidden taxes they have thrown onto us. We hear this story everywhere in the world. Everywhere where we see a leftist influence in a democratic government, whether it's in California or New York, I know they do it in a lot of different ways. So if you're looking at Mandami in New York City, well, you're going to get free buses. Who's paying for that? And you're going to get a $30 an hour minimum wage, assuming that the rest of the Democrats agree. $30 an hour. Who's going to pay for that? Oh, that small business is going to pay. They have to come up with extra money for that. Where are they getting that money from? They didn't get extra sales. They didn't get brand new customers. They just have to take money that doesn't exist and pay it, which means everything's going to be more expensive in that store. You're going to pay it. And poor people will be hurt more than anyone else. More than anyone else. And people go, but Mike, all the poor people will get paid $30 an hour. No, they won't. $30 minimum wage means that 1.3% of people in America actually get minimum wage. 1.3% in an incredibly busy, bad year. 3% max, the max in any given year. 3% of the American public will get paid minimum wage. Over 50% of those people are 16, 17, or 18 years old. That's kids in high school. That's their first job. That's their first experience doing any work. 50% of the people who are actually getting minimum wage don't have any experience and are in high school. About another 30% of the people who get minimum wage are over the age of 60. These are retirees. This is the last job that they're going to have. It's incredible how this affects us. But I find it interesting, and maybe because Jeremy Clarkson is such a popular individual, that his name is so well known around the world, maybe this will draw attention to the fact that the left is wrong, that their policies are hurting small business, which hurts communities, that is stagnating the growth of every business in England and also in the United States. I hope people see that and say, oh my God, I understand why he would do this. And I hope that people here in America take the opportunity. We try to copy in America, we try to copy a lot of things from Europe, usually leftist ideas that fail in Europe. We do them in the United States. Again, Zoran Mandami or Gavin Newsom are great examples of that. They're taking policies that didn't work throughout the European Union, more socialist, progressive ideas, and they're trying to do them in America. That's happened in Seattle, in Portland, throughout California, like at San Francisco or LA, in New York State, in New York City in particular. We've seen that tried over and over again, and they fail here in the United States, just like they fail everywhere else in the world. And that social experiment, which you are a lab rat for, you are their lab rat in these experiments, you suffer. And these politicians, they just keep on going. They don't stop because it's not affecting them. Chuck Schumer lives in a gated community. He's got walls protecting his home. AOC, a leftist, a socialist, democratic socialist, she lives in a gated community. She's surrounded by private armed security paid for by you. Same thing with Bernie Sanders, Nancy Pelosi, Jerry Nadler, Maxine Waters, Hakeem Jeffries. Name your politician, Zoran Mandami, surrounded by plainclothes officers, law enforcement, and private security, all of them armed. He doesn't want you to own a gun, but he has a dozen guns surrounding him everywhere that he goes. He gets to have a way of life you don't get to have, and you're going to pay for Zoran Mandami's lifestyle. It's aggravating to me. It's so aggravating. But again, I take the good news is we have this high-profile international figure giving us a way to send a message, because they're not paying attention, even though the left is more than happy to protest and burn down buildings, commit arson. Well, arson is burning down the buildings, rioting, destroying property, vandalizing stuff. They may love to do that, but they always target the right when they do that. Well, here's something that people who are independent, you don't have a party, maybe you're a third party, like the Green Party, or maybe the Libertarian Party, or if you're a Republican, a conservative, even if you're a Democrat with a small business and you say, oh my God, the government is destroying my ability to live my life. How about this? Any of your local politicians who are Democrats, who are, matter of fact, not just Democrats, any local politician who is making it harder for you to own your business and live your life, you ban them at the local, the state, and the federal level. None of their politicians get to come into your business and hopefully the businesses of any and all your neighbors, and they can't use those services. They don't get to have the diner. They don't get to go to the movie theater. They don't get to go to the concert. They don't get to go and go to a bar. They don't get to do these things. Now, most of them don't care, because if they did that, well, they would have to be around people like you and me. They would have to actually mix around with the public. They don't like to mix around the public. You notice they don't. They avoid, the only time these politicians like AOC, like Mandami, like Chuck Schumer, the only time they're actually in front of the public is when they're getting a photo op. It's when they invite the news media to take pictures of them as they take credit for something they didn't do and say, oh, I'm the greatest person in the world. Give me more money. Vote for me in the next election. Yeah, and when it's not a photo op, you don't see them. They don't go to your grocery store. They don't go to your movie theater. But they'll tax you. It's really upsetting. It's very upsetting. All right, let me take a look at some of the comments here because we got a few more. And let's see. So Gracie says, I found it interesting that Prince William appeared on Jeremy Clarkson's show. I didn't know that. I did not know that. But I believe it's former Prince William, if I remember. Or is that the other one? I know one of the one that's connected to the Epstein Island files. He no longer has his royalty. He's been dethroned, or I don't know what it is when you lose royalty, what they call that, but he's a commoner now. So interesting. But yeah, Jeremy Clarkson, he's had a lot of famous people on with him. Hopefully, this protest gains steam because of his personality, which I think is part of the reason why he's doing it. He's giving a famous face to it so that people pay attention to the issue. Joanne says, how do they know who's who? What do you mean? Oh, how do they know who's a politician and who's not? Well, it's like here in America, the same thing. Now, you may not know the local congressman from the middle of Indiana or any of the congressmen from, say, New Hampshire. You may not know them, but it's easy enough to get a picture of them. It's easy enough to have their name in most of the platforms. You know, you want to register and say, okay, I'm going to reserve a bar or a seat. And they usually will come in not by themselves. You can usually identify them. It's not that hard to figure it out. Who's your local congressman? Who's your local senator? Who's your member of government? I mean, I know, as an example, I'm in the New York 15th district now, and I have Richie Torres. He's my congressman, and I know what he looks like. I know AOC is the New York 14th. That's the congressional district right next to me. I know my assemblyman is Carl Hasty, and I've met him before, so I know what he looks like. It's not that hard to figure out who your local person is. So they could even have it up on a bulletin board, and I think that's a great way to do it. Have your local representatives who increased your taxes, increase the fees, which they love to call it. It's a fee. It's not a tax. We're not going to raise the taxes. We just increase the number of fees that you have to pay, which is the same thing. Just different word, but they can go in front of the camera and say, I didn't raise any taxes. I just increased the number of fees. Same difference. Same difference. No different result. Have in front of the door to your establishment, have their faces, and just say, okay, if you are any of these people, you can't come in. You will not be served. It's just that simple. And again, it's an idea. Let's see. We've got a comment from Gracie. Hello, Gracie. Good to see you. And she says, $30 an hour is meaningless when the stores are empty. That's one problem. Yes. And that's what it would do. Many businesses will close. People may forget, in New York State, we decided to do a $15 an hour minimum wage under Andrew Cuomo, the disgraced former governor of New York. And under that disgraced governor, which has been continued under Kathy Hochul, we have $15 an hour minimum wage in New York City and across the state. And we have seen that actually caused more people getting fired, less people getting paid, more people who are losing their government aid. It was a net loss. In fact, in total, the average poor person lost about 9%. Yeah, they got the minimum wage of $15. And the average person actually lost $9 an hour. Why? Why did they lose money? It's real simple. Because more people got fired, unemployment went up, poverty went up, and the number of hours were cut. So you got paid more per hour, but you worked less hours. And there were fewer people working those hours. And the prices of everything went up to cover that increased cost. So everyone loses in this scenario. Everyone loses. Nobody won. And now imagine you double that from $15 to $30 an hour. If small businesses couldn't handle $15 an hour, how do you think they're going to do with $30 an hour? How many businesses will close down? How many businesses will say, I can't afford that. You know what? I'm going to go to another state. I can go to Florida or Tennessee or to Texas and North Carolina, and I don't have to pay those kind of fees. I don't have to pay those kind of rates, and I can have my business, and I'll be able to make a small profit, again, maybe 3, maybe 5%, but I'll be in business, and they won't bleed me dry. So what's going to happen? Businesses are going to leave, which means more unemployment. The businesses that stay, they're going to cut some of their employees, which means more unemployment. And they're going to increase their prices, which means more poverty. And the people who are working are going to work fewer hours, which again means more poverty. The politicians aren't thinking this stuff through. They really aren't. And they don't want you to think it through. And the evidence that proves this, we've seen this in California, we've seen this in New York, we saw this in Washington State. Everywhere this experiment has been tried, it has failed in exactly the same way, which has been predicted over and over again. This is not new. You can see my coverage from 2018 when they were trying to get a national $15 an hour minimum wage. You can see my coverage in 2019 and in 2021. We went over this. The CBO, Congressional Board. God, I can't think of what the CBO stands for now. Congressional Budget Office. They've done the numbers over and over and over again. They always tell us the same thing, which is exactly what happened. But the Democrats don't want you to pay attention. They want you to feel. They don't want you to think. And that is the trick. Let me go on. Let's see here. Gracie says, I live in Ohio, and every job starts at $13 an hour, even for high school kids and seniors. All office jobs start at $18 an hour, and most start at $20. Not great, but it's more than the minimum wage. Yes, but that means you have less people who are working. And it means that if you also notice, once they made that change, every business that did this, their prices increased, which means things got more expensive. You paid for that extra money, so you didn't actually make money, especially when you count in every product, every business is more expensive. You're actually losing money. And it's just the math of it. It's been done over and over again. Let me go. Let me see. Joanne says, there are a lot of rhinos too. Again, I said any politician. I think Jeremy Clarkson's idea is great. And I know that even in England, in the United Kingdom, many of their politicians are lukewarm in their leaning center and right. Same thing here in the United States. We have rhino Republicans, which are Republicans in name only. That's what rhino means. Yeah. And again, ban them too. I'm perfectly happy with that. If you have people who, like Richard Hanna, back in the day before he died, when he was a congressman, and I ran against him in 2013, 2016 when he was in office. You know what? Richard Hanna was a rhino. He was trying to convert the public, in particular women, to vote Democrat and join the Democratic Party as a Republican. He was pushing Democrat values. Yeah, he's a rhino. I'd have banned him just as fast as I would have banned all the Democrats. I have no problem. If they're not helping you, they are pushing policies that hurt you, ban them. Do not let them into your business. Gracie says, Prince William is the heir. Okay. It's William is the heir. I forget, Andrew. Was it Andrew who got kicked out? Prince William is the heir. He is the Prince of Wales. He has a lot of power in the UK and is very popular. I just mix up which royal is which. Let's be honest, I'm an American. I do follow UK politics, not so much the royal family. Now, I understand the monarchy in England does have political power, and they have a lot of popularity power as well. So they are not just figureheads. They are very important in international policy, foreign policy. They are the ultimate dignitaries and the how can I say, the conversations, the delegation, I'm trying to think of the word, but they handle a lot of the foreign policy and diplomacy and negotiations for the country. Prime Minister deals more with the day-to-day national issues for the most part, but high-level conversations, like when President Trump were to go, or Obama, when they went over to England, they met the royal family. And then after meeting the royal family, then they talked to the prime minister. The royal family was more important. They're the final voice. So I understand he can be very popular and powerful. I would advise him, Prince William, join on with Jeremy Clarkson and the bar owners and restaurateurs, the service industry in England. Support them in supporting this ban to get these laws, these taxes changed. And here in the United States, we need someone else like that. We need some of these bigger figures to say no. Some of the big restaurants to just say no. We will not allow these Democrats that have destroyed our economy and are trying to destroy our communities with fees, these hidden taxes. Call them fees, call them licensing costs, all these little ways that they increase the cost, and say no, they're not allowed anymore. Don't let them in. Joanne says, do they put a sign on the door? I don't know. And if I know we have an audience, and Agent Black, if you're watching the program, maybe you can explain this a little bit better. I've seen this article. I haven't really seen a lot about this. Just like in the United States, in England, actually worse in England, they do censor and suppress a lot of news. They do suppress a lot of information going out to the public. In fact, they just passed a law on censoring the internet, making it harder for people to get information about things that, like this news story, they make it harder for regular people in the United Kingdom to get information. So it's very possible that most people in England don't know about this, because the way they would talk about it is through the internet, and the government controls the internet and what they can say. And if they pass the digital ID, it's going to be so much worse. And this is something important. Digital ID is a terrible idea. It's horrific. And they're going to try it in England, and they want to try it here in the United States. Do not support that. There is zero positive results from digital ID. It means that the government will be able to track you and your lifestyle and everything you do every day, every second, everywhere you go. The government will have a record of everything you look at, everything you have ever looked at, and everything that you do. Every purchase, every sale, every ad that you've ever looked at, they'll have access to it. And they will be able to restrict you from being able to buy certain things or see certain things or check on certain topics, whether it's because you're doing a research paper for college or just because you would like to be informed. The government will be able to selectively just disable that, take that away from you, take away that freedom and that right in the name of safety. How dare you try and see what the rest of the world is trying to say about Hamas or Venezuela or Syria? You don't get that right. You only get to hear what CNN and MSNBC says about it, or what ABC or the New York Times or the Huffington Post. You can hear what they say about it, but you can't look and see, what does the Times of India, what is the Japanese, the Nikkei News, what is the BBC, the Guardian, what are these CBN, the Canadian Broadcast Network, what are they saying about this? Deutsche Welle, DW News in Germany, what are they saying about that? Oh, you don't get to see that. Why not? Because digital ID. We have to protect people. You don't get to see that news. Why the hell not? Don't fall for digital ID, folks. Don't fall for that. It is horrendous. Okay. So I wanted to talk a little bit about that. That's a little bit more than I wanted to speak about it, but okay. I'm glad that you guys are involved, and thank you for the questions. Great questions. You know what? I don't have all the answers, but maybe you can go forward. And at the end of the show, for those who are new, about an hour after the end of the show, I always put links for everything I've covered so that you have a starting point to find out more information for yourself, that you can read the articles and then search for more information on your own time if you want to. So never take my word for it. I'll always present evidence, and then you can go and search on your own to find out if you agree or disagree, because you are an intelligent adult. I believe you are intelligent enough to make up your own mind. I know, so massively different than what the left believes. The left believes that you have to be told everything. You don't have the right or the ability to do it on your own. What did Joe Biden say? Black and Hispanics don't know how to use the internet to be able to register to vote, to check where they're going, where their polling places are. That's what Joe Biden said. Kathy Hochul said that young kids in the Bronx don't know what a computer is. That's Kathy Hochul. She said that. Don't have to believe me. Look it up. It's a direct quote. She said, black kids don't know what computers are. I'm not a leftist. I think you're smart enough to know these things. There is a difference. All right, let me go on. I wanted to go on to the next story. Let's see. Boom, boom. I have my screens backwards today. No problem. I'll work with it. In fact, I gotta move these around. Hang on one second, folks. I got my screens backwards on me, so it's driving me nuts. Here we go. All right. So we have, oh, wait a minute. So this is interesting to me because we were talking a little bit about international, and I did mention Venezuela before. Something that you may not have heard a lot. It's not a big news story. It has been reported, but it's been downplayed, and they're going to kill this story fast. You may remember that Donald Trump was denied the Nobel Peace Prize this year, even though he was able to create 7 out of 8 ceasefires in the world. He's increased the net peace in 7 different regions around the world. Peace deals, ceasefires, only capable because the United States stepped in. That's India and Pakistan. That's Armenia and Azerbaijan. That's in the Congo and Rwanda. We've seen this all over the world. And eventually, it was Hamas and Israel. Whether you love that or hate that doesn't matter. He was able to get that done. Also, the Houthis versus the United States, the Red Sea. These are some of the things that he was able to do. But instead of acknowledge the immense stability and peace created by Donald Trump and the United States in 2025, the Nobel Peace Committee decided to ignore all of that and decided to say, oh, no, he hasn't earned it. Remember, these are the same people that gave a Nobel Peace Prize to President Obama for the potential to create peace. And then Obama decided to go and bomb civilians and American civilians who have committed no crime and were not charged with a crime, and he blew them up with drones. So I don't understand the standards of the Nobel Peace Committee. They gave it to Obama, who had done nothing before he even got into office. They gave it to him on potential. The reality was he got the nickname being the Obamer because he bombed civilians. Trump actually creates peace in the world, and he's not qualified. That's not enough for them. I don't understand their logic. It makes no sense. But they did give the Peace Prize to Miss Machado, Maria Corina Machado. And Miss Machado, who is a opposition figure in Venezuela. She's against the socialist government of Nicolas Maduro. And she wants to improve the quality of life of the people in Venezuela. She wants to get rid of the socialist government and wants to bring in a democratic government and reform and basically change everything in Venezuela to get Venezuela back to the position it was before Chavez, to make it one of the most successful South American countries in the world. In fact, one of the leading nations in the world, one of the top second world nations. She wants to bring that back. And they gave her the Nobel Peace Prize this year. The news that you may not have heard is she dedicated by name that Peace Prize to Donald Trump. She acknowledged what the Nobel Peace Committee could not or would not, that it was everything she's trying to do to improve the quality of life in Venezuela was only because of the actions of the United States under President Trump specifically, not Obama, not Biden, not Kamala Harris, specifically and exclusively by Donald Trump. I know the never Trumpers out there are hating this. They're like, oh my God, why are you mentioning this? Don't tell anyone that. You're not supposed to talk about that. It's the truth. That's what she did. She got the Nobel Peace Prize and said, this is because of Donald Trump and the United States by name. She's even gone further than that. As you can see in this exclusive on Face the Nation by CBS, this is left-leaning news media, and she says that she absolutely supports President Trump's current strategy with Venezuela. She supports the effort to get rid of Nicolas Maduro as the president of Venezuela, to change Venezuela, to destroy the Venezuelan socialist government and the cartels that are using or are being used by Venezuela to import drugs into the United States and kill American citizens, both through crime, slavery, and drugs. She supports this. You hear from the left on a regular basis. CBS is happy to tell you how Trump is orange man bad, that everything is wrong, that Trump is being an authoritarian, and what he's doing to Venezuela is horrible. And the person that the Nobel Committee picked for their Nobel Peace Prize in 2025 is telling you that Trump is doing the right thing, that she supports it 100%, that this is the way to change Venezuela and therefore also change the influence of Venezuela on the United States. In the United States, getting rid of drugs and sex slaves and human trafficking and getting rid of the cartels and their violence, we will improve Venezuela for the Venezuelan people as well as for America. They won't have this conversation with you. CBS downplayed this story. They don't want you. She's in Sweden right now, getting the Nobel Prize, and she's lauding, she's praising President Trump in the United States. She's praising his efforts in the Caribbean Sea right now in trying to change and force out Maduro. She thinks it's the right thing to do. And she's the one that the Nobel Peace Prize, I'm sure they're spinning in their seats. They don't know what to do because you're not supposed to say, orange man good. You're supposed to say orange man bad. That's what the left believes. That's what they always want to say. They don't want to admit anything that Trump does that is positive in any way, shape, or form. They want you to hate MAGA, which is making America great. The left thinks that is evil. Think about that. The left thinks that make America great again. Those words are very specific and very clear. And they think that's evil. And they call you a fascist if you believe in making America great again. They call you a fascist for that. I don't understand why they would do that. I don't understand how they would say that. But that's what they say. Okay, fair enough. That's the left for you. They are crazy like that. I'll deal with that. But I think it says something that the person the left picks to try and embarrass Donald Trump and try to say that there's a different path. Donald Trump is wrong. He's doing the wrong thing. And the person they picked to say there's a different way to do this and Trump's just not the right guy, the person they picked is telling you Trump is the right guy and he does have the right approach and you should support that approach and that she supports that approach because it helps her country just like it helps America. You don't have to like this. That has nothing to do with it. For those who are watching, and I know some Democrats and progressives watch this program because they're hate watching. I know there's some elected Democratic officials and their staff that watch this program. They'll never talk. They will never comment because, they don't want to admit they watch this. They'll tell me privately. Privately, they'll tell me, oh, yeah, I saw that episode, Mike. I saw what you were saying about that issue. Yeah, they watch. They don't want to admit it. And they know that we are right. That tells you a lot. That tells you a lot about this situation. But I thought it was very important. Now, most recently, a lot of people will point to and say, hey, Mike, but what about the tanker? Donald Trump just grabbed a tanker recently, a tanker that was flying without international flags. Every ship that travels the sea, all civilian ships, they carry a flag to let you know where their nation of origin comes from. So you can identify them. So they're not pirates. It's a tradition, international, goes back thousands of years. It's not new. And we captured the ship because it had no international markings. We didn't know its country of origin, which is illegal. All the people go, oh, the UN, it's illegal internationally. The UN accepts that. So you have to have your national markings in international waters. Real simple. You may be identified as a pirate if you are. And in this case, they didn't have markings, but we did find out which country that this was aligned with, which was an African country. I believe it was Nigeria. But what actually wound up happening, and again, I'm going to Axios. This is Axios. This is a far left site. I don't use right-leaning sites if I can avoid it. This left-leaning site, and they tell you about this, that this super tanker was intercepted off the coast of Venezuela. There was, oh my God, there was a warrant. It was legal. It wasn't Trump being an authoritarian, just going willy-nilly and just doing anything that he wants. Just like the fact that Donald Trump is doing what in 1989 Joe Biden said America must do, and that was part of the Maritime Act of 1989, as I recall, which is to protect America by blowing up the narco-terrorists. This goes back. Trump isn't, over and over again, people are finding out Trump is following the law. He's enforcing laws that Democrats wrote, that Democrats voted for, laws that Democrats were responsible for, and he's just enforcing the law as it was written, and Democrats never thought anyone would do that. They thought they'd just write a law, it would look good, they'd get more donations, they would get more votes, they'd be the good guys, and everyone would forget. And it would never be enforced. They would never actually have to do anything. Well, Donald Trump is actually doing his job. The job of the president is to enforce existing law, and he's doing it. And Democrats, they're spinning because they don't know what to do. Trump is legally doing what they said, the laws that they passed, and they can't stand it. But they're trying their best to try and avoid mentioning, oh yeah, and by the way, that's the law that we wrote. That's the law that we passed, that Donald Trump is enforcing. So you can't really say, they'll say he's doing something illegal without mentioning, oh yeah, and here's the law that I wrote that actually authorizes the president to do exactly what he's doing. Remember, this tanker that was taken, which was shipping oil illegally for Iran and Venezuela, there are restrictions and sanctions, international law, restrictions and sanctions on oil from Iran being sold anywhere else in the world. We took the tanker. It's legal. And the left doesn't want you to talk about it. They don't want you to think about it. And this is one of the things that in the connection to Iran is an increase in the amount of crime and corruption in Venezuela. And this is what Machado, The Nobel Peace Prize winner is happy that Trump is reducing and eliminating to get rid of the influence of Iran, the international leader in world terror. Iran is the lead supporter of terror in the world, hands down, has been for 45 years. And their influence does not help any country they touch. Any country they touch. And that includes Venezuela. And that's why Machado, the Nobel Peace Prize winner, wants Iran out, wants Iranian influence out of her country. She's applauding Trump for taking over the tanker, for trying to bring in stability and peace, like he's done 7 out of 8 times around the world in this year alone. But no one wants you to talk about that. You're not supposed to think about that. No. Trump is just orange man bad. Making America great again is just an evil, selfish thing. No, it's not. If America is great, the world prospers. No one likes to say that. The left hates to think about that or to admit that. The more America is doing well, the better the rest of the world does. And the left hates that. And they don't want you to think about it. And they don't want you to remember that. And they don't want you to believe that. They want you to believe you're dependent on the government, that the Constitution is wrong. Oh, you didn't know that? AOC believes in getting rid of the Constitution. That's the Democratic Socialists of America. The progressive movement do not believe in the Constitution. They do not believe in the Bill of Rights. They want to get rid of that. They want the government to control what rights you have. Every right the government gives you, the government can take away at any moment. You don't actually have freedom. You have the freedom you are given and nothing more. That's what the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America, believe. That's what the progressive movement means. That's what kids are being taught in Columbia and Harvard and over at Stanford and Binghamton University and colleges across this nation. Socialism is not your inherent right. That is the right the government gives you. And it's only valuable, your rights are only valuable as long as the government thinks it's okay. And the moment the government, these socialist governments, think that you have too many rights or the rights get in the way of the government and what the government wants, you no longer have that right. We know this to be a fact. North Korea, China, the old Soviet Union, Cuba, Venezuela, take your pick. Every socialist nation is an example. They have all failed, all in the same way. They all do the same thing. Doesn't matter what they promise. They always promise you that it will be perfect the next time. They always promise you that you will get everything that you need. They never tell you what is it do you actually need. Because what you need in their minds is far, far less than what you actually have right now. Forget about getting more. You don't deserve what you have. According to the socialists, according to the progressives, you have too much. They always leave that out in their conversation. They're going to take from the rich. By the way, you're the rich. Remember, in America, the poor in America, people making $12,000 a year in America, poverty, are richer than 68% of the world. I want you to think about that. 68% of the world don't make as much money or have as high a quality of life and freedom as the people in America who make poverty. That's how great a nation we have. That's why we have 20 million people a year that want to come into America. The line legally to get into America is 20 million people deep. We have, as we saw under the Biden administration, 8 million people willing to come into America illegally to be in the shadows and have a quasi-slavery just to be in America. That's how great our nation is. That's the comparison. People will illegally come into America and be the equivalent of slave labor in America because it's still better than being anywhere else. That tells you we have to be doing something pretty damn good in America. The quality of life has to be pretty exceptional that people say it is better to be a slave in America illegally in the shadows than to live in their own country. And there are millions of them every year that say that. Every year. On top of the 20 million in line going through the legal process to get here. We're the only country that can say that. The only one. But the news media doesn't want you to think about that. They don't want you to, they absolutely do not want you to speak on that. They hate that you know this. But again, we are seeing that this is working. Look, the pressure is on in Venezuela. Again, let me make sure. Matter of fact, before I do this, let me say this again, because I've said it many times. And I know some on the left will point out and go, Mike, you're just a warmonger. You're just evil. You're a capitalist, blah, blah, blah. They'll say all these things. I'll be very clear on my position because I don't want war. I have never wanted war, but I'm not afraid of war either. And if anything I learned from being in the military, the Marines, and my father having served in Vietnam, having family members that have been in the army and they have served around the world, friends of mine who have served actively in many of the wars we have had in my lifetime around the world. Here's something I can tell you. If even one soldier, one American soldier, puts their foot on the ground of any nation, I don't care which nation it is, if they put their foot on the ground, America must own that ground. If we are not willing to own as a commonwealth or whatever else you want to call it, if we are not willing to take over every single piece of ground that our soldiers stand on and bleed on, then it's not worth doing. Then we shouldn't have a conflict. We should not be fighting. So if we're going to go into Venezuela, and I don't want us to go into Venezuela, I don't think that's the best scenario. I don't think we need to do that. But if one soldier puts a foot on Venezuelan soil, we should fight to take over Venezuela, and it should become a commonwealth. And in 2 generations, the Venezuelan people can decide that they want to be an independent nation again, or they can become a state, or they can remain a commonwealth, just like in Puerto Rico. They have that option. They have that vote. And Puerto Rico loves being a commonwealth. As much as the left will try to tell you, well, the Puerto Ricans, they don't get the vote. They made their choice. There have been several, at least 4 votes on whether Puerto Rico wants to become a state or remain a commonwealth. 4 times in my lifetime that the Puerto Rican people have had to vote on this, and they have always voted to remain a commonwealth. They don't want to be a state. And there's a lot of reasons for that, lots of politics to it, and a lot of consequences to it. But the reality is they've made that choice. The left wants Puerto Rico to become a state because they think that will make them be more Democrat. And they think they'll get an advantage. By the way, they forget Latin culture, Hispanic culture is conservative. It's not Democrat. It's not progressive. And all the Hispanic, almost every one of the Hispanic nations, in fact, most of them aren't left-leaning. They're right-leaning. So I don't think they understand what they're doing. They're not going to gain more Democrats by forcing Puerto Rico to become a state. They're going to get more conservatives, Republicans and or conservatives, maybe even libertarians, but they're not going to get more Democrats because Puerto Rico is right-leaning. That being said, I'm talking about Venezuela and this process. And if we take over Venezuela, and we can do it, it's something that we've already, and I'm going to show you the evidence of this. We have long ago, 9 years ago, we figured out we can take over Venezuela anytime we want to. My thought is, I don't think we should, not that we can't, but I don't think we really need to. We can achieve these goals without having a puppet government. We don't need to put in a puppet government that's happy with America. We don't have to do that. They can be an independent nation and not be communist. That's all we need to do. Knock out the communists, let them elect anyone they want in a democratic system, and let it go, and it'll work. But if we put any soldiers put their foot down on Venezuelan soil, we should take over the country. Point blank. We'll take it over. We'll build new hospitals, new infrastructure. We'll build them electricity and power plants and water refineries. We'll build them schools, and we'll give them everything. We will build that nation into a first world nation, not a third world nation, not a second world nation. We will elevate the quality of life in Venezuela to the standard of America. They will be the pinnacle of the cultures of quality of life in all of South America, backed by the US dollar. It will be good for the US economy. It will be good for US business. It will be great, absolutely great for Venezuela. But I don't think we need to do it. But I think the rest of the world should understand we could. And I think that is the biggest threat. That is the important thing. But we can. Don't force our hand. That's where I stand on that. You may disagree, and I'm happy to hear your voice and say, Mike, well, I think you're wrong. Great, let's have this conversation. I'm willing to have that conversation. MS Now or whatever the hell they call themselves, they won't. CNN, ABC, CBS, they won't have this conversation. The left will not have this conversation. The Democrats in Congress will not have this conversation. They'll tell you that you're a racist, you're a fascist, shut up. That's what they will say. They won't actually have a conversation. I can explain my point of view. In fact, I already have. They won't even try. They'll just say, stop talking, I'm not listening. That's not an answer. That is not an answer. All right, let me move forward. I was going to tell you a little bit about, so I wanted to verify. How do I know that America could do this? That the left is saying, oh, well, it'll be a bloody mess. It'll be Vietnam. We already know. We've already worked it out. We've done the war gaming. We've put in the scenarios and we've worked out the details. That's why we have a Pentagon. That's why we have generals. That's why we have computers and AI. We've worked on this already. And it's not a surprise to anyone. It's not like Venezuela has a massive army that they could really fight off America. No, they could do guerrilla warfare. They could. It could take 3 to 5 years. But America will, if we want to, take over Venezuela. It's not a question. It's an absolute fact. The Venezuelans can't beat us if we are in there to take the country over. And I say that because Iraq failed because we didn't take it over. Okay? That's the thing. Afghanistan failed because we didn't take it over. It's not that we didn't have the power. It's not that we didn't have the infrastructure that we could have made. We didn't take it over. And therefore, we didn't put in the infrastructure. We didn't raise the quality of life. We didn't do the things we would have done to any other commonwealth. And we didn't lift up those people. We left them where they were. And that's why they failed. We have to take it over. It takes 3 to 5 years. And then the quality of life for every Venezuelan goes up. And I don't think that many, based on everything we have seen and every kind of projection, the smartest minds in the military available to America, private and military, when they all look at this, the answer is, yeah, we could take it over. There might be some fighting. And it could last a couple of years. But then again, if you ask the people, like, again, Maria Corina Machado, a hero of the left up until she said she supported Donald Trump, says, no, it wouldn't be that bad. The people who she represents, who she's connected to, not the socialist elites, but the people, would be happy if America took over Venezuela because the quality of life would escalate. It would be exponentially better. And they know it. Oh, there'd be a hit to the national pride. Of course there would. And there would be outliers. There would be elements. There would be socialists that would fight. And they'd be the guerrillas out there trying to take over again. But they'd lose. And the people don't want them. This is according to Machado, the Nobel Peace Prize winner. In fact, Miguel Pizarro, who's another opposition leader who hates the socialist government, he says here that he's dismissing the suggestion that Venezuela was doomed to become a South American version of Iraq, Libya, or Haiti. By the way, we didn't try and invade Haiti or Libya. We left Haiti alone. Again, the biggest problem for Haiti is we didn't take them over. We just left. Under the Biden-Harris administration, we just left. Under the Obama-Biden administration, we just left Libya. We didn't help them. We didn't try and take them over. If we did, they wouldn't be as much of a mess as they are today. But anyway, going forward, if Maduro was toppled, he says that Venezuela would not become like Haiti, where the government failed and collapsed, or Libya or Iraq, where the government failed and collapsed. He says, quote, "The truth is that that Venezuelans took their decision in last year's election. It was Venezuela's greatest ever social consensus. They think this would be the best thing for them. This would help their country if Donald Trump were to get rid of the Maduro government, if we were to take over Venezuela." Now, I'm not telling you that we should. I'm telling you, in fact, that I don't think we should. But if we must, then it's all or nothing. Either Venezuela beats America, and it won't, or we take it over. And the Venezuelan people, according to the people that many of these leftist elites say are the heroes that we should be listening to, the Nobel Peace Prize, that means we're supposed to listen to Machado. We're supposed to listen to the opposition of Maduro. We're supposed to take their advice and to help them and to help Venezuela, according to the Nobel Peace Prize winner, is to help Donald Trump. You can say Orange Man bad all you want. The very same people the Nobel want you to follow, that they want you to support, they want Machado to be supported. And her answer is to support her, to support Venezuela, is to get rid of Maduro, and that's Donald Trump. That just says a lot right there. So we're talking a little bit about the international. Give me 1 second. I need a sip of coffee. I love my coffee. Okay, so I wanted to go through all that, and that took a little bit longer than I thought I would. So that brings me to Australia and the Second Amendment in America, the right to own firearms. And for a long time, the left in America and around the world have pointed to Australia as their example. Australia doesn't have mass shootings. Australians gave up their right to own a firearm, and they don't have any mass shootings. So America and all the other countries around the world should copy Australia and give up all the guns. Everyone should give away their guns. The government will be the only one to have all the guns, and therefore everyone will be safe. There will be no mass shootings, no school shootings, no church shootings. None of that will happen because it doesn't happen in Australia, which is a lie. The people who say that to you are lying to your face. How many mass shootings did Australia have before the public gave up their guns? And by the way, they didn't have a choice. The government took away their right to have guns. And that's why, because in Australia, they don't have a right Second Amendment right. They don't have a constitution that says they have a right given by God, by birthright. They have the right to defend themselves and their property and their loved ones, even from the government. They don't have that right. They don't have that freedom. They only have the freedom that the government gave to them. And the government said, we kind of let you have guns. And then the government said, you can't. Whether you wanted to keep your guns or not, you didn't get the choice. It wasn't your freedom. It was the government's discretion, which is entirely different. They have nothing to do with each other. They're not the same. The Australian people didn't get a choice, and so they had their guns taken from them. But how many mass shootings did Australia have for the decade before the government said, we're taking away your rights and freedoms? 2. How many did they have afterwards? They've had a couple, about 3 or 4. And now they have a 5th one. Taking away the guns didn't make the people safe. It didn't change anything. The culture in Australia didn't change. The people didn't change. In Australia and New Zealand, they have the same culture. They have the same beliefs. And it is still just as rare as always to have a firearm or to have some lunatic use that firearm to harm others. Nothing's changed. But today, and obviously a lot of people are talking about it, it's some of the breaking news out there. And we see this is coming from people. 12 people are dead, 29 injured because of a mass shooting during a Hanukkah event, which kind of tells us a few things about this event. This was targeted, and it seems to be based on ethnicity, based on religion, and I will not be surprised if it turns out that the individuals that did that, which we don't know exactly, we don't have every detail, that they were motivated based on religion. I would not be surprised if they're a bunch of pro-Hamas leftists. Now, I don't know that for a fact. I can't say that absolutely at this moment. We're still seeing details come in. This happened yesterday. But it is a trend we are seeing internationally. Internationally, we are seeing these organizations that are targeting and attacking people based on their religious beliefs and massacring them. That's it. Something that is abhorrent. America is, all Americans should and do find that to be abhorrent. Attacking people just because they believe God in a different way, or that they even believe in a God. Some people are atheists. Because they believe in a God, and the way they believe in that God is different than the way that someone else does, they are being targeted. That is evil. And I don't care if they say, but, support Hamas. We're pro-Hamas, or they're pro-Palestine, or whatever their stupid excuse for this genocidal murder, this religious murder, this fanatical, radical extremism. It doesn't matter what their excuse is. It's wrong. It's evil. And by the way, taking away the guns from the average person in Australia saved none of these people. It did not make them safer. The bad guys, two individuals, committed this crime, this evil, vile act. 2 young men did that. And those 2 men, they got a gun. It's illegal. They got it anyway. They killed people. That's illegal. They did it anyway. They harmed people. That's illegal. They did it anyway. It was based on racism, on ethnicity. It was illegal to even target these people. They did it anyway. They did it in a public area, a gun-free zone. They did it anyway. Do you notice that all of the things that the left tell you will protect you, all the laws that they claim are going to make you safe, not one of them worked? every single piece of gun control that you have heard in America and around the world failed. Every single one. Now, I know there's going to be people who are going to look at this shooting and they're going to say, but Mike, didn't you find out? Didn't you see the news from and this is covered by the BBC, saying, wait a minute, there was a hero out there. There was this guy, a 43-year-old man named Ahmed Al-Ahmed. I think that's how you pronounce it. Ahmed Al-Ahmed, 43-year-old, a father. And he rushed forward at one of the attackers, and he tackled the guy, and he fought with him. Ahmed got shot at least twice, at least one of them in his hand, and fought this guy, took the gun away. Now, the guy ran away. Ahmed had the gun. The guy got away, but he stopped him from shooting. Okay, let's be serious, because this is the miracle. This is the wonderful, wait a minute, the gunman was stopped by a unarmed bystander. See, you don't need guns. Here's your first problem with that argument that we hear all the time, and I know they're going to say it here. This unarmed man stopped him. He stopped one of two shooters. By the way, as this was happening, as reported by the BBC, while he was holding him back, I think it's here, nearby on a bridge, another gunman continues firing. It's unclear who or what he is doing, what he was aiming at. So this unarmed man, yes, he was fighting with this one guy. If he had a gun, Ahmed was hiding behind a car when this whole thing started. And these two men from two different angles were targeting these people on the beach, these Hanukkah celebrations, and they're trying to trap them. It's a classic pincer move. And they're trying to take him. One of the shooters wasn't paying attention behind him. Ahmed had an opportunity. His choice was to run away, which many people did. Forget about that, what they could do. Many people just ran away. And Ahmed was expecting that I'm the guy with the gun. They're just going to run away. And instead, Ahmed ran towards the shooter, tackled him by surprise, wrestled with him, and got the gun away from him. But the second gunman kept shooting. The second gunman never stopped. If Ahmed had the ability to have a firearm, which is illegal in Australia, if he had the ability to defend himself, his family, and his country, he might have been able to pull out his concealed carry, take down the shooter so that he wouldn't get away. He would stop firing, and he would be stopped cold right then and there without having to wrestle with him, not injuring his life or endangering anyone else's life. And that second gunman would have to make a very quick decision. That answer is either start firing on Ahmed or to leave Ahmed alone and risk being shot by Ahmed or run away. In any one of those scenarios, if Ahmed was armed from the start, not after he got wounded, not after he had to fight this guy, if at the start he was able to take down the first shooter one time, one shot, and he's down, and then try and target the second guy so he could not continue to fire on those innocent people, that second shooter has to make a split-second decision. Stay and be fired upon, return fire, run away. One of those three, all three of those responses ends the incident at that moment. See, this is the good guy with a gun that the media loves to tell you doesn't exist. And this is the benefit of the good guy with a gun. They'll tell you, no, you have to do the miracle move that works 1 in 1,000 times. 1 in 1,000 times you get an Ahmed able to tackle the shooter because the shooter isn't paying attention to him. Because he wouldn't, if the shooter was paying attention to Ahmed, Ahmed would be dead. He would have shot Ahmed before Ahmed could get to him. And there has been test after test after test. This has been scientifically, empirically proven that if you are running at and trying to take down a shooter from as close as 20 feet away, you will not be able to take that guy down before he can shoot you and stop you. It has been tested over and over again, including if he has to reload. Even if the shooter has to reload their weapon, they will be able to reload the weapon and stop you before you can reach them, even if you're as close as 20 feet away. That's assuming that the shooter is aware of you. But if the shooter is not aware of you, you have a miracle opportunity to tackle and try and subdue that individual. And even then, Ahmed did get shot. But it didn't stop the shooting. It didn't stop the people being killed. It didn't stop the people being wounded, which the left never wants you to think about. They don't talk about that part. Now, if there's only one shooter, fantastic. Yes, he does stop shooting on the crowds until he deals with you. That could work. What happens when there's more than one shooter? Just like in Australia. The second shooter keeps shooting. He has no reason to stop. When Ahmed disarmed this one assailant, stopped him from shooting, the second shooter didn't care. He had nothing to lose. He was not in danger. He was not being confronted. People continued to die. Again, the Second Amendment works. Gun control doesn't. And this is yet another example of that. Even with the hero moment, the miracle example that the left wants you to think is always possible and has never, it's true, once in maybe 1,000 times, this has been the case. But that's a miracle. And in that miracle, yes, it can happen. It doesn't guarantee anyone's going to be safe. It doesn't end the event very often. And it didn't end the event in Australia. One man with a concealed carry. One woman with a concealed carry firearm. And they could have ended this. And potentially, half the people who died could have been saved. Potentially. I don't know. Maybe it'd be the same number. Maybe it'd be none. Maybe people would be wounded. Maybe they'd just be scared. Maybe they would have missed all of the shots because someone would have saved their lives. They would have engaged, because the one thing that absolutely, in every mass shooting, in every church shooting, in every school shooting, every single time, the one thing that does end the event, it stops the killing every single time, is a good guy with a gun. The left will say that doesn't exist every single time. If the bad guy has a knife, a machete, if they have a firearm, they are always stopped instantly in their tracks when a good guy with a gun shows up, whether that's police, law enforcement, or an American citizen, and I'm using America as the example, but a citizen who is armed, especially if they're trained. In every case, when they are trained. This is why in 2013, Obama's White House did a study to find out how many times do guns save people's lives. Because the White House, the Obama White House, the left, thought they would finally get some evidence. They would ask a question no one had asked before because everyone knew what the answer was. But they thought, well, let's do a study. Let's find out. What if you actually ask, how many times does a gun actually save someone's life? And according to the Obama administration White House study, 3 million times a year. In the United States, 3 million people every year are saved because of a firearm. Oh, you didn't know that. You're not supposed to, because CNN won't quote that. MSNBC won't quote that. They know the source. They know the year 2013. They know the study. They will not mention it to you. All of the anti-Second Amendment, anti-gun advocates out there, David Hogg, will not mention this to you. They will not talk about that study ever. It was buried. The moment the Obama White House got it done and they looked at the results and said 3 million people saved because of guns, they said, we can't talk about this. Throw that into a file and hide it from the public. But you can find it. Yeah, you got to search for it. And I have. And I've read it. And yes, 3 million people a year. Black and white. They have the numbers. How many people would it save in Australia? It would have saved potentially everyone there. It's something that most people don't think about when they think about this moment. They go, oh my God, I'm so afraid. It's so sad. And it is. And they say, this should never have happened. And it shouldn't. They said, and then they say to the government, do something. Government's the reason why this happened. Well, no. Let me rephrase that. The government isn't why some insane, fanatical madmen decided to kill innocent civilians celebrating a religious event. That's not the government's fault. That's not the Australian government's fault. The Australian government's fault is they didn't give those people or anyone else an opportunity to be able to save lives. That's the problem. They denied the people the right to defend their lives and the lives of their loved ones. They allowed those people to be sheep, fish in a barrel. That's what they did. That's the wrong of the Australian government. Because those people could have had the ability to save their lives. They could have had the opportunity. Bystanders, Ahmed Al-Ahmed could have saved everyone, potentially. Can't guarantee that. But if he popped up with a gun, took one guy out on one shot because the guy didn't know he was there, because the shooter was busy trying to shoot others to kill people, he didn't notice Ahmed behind a car. Ahmed could have used that cover concealment. He could have popped up take his time, aim, and take that guy out so that it was permanent, so that that guy couldn't escape. He could not continue to be a threat to anyone else. That's resolved. It would have resolved it right then and there. The next shooter could have been next. The next shooter, again, has to make a choice. And all of his choices end the shooting. The innocent civilians are no longer the target. And every single option. And the Australian government denied that. And the Australian people and a lot of the left in the world are going to say, do something. They're going to look at their government, whichever government it is, like the UK, the European Union, Canada, in America. They're going to say, oh my God, do something. They're going to ask every one of their politicians, do something, protect me. Stop the bad guys. And the government's going to say, we can't. But you know what? Let me take a little bit more of your freedom. Let me take a little bit more of your rights. I can make you feel good. I can make you feel safe. But it's going to cost you your freedom. It's going to cost you your rights. And it gives you nothing. You gain nothing. And that is evil. Not as evil as those lunatic madmen, but it is evil all the same. And I know there's people who are going to watch this, but Mike, I don't agree with guns. You don't have to own a gun. Nowhere in the American Constitution does it say you have to own a gun. I think you're silly if you don't. I think if you're a woman and you don't know how to use a gun and you don't own a gun, you're out of your mind. You're out of your mind. And every man should know that. I have said many times, I will say it again, it should be a national requirement that to graduate from high school, in the worst case, college, but in high school, every single woman must be trained how to use a firearm. Every woman must be qualified to fire a firearm, a handgun, in self-defense. They have to be able to hit a target. That is the requirement to graduate. We have many colleges that say you have to swim. I think it's Cornell University in particular that says you have to know how to swim to graduate from their college. Why? Because one of the donors to the college, one of the alumni, they had a child, I think it was a son, he didn't know how to swim. He drowned to death while going to college. And so that no other parent would ever have to have that experience, so that it would never happen again to any of the students there, they are required to learn how to swim before they can get a degree. You must be able to have that skill, because they never want that to happen again. Take that same attitude, now apply that to firearms, apply that to protecting women, apply that most accurately to allowing women to protect themselves. And again, it doesn't mean that you have to own a gun. It doesn't mean that you have to carry a firearm. What it does mean is that every single person in America would know every woman is qualified, capable, and might have a firearm, which will equalize any conflict. You want to mug a woman? She might have a gun, and she knows how to use it. That's not a question. That's not an if or a maybe. She learned in high school. Every woman in America did. It is an absolute fact. Every woman you want to mug, every woman that you might want to have a sexual assault with, they're all armed, or at least they can be. They're all qualified. You think twice. All the bad guys have to think twice now. Doesn't matter how old, doesn't matter how young. They've all been trained. They all have the capability. They all will qualify for each and every individual state's concealed carry. That's another part of my theory on this. Not only must every woman who graduated from high school, must they be qualified to be able to fire a firearm, they must be qualified to pass a concealed carry permit. Every single one. Doesn't mean you have to get it. That's still your right. That's still your choice. You as a pacifist, you as a whatever your hang up is with the Second Amendment, you're a far leftist, you're part of Antifa or whatever, fine. You don't have to own a gun. You can hate them. You'll never have to touch another firearm in your life. That is your choice as an American. But every single woman getting out of high school has the right and the ability to qualify for a concealed carry the day they graduate high school. And every criminal will know that. Every criminal will have to be afraid of that. And every criminal will have to think about that before they do a school shooting, before they do a church shooting, before there's a mass shooting, before there's a mugging or any other type of crime. They would have to consider that and say, is it really worth it? Do they think they can really get away? Because they got to worry not only about the woman that they are committing a crime against, whatever the crime may be, they got to worry about every single woman they see. And there's 51% of the population of the planet and in America are women. More than half the population. They have to worry. Half that population may be armed at any given moment. When I commit that crime, whether it's one-on-one, and God forbid it's in any kind of public place, half the people there are armed. And they may respond. Will you commit a crime then? See, I think that's a better answer than, please, Congressman, do something. Hey, Prime Minister or a member of the parliamentary member, do something. They did things. They've been doing things for the last 50 years. It doesn't work. Everything they do doesn't affect you. I'm going to go into this in more detail when it comes to the Brown University shooting. And I'm going to show you how useless the politicians, how useless the left is. I'm going to go through all of the laws in Rhode Island. And I'm going to show you that telling them, please do something. Everyone who begged Rhode Island, do something, protect me, protect my kids, protect the college students. They failed you and they knew it. They have always known that they have failed. You are not protected. You could never be protected because they never tried to protect you because they can't. The only one who can protect you is you. And they don't want you to have that opportunity. If there are people who are watching this and disagree with me, please get your arguments put together. We're going to be coming up on the domestic. I'm going to be talking about Brown University very shortly. And come with me with all your arguments because you're going to be proven wrong. Not because I don't like you, not because I don't value your argument, but I know this issue, and I'm going to show you empirically how the left has failed, how gun control has failed, and how it has failed in every country, as we can see in Australia. It has failed. So don't tell me do the same thing we've been doing for the last 50 years. That doesn't work because it's no reason to believe it's going to work in the future. Criminals aren't going to suddenly start following the law. They don't do it in Australia. They don't do it anywhere else. And telling me, give up the guns. Did it help anyone in Australia yesterday? Did anyone's life get saved because they have a national ban on guns in Australia? Did that save anyone's life? No? Then don't tell me just give up the guns. That's stupid. That is patently irresponsible. Let me move forward. By the way, let me finish up with the international news. Then we'll go into America. We'll talk about Brown University. But I want to cover this. So we're talking about things that are preventable, things where America's at risk. Hang on one second. I got a comment here. And I apologize. I didn't see this sooner. Likey? Is it Likey? I think that's the name. Likey 9122 says, in major areas of sciences, approximately 22% of Nobel Peace Prize are Jewish. I wonder who is jealous. What have they done? I don't know what that's supposed to mean. That makes no sense to me. In major areas of sciences, okay, the Nobel Peace Prize isn't just about science. There's more than just science involved with the Nobel Peace Prize. There are multiple Nobel Peace Prizes that are given out. And as in the example of Machado, that's in politics. It has nothing to do with science. So, okay, but 22% of the people who got a Peace Prize are Jewish. So what? I don't see the significance there. How many were Buddhists? How many are, I don't know, Baptists? Does it matter? How many are Muslim? Does it matter? Does that change anything? If you increase the amount of peace in the world, does it matter what your religion is? That's because your question seems focused on religion and to try and assign, I don't know, blame or causation. It doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't seem like a factor because Gandhi was Muslim. And, excuse me, no, he wasn't. That's Pakistan. Pakistan's Muslim. And Gandhi was Hindu. And he, I believe, got a Nobel Peace Prize and he deserved it. He helped increase the amount of stability and peace in the world. And does it matter that he was Hindu? I'm sure there are most people who've heard about Gandhi don't know what his religious background was and don't care. Most people who don't know what Dr. Martin Luther King's religious background is, they don't care. Mother Teresa, people, well, actually in Mother Teresa's case, yeah, people might know. But Most people who've won a Nobel Peace Prize, most people don't know their background and don't care because it's not important. It's not a factor. What's the religious background of Machado? Maria Machado, who we've just talked about. What's her religious background? She could be Jewish. Does it matter? Does it change anything? Does anyone care? No. So I don't know what about jealousy. I don't care. And that doesn't matter. So unless I'm misunderstanding your question or your statement, unless there's something relevant about that, I don't know. But if there is, please explain it. Because the argument you're making is they're Jewish. And? Literally. And? Look, I'm happy to have questions from everyone on almost anything. But it has to be logical. It has to make sense. So let me move on to what's going on in Syria. Because again, I don't think most people are being told what's going on here. 3 Americans were killed this weekend by ISIS. A gunman in ISIS. And you're going to say, most Americans, and matter of fact, most people around the world are going to say, wait a minute, how did Americans get killed by ISIS in Syria? This happened in Syria. Why are U.S. troops in Syria? And American troops have been in Syria since 2014 because of President Barack Obama. Barack Obama put American troops in Syria. Not the left, not the right, not Clinton. He didn't. Excuse me, not Clinton. Not Bush. Not Trump. It was done by Barack Obama. He put American troops in Syria while they were having their Syrian civil war. And he did that to protect the Kurds. Fair enough. But here's the thing about that. We're protecting the Kurds from the Turkey. Because the PKK, I've talked about them from time to time. I've done an entire segment. I have a video going through the history of the PKK. And the PKK are terrorists. They are American-backed terrorists, but they are terrorists. That's a fact. And Turkey hates them. The PKK are Kurdish. And the reason why U.S. troops are in Syria it was never to fight the Syrian war. It was never to stop ISIS. It was to protect the Kurds. The Kurds would fight ISIS. The Kurds would fight the Syrian war. The Kurds would fight Turkey. We didn't really want them fighting Turkey. But the PKK, they were the bad guys to fight everyone America wanted to fight and didn't. So we protected the Kurds. The Kurds are, or at least some of the Kurds are, the PKK, and the PKK are terrorists as identified by Turkey and several other countries. That's just a fact. And that's how we got there. This is something that the CNN and all their articles, you look at the BBC article, you're not going to see that part of the story. They will not mention this to you. They do not want you to think about this because ultimately the responsibility of why are Americans getting shot is Obama. That's the answer. That is the answer. By the way, Donald Trump, when he was the 45th president of the United States, he tried to remove troops. He actually cut the number of Americans in Syria in half. He reduced the number of Americans trying to get America out of Syria while the Syrian civil war was going on, because the Syrian civil war is their problem, not America's problem. Obama believed it was America's problem for Syria having an internal war. There's a difference of opinion. And it was Democrats and some Republicans that screamed. It was the establishment of the United States government in Congress that said, you can't take the troops out. We have to protect the Kurds. We have to protect the PKK, even though that they are terrorists, even though it pisses off our sometimes ally Turkey, we have to protect them. So you can't get rid of all the troops. There have to be troops in Syria, and putting American soldiers in harm's way, which again, I don't agree with. Unless we're taking over the northeast portion of Syria where all the Kurds are, and we just capture that and take it over, and it becomes a small Commonwealth of America, then okay, I'll stay with that. But if we're not doing that and it's part of Syria, we should not have American soldiers there. We should not. Not because I don't like the Kurds. I do like the Kurds. I think they're very important. They're good people overwhelmingly. The PKK, they're not. But the rest of them, they're fine. But we have to have a rule here. So American troops were put in harm's way under Obama, and Democrats, with the help of some Republicans, would not allow America to get out of this conflict zone during the Syrian Civil War and since. Even after the Syrian Civil War ended, we still can't get out because the Kurds are still in trouble. Even the new people in charge of Syria hate the Kurds. So does Turkey. They still want to kill them. And the PKK are still terrorists, and they're still out there committing terrorist acts. And America's still protecting them. But what happened was Donald Trump cut the number of troops in half to reduce the risk to Americans, to American soldiers. And Joe Biden, on day one, actually day two of Joe Biden being president, day two, not day one, he doubled the number of Americans in Syria. Day two. That was pretty much the first video I did on Joe Biden being president in 2021. It was day two. He had already done about 30, 40 executive orders, and he ordered the military to double the number of U.S. troops fighting in Syria, and he increased the number of troops to roughly 2,500 troops, 2,500 troops. And he never reduced that. Now, under Trump, he has again reduced the number of U.S. troops in Syria because it's not our fight. But members of Congress, members of government insist we cannot leave the Kurds. They're our ally, which is true, and they will get slaughtered by the Syrians, by the Iranians, by Turkey if we leave. If we leave them alone, Iran and Turkey and Syria will kill them. At this point, that's just going to happen. That is what it has devolved into. So we will permanently, for the foreseeable future, we will have U.S. troops in Syria to protect the Kurds. That's just the world as it exists right now. The BBC, NBC, ABC, CNN, they won't tell you any of this. They will not explain this to you. They're going to blame the American soldiers died because of Donald Trump, because Orange Man bad, because he put the soldiers there and he didn't have enough soldiers or he didn't take the soldiers away. They're not going to tell you the whole history as I have done. Don't have to believe me. Look it up. Look up the PKK. Look up the Kurds fighting as America was fighting. Look at the Kurds who love George G.W. Bush and hated Obama and see why. Look up the history of the Syrian Civil War and American troops in Syria. You don't have to believe me. You can do all the research. I've done it for years. But don't take my word for it. Look it up. CNN won't tell you. You have to look international news, and you will find the information because the American news media won't make Obama look bad. They won't make Biden look bad. They're going to avoid that. But they'll try and make Trump look bad. And they're saying 3 Americans killed by an ISIS gunman in Syria. Again, here's the other part of that. ISIS? How are ISIS a problem? Didn't we get rid of them? Almost. Under the Trump administration, we virtually eliminated, we got rid of about 90% of ISIS in the world. We stopped them hard, and we were getting rid of them all. Then came Joe Biden. And Joe Biden ran away from Afghanistan. He opened up the prison, and 5,000 hardcore members of ISIS got released. And they spread throughout the entire Middle East. They spread through Central Africa. That's a fact. It's not a question. It's not an if. It's not my opinion. That is a fact. And where they spread to, all of a sudden, civil war started happening in every one of these little countries, like Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso. I always get that name wrong for that country. Countries like that, the Sudan, broke into civil wars. Same thing in the Middle East. That's Joe Biden's fault. Why did these American soldiers die? Why were they shot at and one American civilian was killed? Why? Because of Obama and Joe Biden. That's the truth. That's the fact. That's the core of the problem. And the media won't tell you that. So this ISIS guy, which we now know was going to be removed, according to the French news, which is France24.com, French news, they say, and they have confirmed, that the Syrian government, the gunman who turned his weapon on the Americans, was an agent of ICE. He was suspected by the Syrian government. He was going to be removed today. After the fact, they tell us he and 10 of his colleagues, 10 other members of the Syrian army, were going to be removed today, which may be why yesterday this guy, knowing that he was going to get kicked out of the army, knowing that he would no longer have the ability to influence people to convert them to ISIS, knowing that he would lose the opportunity to kill even more Americans and the Kurds, he decided to take action, apparently. And he took on three Americans, 2 soldiers, 1 civilian. You could say, well, why didn't the Syrian army, if they thought these guys were perhaps ISIS terrorists infiltrating the Syrian government, the Syrian military, why didn't they just remove them day one, as soon as they thought they had a risk? These guys have been in the Syrian army for 10 months. The question is, how did they get in? Were there even more members of ISIS, and there probably are, who are in the Syrian army already, and they help these guys get in without being identified, without being noticed, and help them to move around so that no one would figure out, no one who was against ISIS would be able to figure out that these guys were actually terrorists in the Syrian government trying to convert members of the military to join ISIS and to be able to kill the Kurds and Americans whenever the opportunity came up. There's a lot of moving parts here. And I understand if you're looking at this going, this is so much, Mike. It is, and I've been doing this 20 years. So the only reason why I understand a lot of the moving parts and all the pieces that are involved in this, so I can explain it to you as easily as I am, and it does take some time to explain, but the reason why I can explain it is because I've been doing this for 20 years, and the news media has been trying to keep you deaf, dumb, and blind on this for 20 years. Actually, even longer than that. I'd say about 40 to 50 years. They don't want you to think. They don't want you to understand all of the players that are involved here, all of the government actions, the high-level presidential movements that put these pieces in place. They will never mention to you that Obama is the factor, that Obama put U.S. troops in Syria in the first place. That put American troops in harm's way. And this is not the first time that, whether it be ISIS or Al-Qaeda, Syrian troops and many forces have attacked American troops in Syria before. This is not new. This is the latest part of that. But they don't want to mention that because then you'll think Obama, he's not as perfect as Obama loves to think he is. Obama tells you he's never had a problem. Everything was perfect under the Obama administration. When you see him doing interviews now, he tells you everything was perfect. There was no problems under the Obama administration. Putting U.S. troops in Syria in the middle of a civil war, that's a problem. And its consequences have led to over a dozen Americans dying in a conflict in a foreign country that have nothing to do with America. Nothing. But Obama doesn't take blame for that. That's not his fault. He just sent them there. He didn't know that they were going to get shot at by ISIS and Al-Qaeda, Iran, and Iran's puppets. He didn't know that was going to happen. How could he have possibly known that besides every single nation in the Middle East telling America that was going to happen? Having the Kurds, not the PKK, the Kurds tell America that was going to happen. Everyone knew this was going to happen the second that Obama did this, and they told America it was going to happen, and it's continued to happen under Obama and under Trump and under Biden and even now. Because nobody wants America to leave. Because we've been there so long, we can't leave. The Kurds are dependent in their safety for America being there. We have to be there. And if we leave, the Kurds will be slaughtered. That will be a genocide. And it will be America's fault because we've been there too long. And everyone is dependent and everyone is fearful of America. We are the guard dog that keeps the Kurds alive. And you take us away at this point, if you take us away, just because of the anger that America has been involved in Middle East politics, that is reason enough that they will eliminate the Kurds. That's the truth. That's the consequences of the bad policies of Democrats who didn't think what they were doing. They didn't think about it. They didn't consider how this was going to play out. And they have zero exit strategy. Zero exit strategy. They didn't plan for one. They didn't build one. They didn't create the opportunity for an exit strategy so that we could remove our troops and never have to have American troops in Syria ever again. Obama never thought of it. Biden wanted a forever war. He didn't care. He doubled the number of troops. He added troops. He wanted more of a war. He wanted more American troops in danger. Yeah, tell me how great the Biden foreign policy is again. And then look at Syria. For those just listening, I was just taking a sip of coffee. Yeah, a lot of people aren't thinking about that. Again, I'm showing you the evidence. You can think about this yourself. Now, Donald Trump has said that he is going to retaliate. Okay? So, according to The Independent, again, I have to go to international news. I don't rely on just the U.S. news because the U.S. news is biased. And the U.S. news is trying to find a way to say Orange Man bad. And they want to only tell you Orange Man is bad. That's the only thing they want to say. That's not really the story here. That's not the important thing. So here we see Trump promises retaliation after 2 U.S. Army soldiers and a civilian translator are killed in Syria. Attack on U.S. forces occurred as soldiers were conducting key leader engagement as part of a larger counterterrorism operation. This is not new. Donald Trump promised serious retaliation against ISIS. ISIS resurged under Biden. ISIS surged originally, at the beginning, ISIS surged under Obama. Why? Obama is weak. He always was weak. And his foreign policy was abysmal. He had no foreign policy. He put Americans in danger around the world on a regular basis. Benghazi, another great example. Obama administration putting Americans in danger for no reason worthwhile. Obama encouraged the growth of ISIS and Al Qaeda and the Muslim Brotherhood. He helped enable many of these terrorist organizations with the Iran nuclear deal and so much more. The Iran nuclear deal, where John Kerry, the then Secretary of State, said on CNBC, January 16th, 2016, said to the American people and the world that the Iran nuclear deal under Obama and the cash we were giving Iran would be used in part to increase the amount of global terrorism. Therefore, the United States was supporting global terrorism. That is a fact. Yes, Obama made these problems worse. It's not an if. It's not a Republican take. It's the truth. I don't care what you think of Obama. You can love him. You could want him to be your brother-in-law. I don't care. He's still responsible for this. This is Obama's problem, magnified by the even worse, even more horrific and clusterfuck of the Joe Biden foreign policy, which didn't exist. Joe Biden's foreign policy was Democrats have to get elected. That was Joe Biden's, as much as Obama was scattershot everywhere and just dropping bombs on him. And pretty much the Obama administration's foreign policy was drop a bomb on them. Put some American troops there and drop a bomb on the bad guys. That's it. Drop a bomb on the civilians. That's all Obama did. And Joe Biden couldn't even do that much. Joe Biden's answer was run away. Democrats have an election to win. Just run away. Just run away and we'll get the next election and we'll win. And doesn't care what the consequences are. Oh God, this is so terrible. So Donald Trump is saying he's going to have a serious retaliation. I don't know what that means. What I believe it means is ISIS is trying to rebuild. That's why they're infiltrating the Syrian military. They want to have a military structure. They want to get the resources. They're going to steal as much as they can from Syria's rebuilding army, get themselves involved, get as many recruits as they possibly can, and they're going to try and rebuild their caliphate. They're going to try and expand their radical, fanatical Muslim ideology again. So Trump is going to try and nip this in the bud. And there are encampments of ISIS that Trump is going to hit somewhere in the world and try and blow them to hell. And that should do one thing. It'll tell ISIS, don't attack Americans. It won't stop them. It's not going to get rid of ISIS. ISIS is not over. We're going to see that terrorist group, just like Al Qaeda, they're going to come back. They're going to be a problem within the next 10 years. The world is going to have to deal with ISIS and Al Qaeda again because Biden screwed up, because Democrats screwed up, and they don't understand the consequences of their actions. And President Trump doesn't have the political power, the capital, to go after ISIS at this moment. They're not big enough of a threat. Even though they just killed Americans in Syria, it's not big enough. So we have to let ISIS grow. I disagree with this massively. But that's the political fact on the ground. ISIS is going to grow. They're going to continue to start civil wars throughout Central Africa. Part of Northern Africa, part of Europe is going to suffer. The Middle East is going to suffer from ISIS and Al Qaeda regrowing and trying to gain back their strength. And in 10 years, the world will suffer. People will die all across the world because ISIS and Al Qaeda was allowed to grow back, because Trump wasn't allowed to get rid of them the first time. Biden allowed them to regrow, and Trump is not being allowed to get rid of them now. That should piss everyone off. Again, if there's anyone on the left that goes, Mike, you don't understand this nature of it. You don't understand the situation. You don't understand the history. Let's have the conversation. Because I do understand it. Because I've been following this for 20 years. I have been reporting on all of these elements for 20 years. And I didn't forget. The news media wants you to forget. I did not. Okay. Why does my camera have a delay in it? I don't know why. I just noticed there's a slight delay. I don't know if it's audio or just video. All right. I do have another comment here. Let's take a look. So, Andrew. Hey, Andrew. Thank you for joining me. I know I saw your comment a moment ago. I took a little longer than I should have to respond. Andrew says, truly troubling. I mean, depending on how you define it, Australia hasn't had a tragedy like this since the Darwin 2019 or Winambelia in 2022. It depends on what you call a mass shooting, but here's the thing. It continues. Again, they don't have a lot. They have never had a lot of mass shootings like America or many, 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 many other countries. Mass shootings are not exclusive to America. And in many countries, instead of shootings, because the people have always been denied the right to have a firearm, you get mass stabbings, which is something that we see in London a lot. We see that in Southeast Asia a lot. Usually it's someone with a machete who is going through and killing a bunch of kids in schools or in public places. That's Southeast Asia. You tend to see mass stabbings. In London, you see mass stabbings. It's the same concept. It's the same core problem. There will always be someone with a weapon, whether it's a brick or whether it's a shotgun, it doesn't matter. The problem isn't the weapon, it's the people. What is motivating them? And that's the thing that Australia never answered. They have never addressed that. Neither has England, Southeast Asia, the United States. It has not been resolved. There is no country that has figured out how do we stop the mass violence. Whether you're using a truck like we saw in Nice, France, where they were using trucks. In fact, they did that in Manhattan. It happened in Las Vegas. We saw that in Waukesha. We've seen vehicles being used. We've seen bombs being used. We've seen guns and knives be used. The problem isn't the weapon. Got to get that through people's heads, especially on the left. It's not the weapon. It's not just write another law. Criminals and the criminally deranged do not care about laws. They don't follow laws. Your laws are meaningless. The laws only affect the 99.994 law-abiding citizens. They're not the problem. You're not addressing the problem. We need to deal with the core issue. And it's not as simple as one thing. I wish it were that simple. I wish it were, we just need to have, universal basic income. I don't think that's an answer to anything, but if that were the solution to mass violence, then I'd actually at least consider it. But it's not that simple. It's not as simple as, we just need to give people money, or they just need a job, or they need their fathers in their homes. It's all of those things and more. It's maybe we've over-medicated our kids. Maybe there's a reason why there's more autism today than there was 50 years ago, and it's not the increase in the population. Maybe there's a bunch, and all of these factors being put together, and the fact that our kids don't know if they're male or female, or there's some infinite number of genders. They don't know how to talk to each other. They don't know how to date each other. They don't know what they're going to do for their future. They're completely confused and overwhelmed with all these voices saying all these half-truths without mentioning any of the consequences. And maybe it's all of that. It's not simple. I wish it were. And the only people who are trying to tell you that it is simple are politicians that have an agenda. They lie to you. They lied to you and say, we're going to fix it. Yeah, we're going to pass a law. You're going to lose some rights, and then you'll sleep at night, and it'll all be fine. And it's a complete lie. It's a complete lie, and they know it, and they have always known it. So you're right. It is troubling because Australia isn't answering the problem, and they never tried. It was never about making the people safe. Never was. By the way, if Australia didn't take away people's guns, not only could they have prevented what happened yesterday, they would never have been able to put their people into medical concentration camps, medical facilities. They could never take people from their homes and isolate them with the use of the military. By the way, for people who didn't pay attention during the lockdowns, who didn't see the news, yes, Australia were taking people from their homes and forcibly making them go to isolation camps because the government said so. And they had soldiers at the door with guns. And you, if you were in Australia, had no firearms and you had no rights. You couldn't do anything about it. The answer was pack up your stuff, because if you didn't, the military was going to pick you up and take you anyway. Yet another problem with de-arming the public. But again, we're not supposed to think about that. Don't talk about that. Don't look at the examples of the failures of these progressive ideas. Don't think about any of that. That's not important. They promised you that you're going to be safe, and that's all you need to think about. I feel safe. Not going to stop a bullet. Not going to stop a knife. Not going to stop a criminal or the crazy people. But I feel nice. You'll have a smile as they stab you or shoot you or use a truck to run you over. You'll be smiling the whole way as you die. It's sad. Again, anyone who disagrees, I'm happy to hear your arguments. I'm happy to hear your arguments. And, oh, hey, we got a comment here. This is from Hadi. Is it Hadi or Hodi? I think it's Hadi. Could be Hodi 3. I'm not sure. And they say, Donald Trump, is that piece of crap really? He's that piece of crap pedo. So far, no evidence of that. I understand, and you've made it very clear from just the first, 5 words, that you have Trump derangement syndrome. That's okay. My audience can have people who have Trump derangement syndrome. I don't mind that. But now you're throwing out allegations that have no proof and no truth. No proof, no truth. You're one of the people who are putting out the 1980. There's a lot of people, you may have seen it, I know on Facebook it's been very popular, that Democrats are making these allegations about the Epstein files, and they're blaming, and they say, oh, well, Clinton and something. The words are on the meme is, well, it's, Clinton and Bill Gates, they got some problems. But the picture is of Donald Trump with a black square over the faces of 4 women surrounding him to make you think, to psychologically make you think Donald Trump is connected to the Epstein files, that he did something wrong. In fact, that image, which has been available for well over 10 years, is Donald Trump with a bunch of 20-year-old women, 21 grown adults, after the Miss Universe pageant. And these were some of the competitors. All of them are grown women, not one person underage, and it had nothing to do with Epstein's Island. But the Democrats want you to feel like that's the truth. They want you to feel like Donald Trump is Orange Man bad. He's got to be a pedophile. Why? Because they feel it. They feel like that must be the truth. Bill Clinton went to that island, 17 times? Bill Gates went to the island 27 times, is it? And I think there was also money was being given to Hakeem Jeffries and to Cory Booker, as I recall. But, but Orange Man bad. We got to work on Donald Trump. What about all the Democrats? High profile, well-named, well-known, including Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, as involved, way, way more involved. We know for a fact that Epstein hated Trump. They weren't friends. He wasn't inviting him over because he liked Trump. They didn't like each other. That's a documented fact. So you're trying to sell me on this idea and there's no evidence of it. So, okay, you're making these allegations. There's nothing to it. You have failed. If your intent was to make me go, oh my God, Donald Trump, I've never heard that before. I am a well-educated, well-read individual. And if Donald Trump, if any of the allegations had any evidence behind them, I'd be with you 1,000%, and I'd say absolutely he should be punished. But there isn't. There's evidence, 1,000% of evidence against Bill Gates, against Bill Clinton. We have Cory Booker. We have Hakeem Jeffries. I want to go after them. Are you with me? Are you going to call them pedophiles? Are you going to ask for them to be removed from office? If you're consistent, so Hadi, and to anyone on the left, if you're actually consistent in your belief, if you're really screaming because you want to protect young kids, young women, where is your argument? Where is your demand to have these politicians, Hakeem Jeffries, Bill Clinton, members of business communities like Bill Gates, people we have already identified that are under the heel and working with and visiting Epstein and his island, taking advice like Plaskett, Congresswoman Plaskett, relying on his donations and his live conversations to try and impeach and to attack Jeffrey Epstein's opponent. Why don't you join me and say, hey, all of those politicians must be impeached. We must remove them. We have direct ties. We have evidence pointing at these people, and we need to have the investigation to see the evidence. Is it evidence of a crime or is it just evidence of association? I don't know. I'm willing to give them the benefit of doubt. I'm willing to have the trial, the investigation, and find out. Do you? Or are you just screaming Orange Man bad because it's politically helpful to the left? Oh, no one's ever asked you to do that before. No one's ever challenged you to actually stand by your convictions. I did. What are you going to do? Scream Orange Man bad more? I don't care. So we got a comment from Joe L. By the way, Joe donated to the Jericho Project with me. He did a super chat for $19.99, first thing in the show. And he helped me to donate another $10 to the Jericho Project. 50% of the proceeds of every super chat, every Rumble rant, every purchase at the Zazzle store. If you join the Patreon, which is just $1.50 a month, if you go and make a donation through PayPal, 50% of everything is going to go for all of November, all of December. We're going to give that to the Jericho Project to help the homeless, to help families, to help veterans in January. And I will do that donation live so that you can see when I do it, because I'm a man of my word. Joe says, if UBI could be tied to data mining or some income stream that is non-consistent, similarly to a shared tip jar at a restaurant, it would have the potential to build or foster community. UBI is evil. That is just a fact. UBI doesn't work. It has never worked. And any test that is longer than 6 months has come up with the fact that UBI is either inconclusive or it's detrimental. In fact, the longest study of universal basic income was a study created by 2 students at MIT, funded by the World Economic Forum, the WEF, taking place in Kenya, using foreign money in Kenya to do for 200 villages to have universal basic incomes at various amounts. The experiment went with some of them getting a lump sum all at once. Some people were getting a certain amount of money once a month, and some people got money once a week. And some people, there was also the placebo group that got nothing at all. And after 10 years, UBI did not help anyone, didn't take anyone out of poverty, didn't help to build up new businesses. Every promise and every idea that UBI presents that the left tells you is so perfect, so wonderful, it's just the answer, none of it happens. None of it. It's a 10-year study with MIT and the WEF. It failed. It is evil. It is all the UBI is at the end of the day is enslavement. No one else will want to tell you that. Just like they don't want to tell you about the Kenya 10-year study. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want you to think about it. Because if you did know the truth, you wouldn't agree with it. UBI is enslavement. It is a way for you to be happy and to volunteer to become a slave to your government, whichever government you may have. Why? Once you get the UBI, you are on the hook. That is the bait. Now the government has you by the balls. They're giving you money, and they will only give you money if you do what they want. The moment you stop doing what they want, they take away the UBI, and they'll probably take away any other government aid that you may be receiving at the same time. They'll come up with all the excuses they want. They'll come up with anything and everything, and that goes hand in hand with digital ID. They're able to track everything you're doing. They'll be able to see everywhere you're going. So digital ID or a digital currency, same thing, will be able to see everything that you are doing. And the government will be able to they're going to give you money for the things that you shouldn't do, the things that are not going to let you build a business, to become independent, to grow your family, to even get a family. They will keep you happy and childlike and dependent. And you'll be happy because I'm getting a check. And it will destroy you, your community, your country eventually. There is no good way to do UBI because UBI at the core of the universal basic income, at its core, it is slavery. It is slavery with a very modern, very pretty bow put on it. And the candy that makes you swallow this is, oh, it's free money. It's not free money. It doesn't work unless you have someone else's money. The moment the 10-year MIT WEF experiment in Kenya, the moment they cut off the money, the government of Kenya didn't continue. The government of Kenya didn't say, we can afford this, we're going to do this. They cut it off. Those people were suddenly cut off. It all failed. Besides the fact that all the results were it didn't work, all those people were cut off. Why? Because the money came from someone else. Kenya could not afford to do the UBI because no country can. It's too expensive. No country has the economy that could survive doing UBI long term. You could do it for a week. You could do it for a month. You try and do that for 10 years, you will bankrupt your country. No country can afford it, not even the United States. It's too expensive. UBI is evil. But I understand why you say that. By the way, John, I'm not upset with you. I understand your reasoning. You're trying to find a way because it sounds like it should be good. UBI sounds like it's a positive thing, that it's going to help people. It sounds like that. It doesn't. Once you go into the details and you look at the consequences of it, you look at the long-term effect of it, you find out it only enslaves people. But on its surface, it sounds like a great idea. It sounds like it's going to help people. So I understand why so many people, when they talk to me about UBI and they try and find some kind of way to make it work. I've heard hundreds of different people telling me, Mike, but what if we tried it like this? Where if the money came from this area? Or if we limited the amount to these people or those people? I've heard all these different variations. And I can tell you, in the last 10 years that I've been following and understanding, about 10 years on UBI, it has never been good. There is no positive answer there. Again, if people disagree, I'm happy to hear your voices. Tell me why you think I'm wrong. Tell me how you think you can make UBI affordable and something that will benefit people and something that doesn't enslave the public. If you have an answer for those three things, I'm happy to hear it. But I don't think no one has that answer. No one. Okay, going forward. It's time to talk about what happened at Brown University. I think it's that time. Because Brown University, and by the way, I'm happy, and again, John, thank you for the comment. Thank you for asking me about UBI. You may disagree with me. I respect that. You don't have to agree with me. If anything, I hope I inspire you. Before I go to this, I hope that when we're talking about UBI, I inspire all of the leftists that hate my guts, that think, oh my God, you're a Republican, a conservative, you're just evil, you're MAGA, that means you're a fascist. Great. Prove me wrong. Figure out a way to do UBI so it's beneficial with all the negatives that we have seen proven over time. Show me a way to do UBI without any of those negatives. That's my challenge. It's real simple. I'm looking forward to seeing the left ever come up with an answer to that. They never do, but gotta hold out hope, I guess. But here we go. So ABC News. So most people in America easily by now have heard today that there was a mass shooting at the Brown University. This is in Rhode Island. And 2 people, as you can see, were shot, dead. 11 people in total were injured. And that is horrific. This was an act of a madman, of an insane, deranged, disgusting lunatic. Now, I don't know if this individual is a man or a woman. We believe, according to the news media, according to the police, the investigation at this moment says it seems to be a man. But I don't care if it is or isn't. And we don't know if this is a white man, a black man, Hispanic, Asian. We don't know if they're religious or an atheist. We don't know anything about what motivated this individual, apparently. All we know, the things that we do absolutely know, this individual at Brown walked onto the Brown University campus. That's a problem. We know that they were covered head to toe in black, and they were covering their face, at least partially, it seems. From all evidence I've seen so far, they knew where the cameras were. There's 800, I have seen reports, 800 cameras on that campus. None of them got the face of this individual, at least what the public has been told at this time. All evidence we have seen will not show this individual's face. It seems to be covered, or they knew where all the cameras were. That's troubling. This individual, unimpeded, was able to get onto the campus, was able to get into the classrooms without ever having to be stopped or questioned or have any challenge to his access. Went into the classroom of an economics class, pulled out a handgun. No, it's not a rifle. So all the people who are going, oh my God, we got to ban AR-15s. This has nothing to do with an AR-15. We've got to ban all of these quote unquote assault weapons. If you say assault weapon, you have no idea what you're talking about. It's embarrassing. Stop embarrassing yourself. You know nothing about what a firearm is. Educate yourself. But all these people, oh, it's an assault weapon. We got to ban assault weapons. He used a handgun. Assault weapons are not a factor. Throw that out of the window. Get your assumptions out. We're dealing with facts. You don't know what you're talking about. Stop speaking. If you're saying it's an assault weapon, stop speaking. You don't know what you're talking about. Shut up. Listen to your betters. What we do know, he had a handgun. And he fired. Struck 11 people, 2 dead. We don't know why. It seems that this was targeted. The way that it took place, this individual knew how to walk around the campus, had some familiarity with it, seems to be familiar with the cameras, seemed to know which building to go into, to know that students were at they were reviewing for a test, the winter break, the test just before winter break, seemed to know that this classroom would be filled and that there would be students and they would have access, and entered. It seems it was like towards the end of the class period, so just before people were starting to get up and leave, apparently, that this person came in and then started firing. Obviously, that's hyper chaotic. Then we know for a fact this individual casually turned around and left. Also, not challenged. They left the building, they left the campus, no one challenged them. We don't know who this individual is. We believe one individual working on their own. We don't know. These are the facts as of the start of this show that we know exactly. I'm being told, I'm being corrected here. Hal says Benjamin Erickson. Well, I've been on live. Yeah, a lot happened. I was talking about what we knew beforehand. Give me a moment. Thank you, Hal, for correcting me and telling me that there has been a further update on this. Let's see. I want the most up-to-date news. One second, folks. Person of interest shooting 24. Okay. Bear with me, folks. So, of course. So, this is from the Washington Post. According to the Washington Post, the person of interest in the Brown University shooting is 24 years old. He's from Wisconsin, so not from Rhode Island. Person of interest was taken in. This person would have been taken in at 3:45 in the morning yesterday. 24-year-old from Wisconsin. 2 people briefed on the investigation said he was in custody. He was at a hotel 15 miles away from Providence from the campus. Okay. All the students bought Brown University, notify their families. Oh, one student has been released from the hospital. That's good news. Another is in critical but stable condition. Okay. So there doesn't seem to be a lot. I will, by the way, if I am out of date in some of the things I'm speaking about, as Hal has just done, and I thank Hal and my audience for staying on top of the news on this, because I'm doing the show live. So as of 2:30, and I'm showing you the evidence I have as of the start of the show. If there's breaking news, let me know. I didn't see, by the way, Hal, and if you see me talking for a bit and you've left a comment, I don't notice it right away because I'm looking at my camera here. My screen is there. So when I turn my head, then I can see the comments. And that's when I noticed Hal had mentioned it. And I know Hal mentioned it a little bit sooner, that we know who the person is. Okay. And that, to be fair, this is the allegation at the moment from multiple media outlets, but everyone is running with it, which does tend, and Hal is correct, that does tend to mean it is true. Not always, not 100%, but 90% of the time, if every news outlet is saying the same thing, then it is probably accurate to at least some degree. Let's see. There is another comment here. I would love to figure out the way to make you be at work. I agree with you. It's not okay. Talking about UBI. Okay. So here's the news there. Let me go back to, so let me clarify what I was saying about this. So we know about the shooting. We know this individual. We now know, or we believe, that Benjamin Erickson did this. An individual apparently from Wisconsin. So this was, again, I believe, targeted. Why did he go to Rhode Island from Wisconsin? Not clear. To go into this classroom to attack these students. And how did he have knowledge to know that he could travel through the entire school, even though there are 800 cameras there? That is the part that troubles me. It's not the fact that he had a firearm, which might be illegal, might not. It's not that he had a handgun. That's not my problem. My problem is no one challenged him. There wasn't a locked electronic door, key card to get into the building. There was no guard in the gates or at some of the buildings, entrances to see someone try and enter, didn't have a key card, and didn't have a reason to be on the campus. There should be. Sometimes I'm doing shows. I've been a guest of a couple of programs over at Lehman College in the Bronx. You may have seen them. That's the back room. When I do the show, The Back Room, which is a couple of college professors over at Lehman College, to get onto the campus, to be able to go to the studio with Bronx Net Communications and to be interviewed there, I have to present ID. There's a gate. Guards are at the gate when the school is open, and I have to present ID, and I have to be allowed to enter into the school. Why doesn't Brown have that? As far as I understand, that's not a thing. This person was able to walk onto the campus without ID, without challenge. I can't. Now, no place is perfect, but there are things that they could have done better, far, far better, to make people safer. One of the other problems that I have with this is, and let me show you. 6 hours after the shooting, and while we were still at the time looking for Mr. Benjamin Erickson, who was found at a hotel 15 miles away, apparently, reporters were speaking to the president of Brown University, asking some very basic questions. And this tells me they had no idea what they were doing. That part of the problem, part of the reason this happened is that the core was corrupt. They failed at the very beginning. Here it is. So forget that this is by Eric Daugherty. I want you to hear this woman you see right now on the screen. I'm going to maximize that. So this woman you see, that is the president of Brown University. And this is what she had to say.
Right back, and I'm catching up right now.
President, with all due respect, 6 hours after this shooting, and you said you don't know what was going on in that classroom? How does that happen? Were they taking an exam? Were they meeting for a club?
I don't know. I don't know.
6 hours later, and you're the president, and you don't know?
I do not know.
Well, that's kind of concerning.
Okay, so the exact words, and again, it doesn't matter who was reporting this, the exact quote, as it was said, reporter, with all due respect, 6 hours ago, 6 hours after the shooting, you don't know what was going on in the classroom. How does that happen? Yes, the president of the school should be aware what was happening in the classroom. What kind of class was it? Who was the teacher? They should know something about that. 6 hours after this event and speaking to the press, she goes, I don't know. The reporter goes, it's 6 hours later. You're the president of the school. You don't know? She says, I don't know. The reporter then says, that's kind of concerning. To say the least, it is massively concerning. It tells me they never prepared. They never considered this. They weren't ready, nor were they worried about protecting their students. Now, some people will say, that's harsh, Mike. That's harsh. I don't think it is. I think it's accurate, which is why this alleged individual, Benjamin Erickson, was able to get onto the campus, was able to traverse the campus, was able to bring a firearm onto the campus, which, by the way, is a gun-free zone, and was able to target this classroom and to target the students and then leave and not be challenged on the way out. There was no good guy with a gun. There was no one there to challenge this person or to stop this person. And by the way, because of the laws of the state of Rhode Island, no one was able to defend themselves or any of their fellow students. They were denied the opportunity, both by the state and the university, refused to give them the chance to save their own lives and others. You think I am being harsh. I think I am being realistic. Now, when I say some of this, I want to be very clear. While the president of the school, 6 hours after the event, couldn't tell you what was going on in the room, we do know that the instructor said that the gunman came into the room. This is the instructor who was in the classroom, and they said, according to, this is from the Daily News, they stated that this gunman came in and he shouted something. I'm guessing here. I shouldn't guess. I can't help but tell you that I feel that this will be some kind of pro-Hamas leftist wording, some leftist ideology, because the trend has been leftist ideology at these kinds of events, that these are individuals who have been indoctrinated and they commit the violence. It is rare to see someone on the right commit these acts. And I know the media wants to say, oh, no, you don't understand. It's always the right. The right are violent. No, they're not. The right aren't creating autonomous zones. The right aren't committing acts of arson when they protest. The right isn't committing vandalism because they're protesting. You're not seeing, and we have seen over and over and over again, many of the mass shooters are people who are on the left. Not to say it's 100%. I'm not saying that there is no one on the right that they've never committed these crimes. I'm saying that the majority, and especially the most recent trend, is the left. And when they make statements in the beginning of their shooting, when they come in to declare something, the declaration consistently has been a leftist slogan or ideology. Consistently. That may not be the case here. Benjamin may have said, I hate leftists. I hate indoctrination. He might say something that's MAGA. I love Donald Trump. He could have said that. Or he could have said Allahu Akbar. He could have said pro-Hamas. He could have said something in those lines. He could have said both of those things. He could have said either of those things. He could have said nothing to do with any of that and said something completely different. I don't know. The trend says, and when you see enough repetition in the trend, it's not a trend anymore. It's the norm. And the norm at this moment is leftist indoctrination radical. Might be religious, might be political. It has almost always been leftist. And that should trouble people. Something is happening. Something is a problem. And that's true. And again, I will say, at the end of the day, I don't care if this person was leftist or if they were on the right. I don't care if they're America First MAGA or they're a socialist and they believe in Palestine. I don't care. I don't care if it's religious or if it's any other reason. This is a lunatic, a madman. They deserve the death penalty. And this should never have happened in the first place. But I'm only speaking about what have we seen and what do we have to try and understand, because we need to understand this. As I said earlier in talking about Australia, we have to understand this. To be able to prevent this, we have to understand it and be able to see the signs, to be able to tell us this is something we have to watch out for. We have to be prepared. We have to do something about this. Like, you have 800 cameras on your campus, but you can't identify the guy's face instantly. In 6 hours, you didn't know who this guy was. You have 800 cameras on campus. You have a president of the university. They don't know what's going on 6 hours after the event, talking to the press. Why are you talking to the press? You should not be talking to the press if you don't know after 6 hours what's happening in that classroom. What classroom was it? What were they teaching? Who was in that room? If you don't know these very, very basic elementary things, you shouldn't be president of Brown University. You have failed your job multiple times. And this is just the outward evidence of your absolute ineptitude and failure. There's a problem. There's a lot of problems in this story, and none of them have to do with the firearm. The firearm isn't the problem. The person's the problem. The school's the problem. The laws in Rhode Island are a problem. Let me show you what I mean. And the ideology is potentially a massive problem here. Let's look. I want you to understand that everything Rhode Island did was not to help anyone. Whether you were going to Brown University or you live in Rhode Island, they have done nothing. They have actually been counterproductive. They are hurting you. They're not helping you. And I'm not surprised that this mass shooting happened, because they lied to you. They promised you and everyone else in America, if you go to Brown University, if you go to Rhode Island, you are going to be protected. You will be safe. Mass shootings won't happen. That's what they have promised you. That's every one of their elected officials, especially the Democrats, all of the ones on the left, the progressives, have promised you that you gave up your right to defend yourself. You can't have a concealed carry. You can't have a firearm. You have given up your rights forcibly. The rights have been taken away from you. And you'll be safe. That's what they told you. Same thing they say in New York, New Jersey, in Illinois, California, Boston, Massachusetts. That this is something we've heard in 18 states, bluer than blue, most of them. And we've been promised, you take away your rights and you'll be safe. And they lied. And they knew it was a lie. Here's the red flag law. This is 2020. Red flag laws. To end, remember, you were promised over and over and over again before 2018. Since 1999 in Connecticut, you have been promised red flag laws, also known as Extreme Risk Protection Orders, or ERPOs. You have been promised that they are going to make you safe, that you will be protected. That is a lie. It has not worked in any state. There are now 18 states and Washington, D.C. that have red flag laws, and they do not make anyone safe. They do not stop mass shootings anywhere. There is no evidence of them stopping any mass shootings. There is one study that says that maybe there has been a small reduction, somewhere in the range of 1% to 5%, possibly, in the number of people who are mentally unstable and possibly able to do a suicide, predominantly. One study. That's it. Red flag laws don't work. Red flag laws, in this case, could they have prevented this event? From the evidence we have at this moment, social isolation coupled with access to guns can spell disaster. Social isolation is not a problem. And in fact, that is being enforced by culture. We have more and more division, more and more separation. How many times have we seen studies done where women and people on the left have said they can't date someone who doesn't have the same ideology? They can't work for someone with the same ideology, with an opposite ideology, that they can't be around anyone. They can't be friends with someone who is on the right. How many studies have there been? I know of at least half a dozen, over and over again, saying the same thing. That's increasing the amount of separation. That's increasing the amount of people being ostracized and left on their own. You're not on the left. You don't want to support Hamas. You don't want to support abortion. You don't want to support Joe Biden or Kamala Harris or Jasmine Crockett because they're black. You don't want to support them. And now you are ostracized. You're the bad guy. You believe in making America great. You believe America has ever been great. You don't blame America for being a colonizer. So you are ostracized. You are put on your own. Isolation is something that the left wants. They've been pushing for that. They continue. They want to separate everyone, divide you into your individual check boxes so it's easier to manage you, and to strip away your rights and freedoms, to demonize you if you ever disagree. Well, you're in this box, and all these people, oh, you're a Republican? Well, Republicans are fascists. Boom, checkbox. And we can punish all Republicans because checkbox fascist. Oh, you believe in MAGA. You believe in making America great again. They hate to say the whole thing out loud. They instead use the acronym because the acronym doesn't have the power of the actual words. So they'll call you a MAGA instead of saying you believe in America, making America great again, because that inherently is a positive statement and they want to demonize you. So they say MAGA instead. And checkbox, that means you are a racist. Nothing, there's no truth to that. That has no correlation to reality, but it makes it simple. And now we can isolate and we can target you and we can punish you because you're not obeying. You're not following the mainstream. You're not going along with some of the biggest political ideologies out there. Social isolation coupled with access to guns. Again, the social isolation is something that the left is promoting and creating. Access with guns. Don't need guns. The black supremacist in Waukesha who drove over 60 people didn't need a gun. The Manhattan 2017, or was it 2019, in Manhattan had a truck, ran over 4 people. In Las Vegas, black woman, this is 2019, drove into a crowd, ran over 4 people with a Honda, as I recall. We've had, I don't know how many people make bombs and how many stabbings we've had and how many people being pushed in front of trains. It's not guns. Guns aren't the problem and can spell disaster. And so red flag laws will make you safe. Red flag laws will stop these problems and you will be safe. No, they don't. No, they don't. Rhode Island still has mass shootings. Rhode Island still has gun violence. Rhode Island still has all forms of violence, just like every other state. It does not help you. It does not protect you. This is a lie. And again, what are these gun laws? What are especially the red flag laws? They're to go after, quote unquote, assault weapons. Do you know what an assault weapon is? If you've ever been in the military, you know what an assault weapon is because you've actually seen and probably handled or at least been around actual assault weapons. An assault weapon is a machine gun. There are 732,000 machine guns in America right now. That's according to the ATF. Let me say that again. There are, in fact, 732,000 assault weapons, in other words, machine guns, in America at this moment. There are over 1 million people who own flamethrowers, rocket launchers, mine layers, heavy weapons ordnance, including tanks and jets, at this moment in America. That these are facts, absolute facts. Again, according to the ATF. When was the last time you saw someone use a jet or a tank to attack, to kill, to commit a crime? Oh, you don't. How many times have you seen a machine gun used to attack and kill? And anyone in the military will tell you a machine gun is an assault weapon. A rifle isn't. Rifles are not machine guns. Handguns are not machine guns. No matter how you want to look at it, I don't care what accessory you want to put on it, a handgun is not a machine gun. A rifle is not a machine gun. They are not. They may act like machine guns in the movies. When you see a movie, an action movie, they may use a handgun or a rifle as if it were a machine gun. It's not. If you think they are the same, you need to go to a rifle range and educate yourself because you're ignorant, or join the military and educate yourself because you're ignorant, because they're not the same things. And anyone who's been in the military can tell you in a heartbeat. Rifle is not the same thing as a machine gun. Machine gun is an assault weapon. Rifle is not. And so all these laws are built around, we have to get rid of these rifles because the rifles look scary. We got to get rid of the Ruger Mini 14, the metal version, but we'll keep the Ruger Mini 14, the wood version, because the wood version looks nice. The metal version looks like a scary weapon in movies. People think I'm joking. Look it up. There is no functional difference. There is no mechanical difference. The number of bullets you can fire and how they fire is exactly the same. There is no difference between the Mini Ruger with the wood finish and the Mini Ruger 14 with a wood finish and the Mini Ruger 14 with a metal finish are exactly the same weapon. They just have a different finish. There's a different cosmetic look to them. They are the same rifle. And the metal finish is banned. The wood finish is not. Why? And that's just one of dozens of different examples, state after state, regulation after regulation being pushed out by the left that doesn't work because they don't actually care. This isn't about protecting you, and it's not about you protecting yourself. This is about power. And that's why Brown University had people die, because they wouldn't let the public protect themselves. Same thing we saw in Australia. Here we go. These are the gun laws 2025. This is from Everytown USA, an organization which is a far left organization. They're not neutral. They have a bias. They have a political agenda, and they make their money by supporting their leftist progressive ideology. They hate the Second Amendment. And Everytown USA, this is their 2025 listing of the gun laws in Rhode Island, and they rank Rhode Island the 13th out of 50 states in America in terms of the strength of the gun laws. You should be safe. You're supposed to be safe. The strength of the gun law, 60 out of 100%. Gun violence rate, 4.8. The national average, 13.7. It is more than 50%. It is literally almost 75% safer in Rhode Island. And Everytown USA wants you to think it's because they're protecting you from gun violence, because the gun laws are making you safe. That's a lie. It's got no truth to it whatsoever, but they want you to feel that way. And that's the whole thing about the gun laws and gun control. They want you to feel. They don't want you to have proof. The proof is always against them. The evidence always proves them wrong, but they want you to feel that way. Let's look at what the truth is. The 2025 gun law checklist. This is what is supposed to make you safe. If you see these things, you are safe, and you should not have mass shootings. There should be no school shootings. There should be no gun violence. This is everything that the left wants. And if you get it, you'll be safe. So let's see. Background checks. Rhode Island has it. Did that have anything to do with a guy coming from Wisconsin who walks into a school with a handgun and shoots people? No. Is that going to stop a criminal, a crazy person from being able to shoot you no matter how they got the firearm? No. Does this have anything to do with criminals or the criminally insane? No. This is a way to check the ability of law-abiding citizens from... Did I put it up on screen? I'm sorry. Sorry. Again, I just noticed I was on the wrong... I had the wrong thing on the screen. I want to show it to you. So this is Everytown USA, gun laws in Rhode Island. Again, they're saying that gun violence is 75% less than the national average. Let's see why. Again, background checks and or purchase limits, purchase permit. Does that affect criminals or the criminally insane at all? The answer to that is no. Criminals don't care. Criminals don't follow the law. That's why they're criminals. They don't care about permits. They don't care about whether they get a background check or not. It's not necessary. By the way, murder is illegal. They don't care about that either. So it's not protecting you from murder. It's not protecting you from someone with a firearm. Let's go on. Concealed carry permit is required. You don't have a right to have concealed carry in Rhode Island. If there was concealed carry in Rhode Island, and if that was allowed on Brown University campus, it could have meant that the teacher and or any of the students might have had a firearm and would have been able to fire back and save lives. Again, what stops mass shooters? Good guy with a gun. That removes the threat. The immediate threat every single time. Those conflicts end. The sooner that a good guy with a gun shows up in front, confronts that shooter, that incident ends. All the time. This is always the truth. It's not the miracle. Oh my God, miracle. Someone was able to tackle them. That's a miracle. What is the norm? Good guy with a gun shows up, confronts the bad guy. The bad guy stops shooting people. Stops shooting all the innocent civilians. And that incident almost always ends right after that good guy gets there. Every single time. So let's go on. The extreme risk protection laws. Did that save anyone? Did that prevent anyone? No. Didn't do anything. It's not meant to stop people from having mass shootings. It's meant to stop people from suicide. That's what the extreme risk, if you've ever read the extreme risk protection orders, if you've actually looked at the order from Connecticut in 1999, if you read what these laws actually do, they target suicides, potential suicides. They're not meant to stop mass shootings. It failed. No shoot first laws. You cannot shoot first. If someone brings out a gun and threatens you, you can't shoot first. They have to shoot, and then you can defend yourself. You can respond, which is stupid. That's stupid. They're going to shoot first. Oh my God, I got to let them shoot first. Then I can respond. Why give them the opportunity? You pulled out a weapon threateningly with the intention, obviously, at Brown University. You walked into the classroom, you pulled out a gun, you shouted something. I don't know. It's pro-Hamas or go free Palestine or I don't know, Allahu Akbar. Whatever it was you shouted that statement, which generally means and consistently has meant when someone with a gun in an odd place just shows up and says that, that usually means someone's getting killed. Good enough for me. I don't need to wait for you to start shooting. I'll pull out my gun. I will stop you now. That saves lives. But in Rhode Island, you can't do that. If I illegally conceal carried in Rhode Island on the university campus, and I pulled out my firearm that I got a license for in some other state or even in Rhode Island, and I pulled out that gun and I shot this person because they shouted Allahu Akbar and pulled out the gun and said Allahu Akbar or Free Palestine, and I shot him, and he wasn't able to shoot anyone else, I'd go to jail. Does that make sense to you? I just say someone could have saved people's lives, prevented people from being wounded, shield them from the mental hardship, and you would go to jail for being the good guy saving people's lives. That's what Rhode Island does. Does that seem to make sense to you? Does that seem like that's the right thing to do? Does that make any sense? Does that sound like that's going to stop a bad guy? Is this law going to set the no shoot first law? You do not have the right to shoot first. Okay, does that stop a criminal? Or does that tell the criminal, I have the first right, the first opportunity to kill you before you can defend yourself, before you can try and stop me? I have the opportunity. I have the right. You're a law-abiding citizen. You will not fire. I can fire. I'm a criminal. If a criminal says, or crazy person says, I don't care what the law says. It wouldn't be a criminal if you weren't breaking the law. You wouldn't be crazy. So they get to shoot you first. Okay. That doesn't save anyone's life. Okay. How about this one? I see your comments, Dal. I'm going to get to them in 1 second. How about this one? Secure storage of your firearm or child access prevention required. What's that got to do with anything? First of all, you're invading my home. You're telling me that you want the government to walk into my house and check out my gun safe or however else I make my firearms safe in my home. You don't have a right to be in my home. But this law gives them a right to go into my home and to see how I store my firearms, how I raise my family, which I don't think they have the right. That's a violation of my privacy. And as I recall, that's the Fourth Amendment. You don't have that right. The government doesn't have that right. And I don't give you the right to go into my home. But this is Rhode Island saying, nope, we're going to take that right. You lost that right. You lost the right to privacy in your home because you're exercising your Second Amendment right. And because Rhode Island doesn't like it, they're going to punish you by entering your home and punishing you on the way you live your life. That's micromanagement. That means you're a slave. By the way, does that prevent crime? No. Does that prevent gun violence? No. Does that prevent a crazy person from using the gun for a mass shooting or a school shooting or a church shooting? No. This only affects law-abiding citizens. That's it. How I store my firearm only affects law-abiding citizens that will allow the government to come into my home and tell me how to live my life. Let me see. I'm going to be walking my dog in a moment. We're going to take a quick break shortly. But before I go further, I want you to see this. So we got assault weapons. We have auto devices, Glock switches. We've got bump stocks. These are the type of weapons. They're telling you about accessories and the type of firearm. Does any of that stop a criminal? No. In no way, shape, or form. That means nothing to them. This only affects law-abiding citizens. That's it. It doesn't stop anyone. It doesn't stop a guy from Wisconsin to take a weapon into. You can have a guy in D.C. The shooter in D.C. who was an Afghan, one of the Afghan refugees, Did any of these kind of laws, did they stop him from going into DC and shooting 2 National Guard troopers, killing one of them? No. It's the same laws. But there's a weapon ban. You can't have certain accessories on the firearm. You can't have bump stocks. No one cares. Doesn't stop anyone. Did not protect anyone. Didn't work in DC. Didn't work at Brown University. Doesn't work in Rhode Island. You're not safe. Remember, this is according to every town. They're telling you you're safe because of these laws that stop nothing. That do nothing. Dealer license required. Criminals don't care. Doesn't affect any criminal. Doesn't affect crazy people. Ghost guns are regulated. Doesn't affect criminals. Doesn't affect the crazy people. Does not protect you. And is also irrelevant. Ghost guns are another fiction, just like assault rifles. It's a fiction. There aren't enough ghost guns, as they like to call them, to be able to, this isn't the movie In the Line of Fire. People don't make enough of their own firearms. There aren't enough ghost guns for the FBI to even consider it a category. I mean, they track things like how many women, how many people are poisoned to death every year? How many are strangled every year? Where are people being killed by handguns or rifles or shotguns? They break it down. Are people being stabbed to death? Or baseballs are being used? Baseball bats. They don't even count ghost guns because on a national level, there aren't enough of them to even be a concern. That is pure fear-mongering politics. It's not a real issue. And again, only affects law-abiding citizens. If you're in your garage, you're in your basement, and you make a gun, nobody knows. No one's going to stop you unless you let the government into your house and tell them, go in the basement. By the way, I make my own guns. Or the government on the other end says, oh my God, you bought all these things. You might be building a gun. Your name is Dexter Taylor. You're a law-abiding citizen. You have a hobby and you have a daughter and never committed a crime in your life. You never hid anything. It's not illegal to build things. And the government didn't like it, so you're going to jail for 10 years. Oh, you didn't know that happened? Look up Dexter Taylor. The judge literally said the Second Amendment doesn't exist in her courtroom. That's a fact. Absolute fact. Judge admitted that, said it out publicly. Denied the Second Amendment, denied this guy's rights. He did nothing wrong. There is no actual crime that Dexter Taylor did, and he got thrown in jail so that Democrats could feel good because they wanted to have a good rating on every town USA. By the way, did any bad guy get stopped by that? Did any bad guy say, oh my God, I don't want to get caught with a gun now? No. Saved no one, did nothing, protects no one, punished law-abiding citizens. High-capacity magazines prohibited. Don't know if one was used in this case. Doesn't matter. Didn't save anyone. It is useless. Legal accountability for the gun industry means nothing. Has nothing to do with criminals. Has nothing to do with law-abiding citizens. It doesn't stop anyone from doing a damn thing. Useless. Microstamping doesn't prevent crimes. Maybe slightly, possibly useful after the fact to identify who committed the crime. Doesn't prevent crimes, doesn't save anyone's life, doesn't stop criminals, doesn't stop the crazy people. Useless. I think you're getting the point here. So what I'm going to do right now, I have to walk my dog. For those who don't know, I have a 14-year-old dog. His name is Khan. And I love my dog. And we've been going for a while, so I need to go and get him and take him for a walk. In fact, I'm about an hour late. Should have took him out a little bit earlier, but I wanted to talk. I want you to think about some of the things we've just been talking about, and I'm going to play for you a video, which this is a video from 2022, where I was talking about HR 2814 and HR 18 2008, which includes a gun ban, and how it's not going to save your life. It didn't work in 2022, didn't work in 2018. Here we are in 2025, Brown University, and we're being told we just need to pass another law and you'll be safe. Are you sure? Think about your arguments. When I come back, I'm going to be checking out the comments. I will be happy to hear your voices. I'll talk to you again in just one moment after I walk my dog. Let's say about 6:30, 6:45, somewhere in between there. Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm here with you on July 20th of 2022. It is the middle of the day, and I want to take an opportunity to talk with you about reality, the real numbers behind gun violence, the real expectations of your safety. Let's not try and play with the platitudes that we hear as they are ongoing right now in Congress. Let's look at some numbers. Let's look at some history. Let's look at what you can expect to happen in the near future and thereafter. Now, if this is the first time that you are seeing our channel, we want to take a moment to say welcome and thank you for joining our audience. We want you to know that we do long-form political commentary. And every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we do a live stream with you. We reach out on all the social media that the internet overlords will allow to hear your voice, to hear what you have to say about the issues that matter to you. From anywhere in the world, you can reach us with text and chat and phone calls to say what you think is going on and how it affects your life, even if the government doesn't agree, even if the internet overlords don't agree. And we hope that you will join us this Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So let's just jump right into this. We know that we've been hearing a lot about gun control. In fact, from the second week of April of 2022 until July 5th of 2022, we have heard nonstop that you need to be terrified. You have to be afraid because you're going to die. Someone with a gun is going to randomly come up and kill you and or your family members. That's the message that we've been hearing at the state level and, of course, at the national level. And this is something that has been pushed by the major mainstream media. We saw a lot of news about events, various shootings across this nation. The New York subway shooting, up until it was found out that that was by a black supremacist. The Buffalo shooting, which has diminished somewhat in the news. We heard about the Uvalde shooting, which is somewhat diminished in the news as we found out that it was an Hispanic that did it, not someone who is white. And of course, there's the most recent July 4th shooting, which has pretty much died off of the news media radar because, of course, the individual there, it appears, is a member of the far left. That didn't stop Congress. That didn't stop states from enacting a lot of legislation to try and take away your right to own a firearm. In particular, as an example, there is New York State. Now, New York State was very quick in their actions. In fact, we noted that for the first time in God knows how many years, New York State jumped forward as soon as the United States Supreme Court said that it was a right. It is a guaranteed right in the Constitution and the Second Amendment that you can conceal, carry a firearm, and that New York State cannot prevent that without good cause. Therefore, New York State, in the space of less than 24 hours, came out, they wrote legislation, voted on legislation, passed it, and then signed it into law on July 1st, over the July 4th long weekend. No one got to see what that actual legislation was, not until after it became law. And we spoke about it a little bit, that this was a direct counteraction to the Supreme Court. That New York State was so adamant that you cannot be allowed to exercise your Second Amendment rights, they took immediate action with the full power of the single party control that New York has. And we see the impact is happening right now. As we can hear from individuals, this coming from the Albany Update, just an individual mentioning that the impact on churches has been significant because without any preparation, without people being able to be aware, every single church, synagogue, and mosque in New York State have been designated as sensitive areas, areas that are gun-free zones. You know, the same kind of areas that 90% of all mass shootings, all school shootings take place in. And so they have been designated that so that parishioners cannot by law carry a firearm unless they commit a felony. And that's a big deal. That's a very big deal because it means that each church, each synagogue, each mosque would have to employ actual armed security, which is a cost that many churches, many places of worship are not able to afford, rather than just having their own members be able to provide security by concealed carry, which they may be doing previous to July 1st. They may have been doing it and no one knew because it was not necessary to be known. But now it is a crime and people are now at risk. But it gets even worse than that because not only did, and this is coming from Spectrum News as reported on July 18th, it's not just that sensitive areas that previously may have had protection are now open to the whims of the deranged and the criminal, individuals like the New York subway shooter, a black supremacist, like the Buffalo shooter, a white supremacist, or other crazed individuals across the country. Well, what we're seeing is that because of the speed of this action, because there was no concern for the consequences, just the need to deny American citizens their right to exercise the Second Amendment, they have created a paperwork, a bureaucratic nightmare. In fact, it is the position of county clerks across New York State universally saying they don't know what to do. That this law, besides incurring additional costs that no county has been able to account for, it's not in the budgets, but no one knows how to actually enact the rules and regulations that this law requires. They're at a loss. And according to the governor's office, their response to these questions of how to actually make this work is, quote, Governor Hochul signed landmark legislation developed to comply with the Supreme Court's recent decision in New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin, and drafted in close collaboration with the legislature. We have no further comment given pending litigation. In other words, as a countermeasure in a response to try and circumvent the Supreme Court, New York State, with its Democrat-led Assembly and its Democrat-led State Senate, has decided to put this law in place, and they won't say anything else. You can't get a permit to conceal carry a firearm in New York State, and they have nothing else to say. It doesn't matter whether or not this actually makes sense in terms of finances in each and every county. It doesn't matter what the consequences are to churches and other sensitive areas. It doesn't matter that the county doesn't even, the counties across the state don't even know how to put in place these regulations. But New York State is just one example, which is being targeted to be copied in places like California, Illinois, Maryland, and many other states across the country. That's not the only thing. You see, we also see that in Congress, Democrats are moving as quickly as possible to try and enact even further legislation, not just the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which we have spoken about at length, that puts a target and a price tag on the back of every American citizen. We're also talking about H.R. 2814, the Equal Access to Justice for Victims of Gun Violence Act. Now, you may say, what is this? It sounds interesting. Equal access to justice. Who would be against that? This is for the victims. Well, we all want to support victims. So, in gun violence, well, that's just bad. No one's in favor of gun violence. So this must be a great law. Well, no, it's a great title. That's called marketing. That has nothing to do with the legislation itself. What is the legislation that is now being discussed in Congress at this moment, today, July 20th? In effect, this is a bill to make sure we can see regular citizens sue gun manufacturers. In fact, what this does is it removes the following. It removes the protections in place under 15 USC 105. And we will include the links for everything that we are discussing so that you can see it at your leisure and you can find it. Because I know the major mainstream media rarely, if ever, links to the actual laws and do not want you to see this. They want to give you their summary of what is actually happening. We want you to see for yourself. It's going to remove the protections that would allow manufacturers, gun manufacturers in the United States and theoretically abroad to be able to make these firearms. This is not only affecting jobs, it's affecting your ability to be able to defend yourself. Now, again, what we're talking about is in the last 2 years, as we've seen in 2020, 2021, going into 2022, women and Black Americans have been the largest group of individuals that have been going out and becoming first-time gun buyers. There are over 165 million gun owners in America, with over 7.5 million of them being new gun owners, women and Blacks. And what this law is doing is saying to gun manufacturers, if you make a gun, you will go bankrupt. This is an attempt to bankrupt an entire industry in America to make people unemployed, kind of like what we saw with the XL pipeline, where Joe Biden, on the first day of his assuming office, with a stroke of a pen, made 11,000 people instantly unemployed. And then the ripple effect took place. And of course, this helped to collapse our economy and increase the cost of energy, which we see today as inflation is at least 9.1%, and we believe far, far higher. HR 2814 will destroy the gun industry. This is something that we do not see with car manufacturers, as an example, because even though cars have well over 50,000 accidents a year, no car manufacturer has ever been charged. In fact, we have seen in 2017 in Las Vegas, in New York State, in 2021 in December, in Waukesha, we have seen that cars have been used as a weapon against innocent civilians, especially as an example in Waukesha, where we saw a deranged Black supremacist decide to target and run over specifically white Americans in a parade, a Christmas Day parade, just because they were there, and he used a car to do that. But no one has ever suggested that we should be able to use, or rather that we should be able to sue a car manufacturer for the actions of one deranged supremacist out to try and murder as many people as possible. But there is also HR 1808. Now, HR 1808, you probably know it as the Assault Weapons Ban of 2021. It's very similar in almost all aspects to the assault ban of 1994. You may find that to be of interest because the assault ban of 1994 was effectively useless. It did nothing. It did not stop crime. It did not stop mass shootings. It did not stop even school shootings. It did nothing, but it sounded great. And it raised a lot of money for Democrats, and it allowed many Democrats to get reelected, including Joe Biden at the time. The HR 1808, in conjunction with suing manufacturers, would deny American citizens the property they already have and deny them the opportunity to get further firearms for their own purposes. And again, like all rights, you don't have to explain why you want a firearm. It's your right. But according to HR 1808, what we're seeing, in fact, is that you would not be able to own a swath of firearms because they look scary. Let's be very clear. Every single firearm on this list is because of the look, not the function. Because each and every one of the firearms on this list is, in fact, a semi-automatic rifle. It's not an assault weapon. There are assault weapons in America, and as we have covered over the last several months multiple times, according to the ATF, there are 741,000 machine guns, which in fact are assault weapons, military-grade assault weapons at that, and they are owned by American citizens right now. They have been owned by Americans since 1934 when the National Firearms Act was enacted. You have the right to own a tank. You have the right to own a rocket. You have the right to own a machine gun, and Americans do. In fact, 3.3 million grenades, mines, rocket launchers, these are all owned by American citizens right now. Assault weapons aren't the problem in America because none of those are being used to commit crimes anywhere in America. This bill, H.R. 1808, or the assault weapons ban, will instead deny American citizens the ability to own rifles. Period. That's simple. Democrats don't like the look. They believe that these items look like something that belongs in Hollywood. And as we have pointed out many times and have shown many times, it's as simple as looking up the Ruger Mini 14. If you see the version that has a metal body, that is illegal under H.R. 1808. If you see the version with a wood stock, that's legal. The firearm is exactly the same. It functions exactly the same. We've been told over and over and over again. This is to protect you. This is for your safety. They have to ban these firearms. They have to destroy an entire industry in America and leaving hundreds of thousands of individuals without a job, without the ability and means to provide for their families and for themselves because it's going to make you safe. I want to think about that for a second. Let's actually look into this. Now, according to Pew Research in 2022, this is from February of 2022, they state rifles, the category that includes what is sometimes referred to as an assault weapon, which it is not, were involved in 3% of firearm murders. Shotguns were involved 1% of the time in 2020. Remember, 2020 was the year of George Floyd, that individual who led to riots that killed 36 American citizens, including an 8-year-old child in Atlanta, including a 23-year-old mother, Jessica Dottie Whitaker in Indianapolis, amongst many, many others. None of them died because of rifles. That really wasn't the factor. That wasn't a problem. In fact, when we think about it and we look at it, the leading causes of death, according to the CDC, do not include firearms. They're not the biggest problem in America. Heart disease, cancer, accidents, strokes, chronic respiratory diseases, Alzheimer's, diabetes, influenza. There are plenty of things that do kill Americans. They aren't firearms. But you wouldn't hear that, and you don't hear that from the far left. They have a different opinion. As an example, here's David Hogg today. As he had put out earlier, during the congressional hearing, he decided that he hadn't been in the public eye in quite some time because he has no relevance, because he's not important. He has only one message, and he continues to always spout that message. He says on Twitter, "The guns in Parkland, Buffalo, El Paso didn't come from Mexico. They came from the United States. And the shooters were inspired by racist, anti-black, anti-immigrant manifestos that rhyme with GOP talking points." Well, that's the claim that we hear. Let's actually hear what he had to say here.
Creating the points of mass shooters in your manifesto. The shooter at my high school, anti-Semitic, anti-black, and racist. The shooter in El Paso described it as an invasion. Guess what? Those guns are coming from the United States of America. They aren't coming from Mexico. They are not coming from Mexico. You are reiterating the points of a mass shooter, sir. Sir, you are perpetuating this violence. You need to realize this is not about a Democrat or Republican. Stop these things now. Go David.
So, why did David Hogg do this? To rile up the far left, to try and gain some relevance because he has none at this time, and to try and make people feel bad for exercising their Second Amendment rights. The fact is that he was very, very careful in what he said. Again, he's speaking about Parkland, which he was part of, And that was a horrible event. By the way, he leaves out that in Florida, the Parkland Commission that reviewed that said that we need armed individuals protecting the schools. In fact, multiple armed individuals in the schools to protect children, depending on the size of the school itself. How about Buffalo? Again, he's going to that one racist, but he leaves out the New York subway shooter, which was a black supremacist. He leaves out Waukesha. He leaves out many things. In fact, we pointed out in our reply to him that he left out the Highland Park shooting, the New York City subway shooter, the Orlando and San Bernardino shooters, the Columbus shooter in 2021. Why would he leave those individuals out? Of course, he also left out the non-gun psychos like the Waukesha driver, the New York City Manhattan driver in 2017, the Las Vegas woman who ran over an 11-year-old child in 2017, and various other car attacks that we see in America. That's all verboten. You can't speak about those. Why was he editing these cases? Because they don't match his propaganda that he wants the American people to feel. He wants you to feel a certain way. And so he's isolating the individuals that he wants to talk about, editing the stories so that you'll think, well, they're all the same. Because the problem isn't as simple as, well, they're all racist. They're not. And it's not as simple as, well, just take away the firearms, take away all the rifles, and everyone will be safe. That's not true either. I mean, this is the same thing that we've heard from former disgraced Governor Andrew Cuomo in 2013 when he mentioned that the New York SAFE Act, well, that will make you safe. All you have to do is give up your right to a firearm and you will be safe. Except it doesn't work. In fact, let's look at what was being said in the congressional hearing today talking about H.R. 1808 and H.R. 2814. Representative Jim Jordan himself.
Firearm. Think about that. Millions of guns that fit the description of those outlined in this bill are in the homes of law-abiding Americans as we speak right now. This bill would send these lawful firearm owners to prison if they try to give a neighbor or sell them to a friend. Not only would this legislation strip Americans of their rights, but it would do nothing to make our communities safer. We know that because Democrats tried it before. They tried it with the, quote, assault weapons ban in 1994. And guess what? That ban was found to be ineffective in reducing violent crime.
There you go. The data speaks for itself. The reality is that this has not worked in the past, and we have no reason to believe it's going to work in the future. We have heard over and over again that Democrats and progressives have said, well, there's nothing good about guns. Guns are just evil. Well, that means no one's there to protect us from gunmen. Now, I know they'll say, well, it's because law enforcement will protect you. Not always. They can't be everywhere all the time. In fact, we have seen that it is true that American citizens are protected very often by other American citizens who are armed. Concealed carry has been effective many times in America. As an example, there's Oklahoma City. Attempted mass shooter was stopped. I mentioned, I am thankful that under the concealed carry and open carry laws that I have signed as governor, 2 armed citizens had the ability to protect and save the lives of our fellow Oklahomans. This is from Governor Mary Phelan. Remember, whenever someone does something that the Democrats don't like, we very often see them punished for that. We have a negative response to someone doing a good thing. So if you conceal carry and save people's lives, Democrats will ask for you to be arrested. It's kind of like what we saw in New York City when the bodega owner, the worker, he tried to protect his life with a knife because he was under assault. And the first thing that New York City arrest that man, he saved himself. He didn't wait for some member of law enforcement for the United States government, the New York state government, to come in and save his life. No, instead, we want to arrest him for protecting himself. This is often what we hear from progressives, and we heard that in 2018. But you know what? There are many other individuals. How about the armed citizen who neutralized the Indiana mall shooter in 15 seconds? This is important. This is critical. You heard about this. This was July 19th of 2022. It was yesterday. A gunman who was in a mall for an hour came out of the bathroom and decided that he was going to try and kill people. And he did successfully fire on 5 individuals. 3 people died. 2 people were wounded. And if it were not for the fact that there was an armed concealed carry individual in the crowd in 15 seconds to stop that mass shooter, that attempted mass shooter, that criminal, that crazed individual, if it were not for him, more people would have died. In fact, to quote, many more people would have died last night if not for a responsible armed citizen who took action within the first 2 minutes of the shooting. Nothing short of heroic. This is something that we hear from the news media on a regular basis, and they try to tell us that this is just not normal. This doesn't really happen. People don't protect themselves. Well, yeah, they do. In fact, we know that this happens more often than the news media would like to let you know. You don't see it in the news very often, but we remember. We remember that there was a pregnant woman in Florida who used an AR-15 to protect her family. Her husband was being pistol whipped, and she, a pregnant woman, 8 months pregnant, had to go and get the AR-15 in the bedroom to save her family. You may not remember that story. That was back on November 4th of 2019, and it isn't the only case of this happening. Here we go from the AP. There have been other examples of armed people defending large groups. In May, a woman fatally shot a Charleston, West Virginia, a man in Charleston, West Virginia, after he fired a rifle into a crowd at an outdoor party, and she was praised by police, not charged. In 2017, Devin Patrick Kelly crashed his car and killed himself after bystanders, including one individual who was armed, chased after him after he massacred 26 people at a church in Sutherland Springs, Texas. Now, I remember this Texas shooting, and here's the thing to remember. In New York State, this could never happen. In New York State, if you are in that church, New York State would rather allow Devin Patrick Kelly to kill as many individuals as possible rather than allowing even one member of the congregation to protect everyone else, to save their lives. From July 18th, 2 days ago, Houston would-be robber is shot and killed by the victim, his would-be victim. He was in an ATM on Saturday night attempting to try and rob an individual, and the man defended himself, not only protecting others, but we see cases of individuals protecting themselves. So you have to say, wait a minute, this doesn't seem to match up with what we are told nightly and since April until July by MSNBC, CNN, New York Times, the major mainstream media. They have a message, along with the progressives, that you have to be unarmed, that you must be defenseless, and that the only people who should be allowed to have a firearm are police and the military, and that they will protect you. That's what they keep saying. And yet, they also tell us that it just takes one more law, just one more law, and you will be protected. Except that's not necessarily true either. On October 16th of 2017, a deep look at mass shootings and gun control facts. And we looked at the data from across the country. We found some very interesting information. One of the key things we found is that in 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, the New York SAFE Act and many other gun control laws in states like California, Connecticut, Illinois, New York, where some of the largest amounts of gun homicides and gun violence take place, did not save anyone. In fact, as we concluded, based on the FBI data, the Crime in the USA data, we found that factually, increases in the number of gun restriction legislation, gun control laws, have done nothing to improve the safety of residents in states with the most extreme laws. Equally, murders by means other than firearms has been unaffected and untargeted by those claiming to seek the safety of the public. You are still, on average, at least 4 times as likely to be killed by someone wielding a knife, 2.5 times more likely to be killed by someone wielding a baseball bat or another blunt instrument than someone killing you with a rifle. The only thing that Democrats are targeting right now, the thing that they are trying to put up in front of your face and say, who needs an AR-15? Well, everyone in the Ukraine in particular, but they're trying to tell you, you don't need to protect yourself, yet they're not doing anything to protect you. And this was an article, a deep analysis of what exactly the assault weapons ban of 2018, at that time it was called HR 5087, what will it do? This is again an idea that has been recycled and recycled and recycled again. And it's the same bill. Because in 2018, the exact same thing about the Ruger Mini 14, which is, you can see the image right here, the tactical version versus the rifle. And you can see that the tactical rifle, the one that looks like it belongs in a movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger or Sly Stallone, is exactly the same as the wood version, except the tactical version is the one that's made illegal in states like Delaware, and they're attempting to make it national. Over and over again, we see that this is not to make you safer. And we want to mention that the aforementioned National Firearms Act of 1934 had no effect on the majority of citizens, as it was targeted to address the use of automatic firearms, actual assault weapons, machine guns, used by organized crime in acts of crime, like the St. Valentine's Day Massacre in particular, generally targeting other targets of criminal activity. Prior to and subsequently after Prohibition, the use of automatic firearms is unheard of among the general public. Even the mentally deranged have not used such military-grade firearms before or after the ban. It should be noted also that although the 1934 Act banned bombs as well, several acts of domestic terrorism and mass shootings have featured the creation and or use of bombs in violation of the law. Once again, proving that criminal intent is not limited to nor bound by law and is in fact the definition of criminal behavior. Even though we know that school shootings are relatively rare, yes, they get a lot of attention for many days in a row on the news media. And the news media wants you to be terrified. Progressives and Democrats want you to be fearful, and they want to get rid of your guns, but relatively speaking, they're not really that dangerous. It's really not an issue. Again, in 2020, only 3% of gun violence involved a rifle. 1% involved a shotgun. Because like the muggers in New York City that Eric Adams wanted to point out on a video, who mugged a mom and her child, they weren't using a rifle, they used a handgun. They were criminal, and they were criminal in their use. But Democrats want to say, that's okay, you just don't have to have a firearm. You don't get to protect yourself. Not like the pregnant woman in Florida, not like the man in Houston, not like in the mall in Indiana. You don't get to protect yourself. You have to be at risk until someone that the government approves of comes to save your life. We decided to check out the numbers. Now, we went to Gun Facts Info, not because we think they're the best source. They're biased. That's fine. But we wanted to check their sources. Where are they getting their information? Is it accurate to say that people are being saved? In particular, how many people are saved? Is it 2.5 million? Is it 25? Because according to the left, guns do not protect other American citizens. There are no good guys with guns, even though we've shown you several examples of that. Well, we went to President Obama's report. See, in 2013, President Obama put together the priorities for research to reduce the threat of firearm-related violence. This is from the Obama administration, 2013. And what we did is we looked through the data and we went to the defense's use of guns. This is on page 15 of the report. Again, the links will be available for you to read through for yourself. And in the defense of guns, almost all national surveys estimates indicate that defensive uses of guns by victims are at least as common as offensive uses by criminals. This is the Obama administration saying this, with estimates of annual uses ranging from about 500,000 to more than 3 million. The Obama administration says that people using a firearm to defend themselves, that's women trying to protect themselves against sexual assault, that's parents trying to protect their schools, or parents or adults trying to protect their property, individuals like the man in Houston at an ATM, a mother, a pregnant woman in her home protecting her husband who's getting pistol whipped. In Indiana, a gentleman in the mall protecting himself and everyone in the mall. 500,000 to 3 million times people are using firearms to protect themselves, something that Democrats want you to believe doesn't happen at all.
There's a dragon on the wire, breathing digital flames. No sound bites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Thank you for being back here with us at No Soundbites Allowed. We are in our offices in the Bronx, New York, and it is currently December 14th at 6:34 in the evening. I thank you for taking some time to be here with us. I hope you've been finding this to be informative and educational and useful. And I know a lot of people may not like some of the things that we're discussing, some of the realities that we're bringing forth to you, and how you have been deceived on so many subjects because of a partisan political agenda that doesn't have you at its center. We're seeing over and over again how power for a few elites is the primary focus of many of our politicians, and you are only secondary to that entire process. I hate to say it, but that's just what we're seeing here. And we've been talking a little bit about what happened in Australia. We've talked about Syria. We're talking currently about what's happening at Brown University. I do want to bring up the most recent news that I just saw as I was coming back, and I want to share it with you guys and talking about the shooting there. And what we see, there we go, is this is according to CNN. I know not the most reliable source we could possibly have, but it is a left-leaning source, and we predominantly and primarily point out everything we have to say from the left, not from the right. And what we are hearing from CNN, again, they identified this as a Wisconsin man, which we know to be, or we believe to be, Benjamin Erickson. He's a person of interest in connection with the deadly shooting at Brown University. Their summary of what we know so far is that this Benjamin Erickson is 24 years of age, that he had a revolver and a Glock. When he was in the hotel room, they found a revolver and a Glock. Neither of those things are the assault weapons that you have been told are responsible for all the mass killings in America. That the mass shootings at schools, at churches, at public venues are always being attributed to the AR-15. It's an AR-15. It's that assault rifle that doesn't exist. That imaginary boogeyman is what they're telling you. And as I covered back in 2022, and I've been talking about this for well over 15 years, that's just not the truth. That's not what the evidence shows us. That's not the reality that's on the ground. And that wasn't the reality at Brown University. It's not rifles. There is no such thing as an assault rifle. Does not exist. And the politicians know, as well as I know, as well as anyone who's seen the data, it's handguns, if anything. That is one of the major concerns when it comes to mass shootings and pretty much any shooting. 60% of all shootings are handguns. And we see in this case, it was a Glock and a revolver. It was found at a hotel. Classes at Brown University have been, of course, canceled. The testing has been canceled. And I'm sure there is counseling for many of the students there. This is the latest news from CNN on this shooting, as we know. As of this moment, we do not know why. It seems, or at least as far as I've been able to find out, at this moment, there is no answer on the why. What motivated this maniac, this insane terrorist, this insane individual to do what they did? Logic isn't always found in these cases, sadly. The reasoning isn't the reasoning of any normal person. But we're going to find out eventually. This person was taken alive, so we will have the opportunity. We also, oddly, are not being told, is he black? Is Benjamin Erickson black by chance? Is he an immigrant from any country? They're not mentioning that. Normally, in these shooting cases, they're very, very, very quick to tell us if this person is black or white, if they have any political ideology. They're very quick to usually point that out. They love to say it. If it's a white man who's religious, Christian in particular, they say that nonstop all day immediately. And normally, if it's anyone who's not that, if they're black or they're an illegal alien, if they're a migrant, then they're very slow in telling us any of the details. Kind of like with the DC shooter. How long did it take them to tell us that he was an Afghan refugee? They waited as long as possible. They tried to cover that up in every way that they could to avoid dealing with the issue that, of course, points back to the Biden-Harris administration, because they're protecting Democrats. They're protecting their ideology, because they're trying to tell you that, well, white men are evil and bad by birth. This is critical race theory that they teach in colleges on a regular basis, and they're trying to push that message. And when it isn't that message, they don't know what to say. When it's not an assault rifle, they don't know what to say. And I say again, assault rifle by their definition, which doesn't actually exist. When it's not a rifle, they don't know what to say about the story. They don't know how to present it to keep the fear up, because honestly, that's what they're looking for. They want you to be afraid so that you will say, do something. And inevitably, every single time, do something translates into, we're going to take away some of your rights and you will feel safe until the next time something happens. Not that you will be safe, but you will feel safe. And that's a sad thing because, Brown University could easily have had armed guards on the campus. They could have had guards at the doors to many of their institutions. I'm not saying it has to be a cop at every single door, but they could have had people. They had over 800. If my information is correct, 800 cameras. And by the way, cameras don't make you safe. They don't protect you. It's just a camera. It gives great evidence after you've been caught, after the incident has happened, to prove guilt. But they're not proactive. It's kind of like when we heard all the progressives and the leftists, they were saying, oh, well, we'll put up cameras along the border and that will protect the border. No, it doesn't protect anything. It tells you what crime was committed. They can show you who committed the crime sometimes, but it doesn't stop crime. And we were just going over the laws of Rhode Island. We're looking at every town USA. And they're telling you these are the things that are going to protect you. And not one thing on the list actually protects you. Not one thing on the list of what they expect in every single state, every single city and town. None of this actually makes you safe. None of this addresses the criminal. None of it addresses the insane. All it does is put more regulations, more taxes, more problems on the law-abiding citizen and those who decide to exercise their Second Amendment rights, which means you're not safe. You're not protected. You're not better off. But you can go to sleep and go, see, my Democrat, my progressive, my far left elected leader, they made me feel safe. Isn't that great? Well, again, I have to ask over and over, as I have been for 15 years of covering these kinds of events and looking at the data year after year after year, I'm always left with the same question. Do you want to feel safe or do you want to be safe? And in many of these situations, and in this situation, again, much like in Australia, if the regular citizen was allowed to be able to conceal carry, to have a firearm, yes, you want to license them. If you want to make someone be trained to be able to get the concealed carry license, fine, let's agree with that and let them carry the firearm. And they can protect themselves and others. And that might have stopped what happened tonight from ever happening. Might have ended this before anyone died. Could have happened. By the way, if you're wondering, in the state of Rhode Island, let's see, I want to make sure I show it to you. Here it is. No guns. Even if you have a concealed carry, you can't bring it onto the college campus. Did that help anyone at Brown University? Is anyone safer at Brown University because no guns? There's a mandate. It's an absolute fact. Your rights are ended, suspended, removed the second you step onto that college campus. But are you safer? Well, we know the answer. We see that at Brown University. No. You didn't trade your right to have a firearm and defend yourself for safety. You traded it for an illusion and a bunch of politicians feeling good. I guarantee you the politician who passed the no gun mandate on college campuses, I'm sure they got reelected. I'm sure a bunch of unions were able to get raises and raise up money. I'm sure the teachers union was applauding, but no one was made safe. No life was saved because of it. I just want to point that out to you. They didn't make anyone say, they made it harder. Open carry is regulated. They did everything they could to make it harder. Strong concealed carry authority. Few people, they have to prevent people from concealed carry. They're doing everything in the state of Rhode Island to make it difficult for you to live through these kind of mass shooting, church shooting, school shooting, these crazed individuals and insane, vile criminals, these terrorist acts. They're making it difficult for you to live through them. I know. Nobody's ever said that to you. The news media doesn't say it that way. The press, the politicians, they never word it that way. They won't say that. They'll say, no, Mike's just a Republican, so he just doesn't understand. I look at the data. I look at the situations. I've been doing this for 20 years, been talking about gun control for 15 years. I've been pointing out the failures of gun control for 15 years based on the data and the evidence that the left-leaning media gives us on a regular basis. But I don't understand. What is there that I'm not understanding? That's a good question. And I have yet, in 15 years, I haven't heard the left come up with an answer. Not elected officials, not any of the organizations. They can't answer it. So let me go through some of the comments that came in while I was talking about the laws in Rhode Island and how they actually make you more of a target and a victim than keeping you alive. Let's see, Dow says, this is why we need the culture to swing back to an individual-focused training for defensive use of arms to protect and secure life and property. Gun control is a proven, abject failure. I agree. It is. And I agree. People should be involved. Again, we should be training every woman to get through high school, has to be able to qualify to get a concealed carry permit on graduation from high school. Doesn't mean you are forced to own a firearm. Doesn't mean you have to have a concealed carry, but you should be qualified. And that would change crime in America. That would change the amount of violence, any and all violence in America, if that was the case. You would see an overnight shift. You would see less crime on a regular basis. But that's my suggestion. And politicians will not address it. Politicians won't take my idea, and they definitely won't even talk about my idea. Don't believe me? Ask your local politician about whether or not they would support that idea. You will see them stumble, you will see them bumble, and they will excuse themselves, and they will not answer that. Dow goes on to say, a self-defense law fit to purpose is in the case that someone offensively brandishes a weapon. It should be considered imminent danger, and the appropriate response is to neutralize that threat. This is responding to Rhode Island's you can't shoot first. You have to be fired upon before, if somehow you wind up in a non-gun-free zone, and 90% of all of the mass shootings are always in gun-free zones. They are targeted specifically because no one's supposed to be able to defend themselves. That's just a big bullseye. It's a target, whether it's a school, a mall, a church, doesn't matter. It's a gun-free zone. So the bad guys know they can go there with a gun, and there should be little to no resistance. It's just open range for them. That's terrifying, but it's also true. And with this, even if you were to find this criminal for some reason, they went somewhere that isn't a non-gun-free zone, which is very difficult to find, especially in the bluer than blue states, places like Connecticut and New York, New Jersey, California, Illinois, Maryland, Colorado. If you're outside of the bluer than blue states, it's very difficult, inside any of the bluer than blue states, it is difficult to find a non-gun-free zone, technically by law. But assume you did. And in Rhode Island, that person would still, they could pull out their gun, They could tell you, Aluk Akbar. They could tell you, I want to destroy you. I hate America. Whatever the reasoning, whatever is the insanity that they would want to spew. And they could point the gun at you, at your friends, at your family, at your loved ones, at anyone. And you still wouldn't be able to shoot. Because if you did, to protect someone else's life, in that imminent death scenario in Rhode Island, you are now the criminal because you decided to protect yourself and others. And they will throw you in jail for that. That's insane. How did they pass this law in Rhode Island? What promise did these politicians make? I missed this. I don't know when this law got passed, but what did they promise the people of Rhode Island? How did they explain this? And I truly believe they didn't. They just glossed it over. Oh, yeah, you can't shoot first. That means the bad guy can't shoot first either. Otherwise, he gets another crime. He's already committing a crime. He pulled out the gun. He brandished a firearm in a threatening manner. That criminal's already going to jail if they get caught. If they're trying to kill people, they're attempting murder. They're already going to jail. You think shooting first is going to stop them? Oh, wait a minute. I've got this gun. I pulled it out. I'm committing this robbery. And then I threatened that if people don't listen to me, I'm going to shoot them. That's attempted murder. But you know what? I don't actually want to shoot first because that's an extra charge. I might get an extra 3 years on top of the life that I've already gotten as a punishment. The 20 to life that you're going to get for the other crimes that you've already committed. Well, they might add another 3 years onto my penalty. I don't know. I can't do that. I mean, seriously, is this what they're expecting criminals to think? Is this the argument? This is the rationale that was given to the people of Rhode Island and many other states that Everytown USA is saying this is essential. This is what we want. This is going to protect you somehow. Somehow this is going to work, even though it never works. Let's see what else. So Dow goes on in this section. So Dow goes then to say hyperactive empathy has been infused into our culture, paralyzing lawful individuals from appropriately responding defensively. Very simply put, they want you to be hyper afraid. You're constantly in fear, and you're constantly asking someone else, government, to protect you. You're never able to protect yourself. And they make you feel bad for wanting to protect yourself. You hear from the Democrats on every day, and they're right now, as we speak, they are on Twitter, they are on Facebook, they are on Instagram telling you, we just need another law. You just don't understand. I understand you're afraid. Give me another law. Let me take away a few more of your rights. Let me take away a few more of your freedoms because you don't want to be in Australia. You don't want to be in Rhode Island in Brown University. You don't want to be shot. How about, yeah, but I don't want the police. I don't want to be dependent on the police or the government. Criminals don't care. And the only one who's going to save me, the most dangerous time in a mass shooting is the first 3 minutes. The most people die in a mass shooting within the first 3 minutes. In almost all locations in the country, it's going to take 5 to 9 minutes for emergency services to get to you. 5 to 9 minutes for some emergency service to save your life. The first 3 minutes are the most people who are going to die to a mass shooter. Do the math. Do you really want to wait for government? No. I heard him. Hang on 1 second, folks. So, folks, thank you for your patience. I was just talking about my dog. I was just walking him. We had snow. There's salt on the ground. My dog's a little bit sensitive right now because salt on the ground. He doesn't like it. It wasn't good for his paws. So he's a little touchy. Let me go on. User has been banned says they couldn't even stop a Boy Scout from making a nuclear reaction. That's funny. Let's see. And then Dow says, the judge, I believe in the Dexter Taylor case, the judge didn't even mention her violation of New York Civil Rights Act. She charged him purely as a political prisoner because of her individual politics. Yes, she was an activist, a judge activist, kind of like Ketanji Jackson Brown, who is an activist in the Supreme Court. They're there for their own emotions. They're there for their own political ideology, not the Constitution, not the law. It's just their feelings. And if you do something they don't like, they will punish you. And because they are extremist leftists, pretty much anything you do is going to make them upset. And that's really sad. That is really, really sad. But I mean, these are the things that we're dealing with. And no one wants to really talk about that. And this isn't just on the left, and it is mostly on the left, but it's not just on the left. Let me show you an example. Some people may know I lived in Broome County in New York for 20 some odd years. I was in, that's the southern tier of New York on the edge of New York and Pennsylvania. It's in very close to central New York. And I lived there, and I lived in the city of Binghamton. And I know I was part of the GOP. I was a committee man for the Republican Party. I know many, pretty much most of the politicians, left and right, all the members of the Democratic Party, the people who've been elected in most of the positions. I know them on a first name basis. I have many of their phone numbers. Okay. So I saw this article, and this is how New York State has screwed up so badly that they have even infected the GOP and many Republicans who ostensibly say they believe in the Second Amendment. They believe in your right to defend yourself. We saw this article. Local officials reflect on the impact of the gun-involved violence elimination initiative. Now, for those who have been following the channel throughout the last 15 years, you know that the New York GIVE report, the New York GIVE report, is something that I go over several times a year. I've been following the GIVE report for over 10 years. And I'm very familiar with the data that it has. They've made it progressively harder and harder to get the data to find its report, but I do. Twice a year, they make a report, and I review the report every time they publish it. So this is something I am intimately aware of. What are they saying about this? Let's see. Which local official is saying what? This is from Binghamton, New York, which is a very good substitute for anywhere in the nation. Kathy Hochul, governor of New York, announced on Tuesday that shootings in New York State are down 60% since 2021. Key time frame, 2021. She's not going back 5 years. She's not going back before the lockdowns. She said 2021. That is very, very specific for a very specific reason. Normally, you go back 5 years. That would be 2020. That's normally the way that these things are reported, in a 5-year block, in a 10 or 15 or 20-year block. She's using a 4-year block. Why would she do that? I'll explain in a moment. She said that it's down 60% for communities that participate in the gun-involved violence elimination, or GIVE initiative. New York contributed $36 million to the GIVE initiative, with Broome County being one of the communities seeing the results. Yes, and Binghamton used to be in the first tier of 17 metropolitan communities that were counted, and then there was a second smaller tier. which Binghamton wasn't in. They are now in the smaller tier because people are leaving New York in such large numbers. It's no longer considered a metropolitan center. That's bad news for New York State. It tells you that people are leaving, and they're leaving in such numbers that formerly areas that were considered big cities are now considered small cities. But that's on the side. District Attorney Paul Battisti states that the county has had a 66% decrease in shots fired. That's an odd statistic. Shots fired? When do you ever hear anyone talk about how many shots were fired when you hear about police reports or when people are talking about homicide or gun control? When does anyone say shots fired? No one does. That's a very, very odd data point. He goes on to say, and a 51% decrease in total gun activity. Total gun activity. So he's not talking about homicides. See, this is interesting, the words that are being used. And I don't know if these are Paul's words, and I do know Paul Battisti personally. I'm very familiar with Paul. I knew about him before he ran for DA. I've known him for years. And not that I'm a personal friend of him, but I am aware of him, and I have known him for years. So I know Paul, and this doesn't sound like the way Paul speaks. This sounds like this is the way the reporter is putting the words together. Paul didn't say that. This is the reporter writing, saying that, oh yeah, 51 decrease in total gun activity. The district attorney's office has also created a prosecutor role that is not fully funded by the grant. Okay, doesn't matter. But here's the nice part. Quote, if we didn't have these additional resources and tools, we wouldn't be able to combat it as effectively as we are. Without the dedicated collaboration, I don't think we would be seeing this downward trend. I'd be afraid that we would be seeing an increase. Paul Battisti is playing politics. He's lying to the public. Paul, I know you personally. You can call me on my phone. You can reach me by my email. You should have all of that. You know how to reach me. You're lying to the public. That's not true. That's not true at all. Let me show you what I mean. Let me prove what I'm talking about. This is the New York GIVE, the GIVE report. This is, you see the final report normally comes out at the end of the year, December 31st. Sometimes it's delayed a little bit to the first week of January, but somewhere between the last week of December, first week of January is the final year-end report for the GIVE. And in the middle of the year, normally May to June, they issue a interim, mid-year review with an estimate. This one was issued on May 14th, 2025. The final report won't be coming out until the last week of December, first week of January. Okay. So all the data that we're hearing from Paul Battisti in Binghamton, Broome County, is based on essentially this report. There is no other report that is issued. There is no mid-year report. So there's only two reports. And if you look at this, this is for the top metropolitan areas in New York State, the Tier 1. Binghamton used to be listed alongside Albany and Buffalo and Mount Vernon and other areas. They no longer are. They've been kicked out of that. They've shrank in size, and so they're part of the Tier 2 departments. That means also that part of the funding got cut. And since they're not a major metropolitan area, they're not going to get as much money as would normally go to the top because the level of importance and impact is different. So already, if he's talking about without the money, well, there's less money than they used to get, which means it already has been cut back, which means you would expect that the impact, according to Paul, DA Battisti, would also have been reduced. But that's not true. Neither of those things are real. Here it goes. This is Binghamton City Police Department talking about the shooting incidents involving injury and shooting incidents persons hit. Now, here's the thing that's interesting, because normally they're only looking at how many homicides and how many gun events took place, how many times a gun was used in a violent act. But even in using these very odd numbers, these configurations, and we're looking backwards on time on these shooting incidents, that's the first line you see here. In 2015, that number was 5. In 2016, that number was 5. In 2017, there was a spike. It went to 10. In 2018, the number was 7. So it dropped down, but not quite to the level that it was at in 2015. 2019, it was 7. In 2020, when the lockdowns happened, no one was able to get out. There was a decrease. It went down to 4. Now, this explains why Kathy Hochul isn't talking about it, although in many areas, that was the beginning of the new spike. But it depends on which part of the year you're looking at. For small communities, you saw that drop. In larger communities where people were in, but crime was still happening, you saw a spike. But here it goes. It was 4. Again, that's because of lockdowns. It's an exception to the rule. It wasn't because crime stopped. It wasn't because gun violence ended. It wasn't because of Kathy Hochul or Andrew Cuomo or any Democrat or any policy on gun control. It was because of the lockdowns. That's it. And as we saw the lockdowns end and we entered into the summer of love and the BLM riots and fights, we saw that violence increased to 11. That's in Broome County. Again, this is a snapshot of the entire nation. Broome County and Binghamton in particular are great substitutes for pretty much any community across America. And you can take most of the data that you get from Broome County and from Binghamton, and you could transfer that to almost any other community across America, except for like the biggest cities like LA, New York, Chicago. It wouldn't work there. But every other community would look very similar to the numbers that we're seeing here. They may be a little bit larger or smaller, but they'd be the same. And you notice that in 2021, the numbers jumped. They were even higher than in 2017 when we saw the spike there. In 2022, it went to 12. The numbers increased. In 2023, the numbers remained higher. By the way, the GIV, the money that Binghamton was getting, was higher than in 2022, in 2021, in 2020. The money they were getting was higher. They were in the GIV tier 1, not tier 2. The money was more. But even if the money was exactly the same, it didn't reduce the amount of violence. It didn't reduce the amount of incidents. It increased. And they were still getting the same money that they're getting now. So something isn't making sense, because Paul said the money and this program reduced the amount of violence. And if we didn't have the money, it would have increased. Well, it increased with the money, and we had more money, and it increased. So something's wrong. His logic doesn't make any sense. The facts don't match the rhetoric. In 2024, it went down to 10 from 12. Now, that may sound impressive to a few people. It's not. We went back to the 2017 level, and that should be nice, but notice that's higher than every other year from 2015 to 2020. There was only one year that matched the level of 2024. And Kathy Hochul is trying to get some kind of recognition, some kind of support. She's trying to convince people to re-elect her in 2026, saying, oh my God, the crime has dropped so much. Only if you look at it sideways, if you don't know what any of the other numbers are, only if you don't know what any of the data is. The reality is it's up. The violence is up, and their program failed. Their program demonstrably, absolutely has failed. Khan, come here. Oh, now you're going to lay there?
I think he wants to go back out. He's being completely ridiculous.
Yeah.
Every time I call him, he just...
Yeah. Khan, come here. Now he wants to go to sleep. Oh, that's fine.
No, he's not.
He's
going
just
to
screaming.
sleep.
Come here.
He's sulking. He's just sulking.
Come here.
His eyes won't even-
Hang on 1 second, folks. My dog. Gotta do it. Come here. Come here.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Come here. What's going on? Hi. How you doing? What's going on? You okay? Hey, by the way, say hi to everyone. Hi. Hi. What's going on? Yes. You want to go outside? You want food? What's mad? You mad? Okay, come here. Wait, we're gonna lay. Okay? Is that good? Okay. So, yes, this is how I deal with my 14-year-old Carl when he's a little petulant and upset, and I don't know why. Because he doesn't seem like he wants to go out. It doesn't seem like he wants to eat anything. Well, yes, I know. I love you too. So he's upset with me. I don't know. Good boy. So Paul Battisti is, I won't say that Paul is lying. I mean, the math is correct. He's right in the numbers based on the time frame that Kathy Hochul is putting out there, but they're using a very deceptive set of numbers because they know it's not real. And only by looking at this specifically from the peak of the violence under the BLM riots and the lockdowns and the jab, and only looking at the worst time and then comparing current day versus that's the only way that you can make it look like things are getting better. But if you actually know where the numbers are, if you actually look at the reality, things got worse. This is worse than what has been normal. And we know what the trend is from 2015 to 2020. We know what normal should be. And we are double what, and virtually double, depends on the year, of what normal is. And that's true. That's Binghamton. It's one of the smallest towns. By the way, you can do the same math at virtually any of the cities. Anywhere you would like to look, you're going to come up with virtually the same exact data points. This is true across the entire state. So you're being lied to. Kathy Hochul is manipulating you. And Paul Battisti, who is trying to get money for Broome County, I get that. And he's trying to get reelected, I get that. And he's trying to look good, and he's trying to make people feel safe when they're not. They're at more risk now than they were in 2019. They're at more risk now than they were in 2020 or 2018. So, yes, it is better, but it has nothing to do with the money that they're getting in, but they want the money from the state. They need the money from the state. That's going to pay for the unions. It's going to pay for some of the jobs out there. They need that so that they can get more donations. They need that so that they can get more votes. They need to make people feel like they're safe so that they can be reelected and they can keep their jobs. They can keep their political power. And yes, Paul Battisti is a Republican. He's saying this not to help Hochul. No. He's not trying to help Kathy Hochul. He's trying to save his own job, to get reelected, to help other Republicans get elected, like Sheriff, Fred Akshar, excuse me. And Fred, I'm sure he'll say similar things. And back and forth relationship with Fred, that's besides the point. But we're seeing that they're playing games. They're not telling you the truth. They're being very specific. And that's the problem that we see with gun control over and over and over again. They're not telling you the truth. They're telling you a version of the truth that is very selective, that is very specific, to give you a very, very misguided point of view about what reality is, to make you feel safe when you should instead be more cautious. And they do this while they deny you the right to defend yourself, your family, and friends. So it's not just in Rhode Island. This is happening in New York. And by the way, if you looked at the data in California, you'd find the same thing. If you looked in Illinois and you look at Maryland, you go to Washington State, Oregon, you go to Boston, you will see the same numbers. This is true in New Jersey as it is in Idaho. It's true everywhere across this country. These numbers are consistent. So they're playing a game. And I'm not going to protect Paul just because I know him. I'm not going to protect him because I used to be one of the committee men for the GOP in Broome County. I'm not going to protect them because I'm a Republican, because a lie is a lie. And it was a lie. It's misrepresenting the truth, because the truth is not that short, tiny sliver. It's actually going back further in time. And we are abnormally high levels of violence across America. And the bluer than blue states are not making you safe. They will lie to you and say you're safe. They will lie to you and say, hey, these numbers that we're making up here, sounds like you're safe. You should reelect me. I'm really good at my job. Hire me again. And the answer is no, because you're not really doing a good job. Because if you're actually doing your job, you'd see the numbers below these numbers. They'd be back to the norms back in 2015. You'd be at 5, not 10. I'm only trying to point out the truth. And I know some people will say, but Mike, you're picking on Republicans just like you're picking on Democrats. That's not right. You're a Republican, and I am. You're a conservative Republican. I am. You believe in the Second Amendment. I do. Why are you picking on Paul? It's not personal. Paul, I know Paul. Like I said, he's a DA. I know him. I'm not thrilled with Paul as a DA, but that's no longer my problem. I'm not in Broome County anymore. But he's not a bad person. He's not evil. He's not lying because he wants to harm people. He's lying because he wants to get reelected. And that's fine. But Paul, tell the truth. Tell the full truth. Tell people why there's still a problem going on in Binghamton. And if you're improving the problem, and it looks like you are improving on the problem, there is some reduction, fantastic, then tell people that. But don't lie to them. And the Democrats there are going to lie, and they're going to say, every one of them are going to say, well, what we need to do is more bail reform, let the criminals back out onto the streets, because that's what Matt used to say, the former mayor. He's like, oh, let the criminals out. Don't arrest them in the first place. They're poor. They're people of color. Let them out of prisons. Reduce their crime, their penalties, their jail time. That doesn't work. So Paul, compared to the Democrats, far, far better choice. Far better choice. But Paul, you could do better. And you should do better. And you should be more honest about the situation. But this is the problem. It's a bluer than blue state. If Paul doesn't say, oh yeah, you're safe now. You're safer than you've ever been. And it's because of red flag laws in New York, which is that's not a fact. It's not true. It's not even close to true. And it's because of the fact that Kathy Hochul has violated the Supreme Court decisions, which she did, and that didn't make anyone safer. It's because she's putting restrictions on concealed carry people. She won't even tell you that concealed carry is a problem. People with concealed carry are some of the most law-abiding citizens in the country. They don't break the law. They're not involved in gun-involved violence. She won't even, and we know this because she won't even give the numbers. She's been asked by CBS. She refuses to tell people what the stats are because there are no stats. She's a liar. And Paul wants to get reelected. Call them out because they deserve to be called out, because they're not helping you by lying to you. It's fear-mongering. And fear-mongering doesn't help you. It doesn't make you safe. So if people want to pick on me for being a Republican and I'm picking on a Republican, get better elected Republicans or tell them to do a better job. I'm holding Paul accountable, just like I'm holding the president of Brown University. I'm holding the governor and all of the elected Democrats and all of the elected officials in Rhode Island. I'm holding everyone who has these false ideas of gun control, like Everytown USA. I'm holding them accountable for the lies they have told to you and the consequences of those lies, which are people being killed. Con. Okay. I'm going to wrap up really in a little bit here, but there's a few stories I wanted to get to, but let me deal with Jasmine Crockett. There's other stuff I wanted to talk about. There's the Supreme Court possible term limits. That's something that the left is trying to push right now. I don't agree with that. There's some Trump has a couple of bills that he's being sued because of the East Wing demolition, which is ridiculous. Presidents change the White House all the time. All the time. It's not a big deal. And the ballroom is being paid for privately. It's not costing American citizens money. It's costing private businesses money. And it's U.S. property. It's the property of the government. It doesn't belong to Trump. It belongs to you, the people. It is an improvement. And many presidents have improved the White House. In fact, there wasn't always a West or East Wing to the White House. That was something that was added on by presidents. So this is stupid. But yet, according to CNN on December 12th, matter of fact, I will show it to you on the screen right now. Here it is. Trump is being sued because of that. The overhang of the East Wing was destroyed so that they can build a new, better overhang and a ballroom. And Democrats are suing for this because they have nothing else to offer, because this is a waste of time. No one sued Obama because he wanted to have a basketball court and he destroyed part of the the East Wing of the White House to build a basketball court. No one sued him. When Carter put in a bowling alley and part of the East Wing had to be destroyed to build that bowling alley for him, nobody complained. Nobody sued him. This is stupid. This is absolutely a waste of time. It's not even a story, which is why CNN is talking about it, because it's a waste of time. It is useless. But it makes Democrats feel like Orange Man bad. Oh, he must be bad. He's being sued. CNN is talking about it. It must be a crime. It must be wrong. Except it's not. It's a waste of time. It's useless. But, that's what CNN wants to fill the time with because they have nothing else to fill the time with. But instead, I want to talk about this. This is ridiculous, I think. I think this is one of the most stupid things that I've seen in quite some time. So let me explain. Jasmine Crockett in Texas, she was a congresswoman. In fact, she is a congresswoman until January. In January 2026, she will no longer be a member of Congress because they redistricted Texas and her district doesn't exist anymore. So when it comes time for the election, the 2026 election, she's not going to have an office. She doesn't exist anymore because her district doesn't exist anymore. Happens all the time, in particular in New York State. In 2021, the Democrats, counting illegal aliens, said, oh, well, we only lost one member of Congress, and they tried to redistrict. They drew the lines and said, oh, let's get rid of all the Republicans. They tried to get rid of 5 Republicans. That got thrown out because it was illegal. Then they redrew the map and they said, let's get rid of 3 Republicans. This is what we see happening. And so now In Texas, they did the same thing that New York does, same thing that California does, same thing that Illinois does. Lots of states do this. And sadly, more states are doing it going forward to try and just knock out any of the opposition. It's really sad. It's not helpful. It's not good for anyone. But this is what happened in Texas. They knocked out her district. She's going to be a nobody. She doesn't want to be a nobody. She likes the power of saying, I'm a congresswoman. She likes the paycheck for being a congresswoman. And she thinks that she can become an even bigger congresswoman. I don't know why. She is not. She is qualified. I will say. She's a lawyer. She got a degree. She was working privately for a little while. She failed at private business and then decided to be a prosecutor for the government. So she's got the ability. She's not very good, but she's a great actress. And her act, what does she act as? She's a minstrel. Let me be clear, and people can clip this if they want. Jasmine Crockett, her actions are a minstrel show. This is, for those who are young, who don't know about this, those who haven't heard this term, that's an insult. When a black person or a person of color are putting on a minstrel show, that means they are pretending they're being a caricature of all of the negatives, the stereotypes of their race. In particular, this applies to black people. And that is Jasmine Crockett. The way she speaks is a minstrel show. She's using ebonics, low gutter English. She's a lawyer. She can speak better. She easily can and does. If she were to walk into a courtroom, she's not going to speak the way she does on TV when she needs to get donations and when she needs votes. She speaks gutter trash because that's popular. Look at the housewives of wherever the hell you want to look at, the NBA housewives, the housewives of this stupid place or that stupid place. And she speaks like them, like gutter trash. Why? It gets views. It gets money. It gets votes. That's why she does it. Because she's supposed to be like everyone else. Everyone else in the ghetto doesn't have a degree, a law degree. They're not actual lawyers. So, no, you can't say that. She knows how to speak well, and she is articulate when she wants to be. But she isn't because she's playing a character, a caricature of a black person. Now, some black Democrats and progressives, they get very upset when you tell the truth about Jasmine Crockett and what she's doing, about the game that she is playing and the manipulation that she is doing. And this is one such example. Christopher Webb, who, fantastic. He's a husband, no problem. Father, great for you. Designer, okay. And he's a California native. You know what that means? Lifelong Democrat. So he's extra offended when people say, oh my God, why are you picking on Jasmine Crockett? You must hate black women. No, I hate Jasmine Crockett. I hate certain Democrats for their minstrel show and for the way they manipulate black people to get cheap, easy votes. So here he is, and let me play this from the beginning for you. I want you to hear what he has to say. Somehow he wants you to think that Jasmine Crockett represents all black women in 2025. This is stupid. This makes no sense whatsoever. This is like when Whoopi Goldberg was on The View and she was talking about The Acolyte. Yes, the TV show, the supposedly Star Wars TV show, The Acolyte. And she was like, oh, everyone should be like, matter of fact, better example, Ironheart. The Disney Plus TV show, Ironheart. And Whoopi Goldberg, again, on The View, said that Ironheart, the character Ironheart on the TV show, was an example for black women, that all black women should be like Ironheart and take her as an example. The character Ironheart is a criminal, an unrepentant selfish, vicious criminal who killed people. And Whoopi's like, no, you can't say that. She's a black woman in a TV show on Disney Plus. You have to love her. Her character is evil. Her character is a villain. But you can't say that, according to Whoopi, according to Democrats, according to those, especially in California. They get extra offended. You can't say that. It's racist because you're actually pointing out what the character is like. How dare you do that? Well, let's hear this guy. Every black woman who survived 2025, the most disrespected person. Is that because of her character? Is that because of what she says and how she says it? Or is it because she's just black?
The most disrespected person in America is...
Oh, Kamala Harris. She's disrespected because she's black. Sometimes. Sometimes she's black. Sometimes she's Indian. And because she's a woman. And because what? How about because she was horrible at her job as vice president, that she participated in the lie to the American people saying that Joe Biden was sharp as a tack? She helped to ruin America's reputation with some of our strongest allies like South Korea repeatedly because she didn't know what she was talking about when she ran for president both times and was abandoned by Democrats on a regular basis. Okay, let's keep going. Who else?
the black woman, the most unprotected person in...
Ketanji Brown Jackson, a DEI hire. She only got picked because she was black, a woman, a Democrat, an activist, and most importantly, because she was young. She was not the best choice. Even CNN at the time went through a list of all the people who were qualified, 11 women, under the restrictions, the limitations that Joe Biden set up that said it had to be a black Democrat and they had to be a woman and a judge. That's not a huge pool of people. There were only 11 people to pick from. And Ketanji Brown Jackson Ketanji Jackson Brown is the only one that was the youngest. And she was bad at her job, still is, because she's an activist and not a judge. But oh my God, she's the most unprotected person in America. She's a DEI hire. She's a Supreme Court justice. You can't touch her. This is ridiculous. Let's go on.
In America is the black.
Michelle Obama, who has never been elected to anything. She has a TV show, a YouTube channel. It failed. She had a deal with, I think it was Amazon. It failed. She's a failure in terms of politics. She may be a wonderful person. I don't know her. She may be very good at what she does. I don't know. But I can tell you that in terms of politics, she's an abject failure. So is that because she's black? No. It's because she's not good at what she does. It's because she lies. Okay, let's keep going.
Woman. The most
Oh my God. This is, I see who it is. Look, a woman who still, Stacey Abrams, someone who still says that she won in 2018 the governorship of Georgia, even though she lost. Someone who said that black women can't vote in Georgia, even though in her election, the number of black women voting reached an all-time high. Oh, okay. So she's a liar, a proven liar.
elected person in America is the black woman.
I don't even know who that one is.
I'm so sick of people telling me what I can and can't wear. Sick of people telling me what I should do with my hair. Sick of my work being...
I think some of these are entertainers, actresses. I don't know them from politics. So who cares? They're entertainers.
Determined by how much pain I can bear.
Oh, that's Joy Reid. She got fired because she had low ratings. Because people, Democrats on CNN, didn't watch her because she lied to them. She lied about the Russia hoax. She lied about the Ukraine phone call. She lied about the Hunter Biden laptop. Most of all, she told the people on CNN, the Democrats that watch CNN, the black people who watch CNN, and told them that if the rest of your family isn't as much of a radical Democrat as her, you should disown them. Don't see them. Eliminate them from your life. She wanted to break up and destroy families. And as a result, people stopped watching her because she was bitter and vile, and she failed. And she got fired as a result. And no one watches her on YouTube. No one talks about her. No one cares what she's doing anymore because she was never actually successful. She filled a slot on one of the major news networks, not because she was good at the job. They needed a black woman, and she fit the bill. If you don't like that black pill, that reality, it's just the truth. And the numbers prove it, just like with Don Lemon, same thing. But oh my God, these are women who have been oppressed. Okay.
My passion and emotion don't weaken me, they keep me self-aware. Even when I earn it all, I'm still expected to share. Disregard what I want and need just to help them get theirs. Can you imagine feeling?
Again, these are entertainers as far as I know. They're not politicians. Who cares?
Hatred from populations you created, call you angry and degrade you because they feel intimidated.
New friends in the pipeline. Why 300,000 black women were pushed out of the workforce. Could that have anything to do with DEI and the fact that DEI is no longer a leading factor in why people are being hired? That DEI departments are being removed from businesses and from public government all the way through every single private business. And therefore, the people they were hiring, many of whom were not qualified, are being fired. That they had paid top dollar for these people because of their skin color and their gender and not for their capabilities. And now that the government isn't giving them a bonus and a benefit for having hired these people, and now they're just a liability, businesses are firing them because they're not the best person. Is that the reason why they're getting fired? Is that their problem?
And they say you too difficult.
Delayed care to 2 pregnant black women highlights maternal health disparities. There are so many things that could or could not be a factor in that, but they want to play the race card because Democrats always play the race card. And so this could be all women. There could be a lot of factors for that, but they want to play the race card here. They had to say it's about black women. Is it happening to white women too? Is it happening to Hispanic women, Chinese women, Native American Indians? The economic slump and DEI black backlash are hitting black women hardest. Well, of course it's hitting them the hardest. They were the preferred target. They were on the best. What was better than hiring a black man, black woman? You get a woman and you get someone who is a minority. You're getting almost all. And you know who got hit even worse? Black women who are gay. Because they're the trifecta. You get everything. The only thing that would be better than that is a trans person, according to DEI rules and the perceptions. So yes, now that there isn't DEI, of course they're less advantageous. It's not a benefit anymore. So they're being treated like regular people and they're being fired.
Hate on and trivialize your features while they imitate them. Play victim, watch what's in this.
I don't even need to go further. Oh, black women are 6 times more likely to be killed than white women. I'd need to see that report. But anyway, so the thing is, they hate on our black queens because they can't handle their greatness. These aren't a group of great people. This isn't true. This is using the race card as if they were glasses to deceive you on everything. And this is just the way to set up Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett is an idiot. She's running for Senate because she's black and because of Donald Trump. Her entire campaign is based on the idea that Donald Trump doesn't like her. That's her campaign. Not because she's got some kind of great idea, not because she's good. Is she qualified? Well, every American who's 30 years or older is technically qualified to run for Senate. That doesn't mean that she's qualified to do it. What's she running on? Her whole campaign is Orange Man bad. That's it. And I'm wrong. It's Orange Man bad, and she's a black woman. Oh my God. How could you not vote for that? You must be a racist. You must be a sexist if you don't vote for her. Well, she doesn't have any policies. All of her ideas are stupid. In fact, let's remember, Jasmine Crockett. Oops, there it is. I hit the wrong button. Jasmine Crockett was the same woman who in September 19th said, committing crimes does not make you a criminal. Do you remember when I covered that back in September? It was just mind-blowing. This is a woman who wants to be senator. This should disqualify her from any elected office. She believes, truly and absolutely believes, and we saw the video of this. I showed it on the channel at the time. We discussed it in detail. She truly believes, or at least is willing to say, that just because you commit a crime, that doesn't make you a criminal. I don't know what is a criminal if it isn't, by definition, exactly that. Here it goes. She goes, here's the quote. Just because someone has committed a crime, you committed a crime, that is a criminal. Someone who commits a crime is a criminal. That's the definition. It doesn't make them a criminal. What the hell does it make them? It is, by definition, by law, by every metric you want. It is the reason why you're a criminal. She goes on to say, I understood what was kind of pushing them there, and I also want people to know that just because someone has committed a crime, it doesn't make them a criminal. This is the full quote. Being a criminal is more about your mindset. Committing a crime can come for a lot of different reasons. No, it doesn't. It comes from breaking the law. It's for taking for things that aren't yours. She goes, it's about a mindset. What the hell does that mean? The legal system isn't about how do you feel today. She's literally saying being a criminal is about your feelings. Do you feel like a criminal? No? Then it's not a crime. Just because you murdered someone, that's not a crime. Just because you have you treat women as slaves and you sell them as slaves, that's not a crime. Slavery is not a crime. You don't feel like it's a crime, did you? No, then it's not a crime. You can name every horrific, horrendous, terrible thing in the universe, and by the logic of Jasmine Crockett, it's not a crime. And according to her, God help us if she becomes a senator, she wants to pass laws that says it's not a crime. You don't feel like it's a crime, so it's not a crime. This is idiocy. This is someone who should not be in Congress. Forget about not being in the Senate. She shouldn't be in Congress. She should not be elected to any office. This kind of stupidity, the statement was meant and presented to get black votes. This was targeted towards the ex-cons out there, to criminals out there who haven't been caught and convicted yet, and to their families. She is playing up the black race card to those who are impoverished and poor. See, she's just like you. She's just like the poor criminal people, and they can all vote. I guarantee, yes, the poor criminal community is an untapped voting block. I give it to her. She's right, because they don't really care. They're more about trying to figure out how to make a crime and not get caught, to sell drugs or whatever else and not get caught. They're not looking to try and vote because they don't care about the laws. They don't care about the politicians. They don't believe in any of them. They don't trust any of them. But they might have money. It might be drug money, but they've got money. It might be cartel money, but it's US dollars. And Jasmine Crockett doesn't really care where your money came from. She just wants to make sure it goes to her so that she can be in elected office. She is evil. She is twisted. She is demented. And she has people, California natives, that are like, you can't say anything about her because she's black. Whoopi Goldberg will defend her to the end of the earth. Why? Because she's black. She's a woman and she's black. You can't speak about it. How dare you hate black women? Where? I have over 2,000, almost 2,800 videos over the last 20 years that I have done. I have been at speaking events. I have been in front of committees. I've been on news programs. I've been interviewed left and right by everyone for decades. Show me one time I am picking on a politician because they're a woman. Show it to me. I dare you. Especially, or they're a black woman. Show it to me. I don't talk about that. I talk about, yes, I'll point out when they're using the brace card. I'll tell you when they're an idiot and they have failed the public. I will tell you about when they're manipulating people using their gender, their sexuality, their color of skin as a tool to try and advance their political agenda and or their personal life. But you won't find me being, I'm not a racist, I'm not a sexist. You can't find it. I've written 2,500 articles, over 2 million words that I have written, on top of the fact that I've done 2,800 videos. This is all 2 decades of work. I've run for elected office. You think I'm a sexist racist? Find it. I can't. No one is good enough to lie for 2 decades in a row and not get caught. All my stuff is public. And guess what? When you're done searching, and people have searched, they have been searching for decades now. They have been trying to find something that proves that I'm a sexist, racist, homophobe, blah, blah, blah. And they can't find it because it doesn't exist. And when you're done wasting your time searching through every article I've written, searching through every video that I have done, you will come back to the same end, and then you'll have to still deal with the reality. These aren't good candidates. These aren't good people. And they're manipulating you. Tell me how I'm wrong. Tell me how I misunderstand that, how I am wrong. Jasmine Crockett is a race-baiting minstrel, and she doesn't deserve to be elected. Not because she's not smart enough. I think she is. She knows exactly what she's doing. She knows exactly how she's manipulating people. And she's doing it because it's easy. Which makes her, that's why I say she's evil. Because she knows what she's doing. She knows it's a manipulation. She's smart enough. It's not like, oh, she did this by accident. This is a calculation. And she thinks she can't get called out. She thinks she's protected. And she is. From most of the mainstream news media, she will be protected on high. She knows that there are people like Mr. Webb from California who will defend her to the end of the earth just because of her gender and her color. Most importantly, because of the color of her skin, which is racism. And she is playing on that racism. Jasmine Crockett, as she presents herself, is a racist. And she is a minstrel. And she is unqualified. Well, undeserving. That's the better word. Undeserving of being elected to office. If someone thinks that I'm wrong, great. Tell me what are her qualifications outside of her race, her gender, and her sexual preference. Take those things away. Is she a generic Democrat? That's not a reason to vote for her. There are 1,001 Democrats that will say, the Second Amendment is bad. We hear that all the time. I've already proven very clearly that's not true. Orange man bad. Every Democrat has said that. In 2024, every single Democrat at every level of government was running against Donald Trump. 2026 will be the same thing. Jasmine Crockett isn't running against the Republican candidate, the Republican incumbent in the Senate. She's not running against him. She's not running against any of the challengers. She's running against Donald Trump. Donald Trump isn't running for Texas Senate. He has no intention to. That's not his race. She's running against him. Straw man. She knows what she's doing. It's a silly argument, and she's going to count on the fact that no one's going to pay attention to the details. No one's going to call her out. No one's going to say, by the way, Jasmine, if you think, Congresswoman Crockett, if you think that I am wrong, fantastic. I will give you 12 hours. Prove me wrong. Let's talk about gun control. Let's talk about illegal immigration. Let's talk about open borders. Let's talk about taxation, the tariffs. Let's have the conversation. Let's get into the nitty gritty. What are your plans on these issues? How are you going to solve that? Don't tell me, and don't ever. If you mention the words orange man bad once, you lose. You're done. I'll cut you off. You can't say that. Everything else, you can say anything else. Make any other defense. You can't say orange man bad. That's the only restriction I have. Make your argument. Let's have the debate. Yes, I'm saying that I'm telling a congresswoman who's running for Senate to debate me, and I am good enough to do it. I know every one of these issues. I do it every week. I don't need the stats. I don't need a staff. I do this every week. I've been doing this for 20 years. I know the data by heart. Let's have the debate. She won't do it. Not because I'm too small a channel, which, by the way, like, share, subscribe. It's because she's afraid to actually deal with the issues. That's why her campaign, her slogan, her campaign ad is Donald Trump saying that she is low IQ, that she is a bad representation of Black women, that she is a failure as a Democrat, as a member of Congress. That is her campaign, because she's running against the impression Democrats have been given about Donald Trump. She's playing on feelings and saying, I'm a Black woman. You can't vote against me. Otherwise, you're a racist, you're a sexist, you're a fascist, you're a Nazi. You'd be a Republican. She's going to lose like no one's, and I don't think she expects to win. I don't think she wants to win. I think Jasmine Crockett is going to gather up a ton of money. She's going to get a lot of poor Black people to give her $5 a piece. They're going to throw money at her, not Democrats. The Democrat donors, the serious, big, billionaire Democrat donors, people like the Mark Cubans out there, the Bill Gates out there, they're not going to touch her. They are not going to give her a dime because they know she's useless. Unless she's about to win, unless some miracle happens in 2026 and she somehow suddenly is leading by 20 points, then they'll make some donations to her just so that she'll owe them a favor. But what she's really going to do is she's going to take all the money from all the poor Black people, just like BLM, all the $90 million that mostly came from white liberals who are definitely going to be supporting Jasmine Crockett because she's a Black woman. And they're going to be supporting her all day to prove, to virtue signal that they're not racist. So see, I'm not a racist. I just gave $500 to Jasmine Crockett. Would a racist do that? Yes, especially if they're stupid. Yes, they would. And that's what they're going to do. And she's going to feed on them like a frenzy, like a bunch of piranha given any kind of meat. She's going to feed on them like crazy, just like BLM. And she's going to get this huge, massive, multi-million-dollar war chest. And she will spend 3/4 of all the money. 3/4 of all the money. Because she's not really trying to win. She's trying to get a bunch of money. And at the end of the election, when she loses, she will create a leadership PAC or a similar type of PAC, but probably a leadership PAC, kind of like Al Franken. He created a leadership PAC, which allows him to funnel money from big corporations to independent Democrats like Josh Riley of the New York, what is it, the 23rd district that Josh is now in charge of? And that's what they're going to do. They're going to funnel money through Jasmine Crockett to other Democrats. And she's going to give herself a job and she's going to make money off of that PAC. She's going to live the life of luxury because she's going to get a bunch of poor black people and a bunch of white liberals to donate millions of dollars to her. She'll spend most of that money, but she'll keep a couple million. I would imagine she's going to raise somewhere around $10 to $20 million, and she's going to spend somewhere around $8 to $12 million of that. And she's going to take somewhere around $5 or $6 million, put it into a PAC, a leadership PAC. She's going to hire herself, pay herself a salary, and sit back in luxury and write books and go on a college tour talking about how the government is so evil and they hate black women and she is oppressed, even though she's a congresswoman, even though she's a lawyer, even though she ran for senator, and no one stopped her from doing any of those things. She's oppressed because they always are oppressed because you didn't give them what they want. And what they want is power, your power, power over you. It's embarrassing. Now, again, if anyone disagrees with me, tell me why. Again, tell me, why is Jasmine Crockett good? Because she curses at people. She's a politician that curses out other politicians and Donald Trump. That's a feeling. That doesn't mean she's good at her job. That doesn't mean she's qualified for anything. That doesn't mean she deserves to get a promotion. She's just gutter. She's playing a gutter trash character. That's not worth a vote. No, but Orange Man bad. That's a feeling. I don't care. That's not a reason. How is she going to help how is she going to help end illegal immigration? Oh, she doesn't want to end illegal immigration. Well, there's a problem. She's going to let me have, if I want to have a machine gun, is she going to stop me? Because the Second Amendment says I can have one. She may not like that interpretation. She may not like that reality, but that's what it says. It says I could have a battleship if I want to. People have tanks right now because you can. She going to let me do that? Oh, no, she doesn't. Okay, well, that's a problem. Does she have a solution for education? How's she going to lift up the black people? I heard one of her policies, Jasmine Crockett, one of her policies is black people won't pay taxes anymore. Are you stupid? Literally, let me see if I can find that. I want to show you that to you. She said, let me show you this. So I typed in Jasmine Crockett, black people. Well, I typed wrong. Jasmine Crockett, black people taxes. That's all I put into Google, as you can see. And U.S. Representative Jasmine Crockett recently mentioned in a podcast interview an idea she had heard suggesting Black Americans could be exempt from paying taxes for a period as a form of reparations. So she loves reparations, and black people don't pay taxes. That is racist. It's also unconstitutional. It is a bias for a group of people based solely on the color of their skin. And it also isn't reparations. They're not getting anything back. Oh, they're going to discount. Why? By the way, if you're black and you're from Africa, you come from Senegal, do you get that? Because according to what she just said, you do. Why should you get it? She's not making... She described it as an idea worth thinking through, not a formal legislative. She's not even serious about it. So she's going to say it, but she won't actually do it. But a lot of black people, she's hoping, a lot of low information voters and a lot of white liberals will hear, she wants, it's reparations. Black people won't have to pay taxes. It's reparations. I have to vote for her because it's racist not to. Not that it's stupid to vote for her, because this is a stupid, unconstitutional idea that will not be backed up. The You're not going. It's not even that it won't be backed up by Republicans. Democrats won't vote for this. The Senate will not vote for this. This is, and the fact that the Supreme Court will strike it down as unconstitutional. It doesn't work. It's a great marketing campaign. It's a great slogan. It gives black people like free money. Ooh, free money. I don't got to pay taxes. That's free money. Okay, I'll vote for you because it's in their best interest. But mind you, she didn't promise that she would. She said, I'm thinking about it. But the emphasis isn't on I'm thinking about it. The emphasis is on black people don't pay taxes. Oh, why? She knows she can't get that law passed, but she will use the idea to get money. Again, she's deceptive. She's manipulative. She doesn't deserve to be elected. By the way, where did that article come from? Let's bring it up. This is the National Review. It's also, let's see, National Review. Jasmine Crockett. This is a credible. No, that's not the one I wanted. Give me the article. No, not Facebook. There it is. There it is. So here's the article from Google. Democrat Congresswoman. No, cancel that. Democrat Congresswoman suggests Black Americans should be exempt from taxes as a form of reparations. When did she say this? April 10th, 2024. This isn't even a new idea, but I guarantee you it's coming back up. Just like she says that Black people, just like she said with Black people and crime, that well, let me be fair. She didn't say Black people, but she says you're not a criminal if you don't feel like you're a criminal. Committing crime is okay, according to Jasmine Crockett. And she's also saying that, hey, Black people don't have to pay taxes because it's racist to pay taxes, apparently. Why didn't she bring that up? If she really thought this was a good idea, why didn't she put in a bill? Why didn't any of the other Democrats? What about the Black Caucus? Why didn't they support this idea? Why didn't they run with it? Write the law and say, let's see the vote. Vote on this or you're a racist. They could have done that. They could write up the law, show it to everyone, introduce it to Congress. No one would have stopped them. No one would stop them. No one could stop them. She could write up the law. She could introduce it. And regardless of whether Speaker Johnson wants to review it or not, regardless of any other Democrats, it would be part of the official record. And she could say it's part of the reparations. Fantastic. And she could demand that the Black Caucus support it, or they're racist. She could go and run around the entire country saying everyone's a racist if you force Black people to pay taxes. She could do that. She didn't do that. Why not? No one stopped her. No one stopped her from being able to put this out because it was never real. Because it was a gimmick. It was a way to take money out of your pocket, just like BLM. BLM came out and said, oh, I know what we're going to do. We're going to help Black people. Give us money. And people gave them money. And BLM bought 6 mansions and retired. Patrice Cullors took $90 million in donations from white liberals and Black people who said, help the Black community. And she helped her. She helped her family. She bought 6 mansions and retired. A multimillionaire. You know what Black people got from BLM? Nothing. Nothing. They did nothing with the $90 million to help any Black community in America. None of them. Not one dime. That's Jasmine Crockett. I know there are some leftists out there, people who are liberal leaning, people who are progressive, and they're just angry right now. That's fine. Leave your comments. Tell me how much of they're going to say, you're just a racist. You just don't understand. You hate black women, blah, blah. I've heard it all before. I've heard it when I decided to run for Congress as a Republican. Same thing. Got the same arguments. You're a racist. You're kinfolk, not skinfolk. You can't be trusted. You're an Uncle Tom, blah, blah, blah. I've heard all the crap before. It means nothing. It's supposed to make me upset. It's supposed to make me go, oh my God, how could you say that about me? I don't care. I don't care. Please. I've heard it too many times. And it means nothing. And it's based on nothing. It's just meant to be a slur. It's just meant to make me scared. It's meant to make me silent, to shut me up. Won't work. Jasmine Crockett will, if I can help it, I will try my best to make sure she doesn't get elected to anything. Because she's manipulative and she is vile. And she doesn't deserve it. She doesn't deserve it. And I'm honest enough with you to tell you why. I've shown you examples why. You may not like the examples, but they're examples all the same. I know California Democrats are going to throw money at her. Oh my God, Black Queen, you need money. And good, great for her to get that, but it's going to be useless, ineffective. It doesn't get a good candidate. It might get you some DEI, but it won't get you a good candidate. It won't get you someone who deserves to be in the Senate or in Congress. And it's not going to improve anything except her bank account. It will make her rich. But that's about all you're going to do. And that's sad. So I've covered a lot of ground. And I've seen a lot of the comments. And by the way, Joel, yes, my dog doesn't like the salt that's used on the streets to melt the snow. Not good for his paws. He hates that. He gets very, very sensitive in the paws. He gets very, very grouchy. He's 14 years old. He gets grouchy about almost anything nowadays, but that really ticked him off today. I don't know. I covered a lot of ground. I mean, there's one or two other stories that I could kick around. Like I said, I talked about the East Wing, Trump's being sued for that. Trump's getting sued left and right. Why? Democrats have nothing else. Democrats have nothing to offer. They don't have a platform of ideas. They don't have any success stories. They don't have any goals. All they have is Orange Man Bad. And 2026 will be the same thing as 2025. Every single Democrat, local, state, federal, are going to be running against Donald Trump. That's it. Orange Man Bad. They're all going to promise, we're going to fight against Donald Trump. No, you're not. First of all, you can't. He's the president and you're a councilman. You're a mayor. You don't count. That two different fights and you're going to lose. Second of all, doesn't apply. What are you going to do? My city council, we're going to say Orange Man Bad. We don't like Donald Trump. No one cares. And does not change anything. Doesn't make the Ukraine have peace. Doesn't help people in anywhere in the world. It doesn't help trade tariffs. It doesn't do anything. Say it all day long. Doesn't matter. Doesn't care. No one cares. So you could, but they're going to they're going to run on that, and they're going to count on progressives to say, yeah, Orange Man Bad. Yeah. It's useless. Doesn't help anyone. Look, I don't like any candidate that doesn't have an answer. That's literally using you. Same reason why I'm upset with Elise Stefanik. Actually, I'm a little bit more upset with Elise Stefanik than I am Jasmine Crockett, because I've met Elise Stefanik. And I know Elise is not a stupid woman. She's politically adept. She's sharp as a politician. And she has no plan. She wants to be governor because she wants to be governor. And she doesn't have a plan. Oh, she said, I'm going to shrink the size of government. Every Republican said that since forever. And she's going to cut taxes. Every Republican has said that since forever. How? How are you going to do those things? She has no idea. She has no plan. Won't even offer a plan. She wants to protect guns. Fantastic. Every Republican has said that. All of them. And how? How are you going to do that? She has no plan. Doesn't have any details. Won't tell anyone. She won't even do interviews. Sorry, I don't care if you're on the left or the right. If you're a bad candidate, I will call you out. And I have. And I piss off Republicans sometimes because of it, like I did with Paul Battisti in Broome County. I'm sure I'm going to get a call from the GOP chairman, who I personally know, and he'll tell me, Mike, why'd you say that? And you should have been nicer to him, and it's not his fault. And I don't care. I don't care. Because I'm not wrong with what I said. And that's why sometimes Republicans don't like supporting me too much, because I will be honest. Even when it hurts the party. Why? Because we deserve better. Do better, Paul. Do better. That's all I have to ask you for. Do better. Is there any final thoughts that you guys in the audience have right now? We've covered a lot of ground. We talked a lot mostly today about gun control and the Second Amendment and how gun control has failed you. Abject failure. There is no way to explain it. There's no excuse. It has failed each and every one of you, and it has harmed you. It's not just that it failed. It hurts you. It makes your life in danger. If it were not for the stupid gun laws in Rhode Island, more people might be alive today. Fewer people would have been wounded. That's probably the truth. That's based on the math, most likely what would happen. According to the Obama administration, 3 million people are saved by guns every year. And what happened in Brown University could have been another one. Except the state, the Democrats in charge of the state, the Democrats in charge of the college, they hate the Second Amendment, and they hate you. They want your money. They absolutely want your money. They want your vote. But they don't like you. And they don't want to protect you. So they didn't. And their answer, but we have 800 cameras on Brown University. Cameras don't stop crime. Cameras only help to convict someone after the crime. Doesn't prevent anything. Telling me you have 800 cameras means nothing. It doesn't stop a criminal from doing a damn thing. Doesn't stop the insane from doing a damn thing. It's useless. So why even tell me? It's useless. Can I carry a gun? I have a concealed carry permit. Can I take it into Rhode Island? Can I go to the Brown University with my concealed carry? By the way, concealed carry are the most law-abiding citizens in America. They follow every law because they have to, because they have a firearm. And because if they don't, they're going to be charged with everything under the sun because they have a firearm. So they are some of the most law-abiding people in the country. Lowest rate of committing crimes in the country. Can I do that? No. Can't do that. State law and a requirement, a policy of the college. Can't bring in a gun. Who's that protecting? Criminals. It's not protecting the women on the campus. It's not protecting the students or the teachers on the campus. We see that. Who's it protecting? The criminals. It is amazing when you think about it, how many of the laws in 2025, we are seeing all of the reality that Democrats are more than willing to fight tooth and nail for everyone except their constituents, except American citizens. Kilmar Abrego Garcia, how many millions have Democrats thrown at trying to protect this foreign illegal alien and a criminal? Multiple crimes that he's committed. And they are throwing money hand over fist to protect this guy. Why? Why? So, 5 hours, 43 minutes. We've covered a lot of ground. I've talked to you about a lot of truths that, honestly, CNN, MSNBC, or MS Now, whatever the hell they call themselves, ABC, CBS, they won't share that with you. Is that worth a like? Is the last 5 hours, 43 minutes, isn't that worth subscribing? Is it worth helping to donate to the Jericho Project? To whether it's joining the Patreon, which is only $1.50 a month, cheap, dirt cheap, because it's supposed to be $1.50 a month, and you can help to donate to help the homeless and veterans and families in need. Because Zoran Mandami won't do it. He's not going to help the homeless. Zoran Mandami already told us, as I covered last week, his answer for the homeless: go live in the park. That's his answer. I showed you last week. Zoran Mandami said, no. Let the homeless stay in the park. You know what temperature it is right now? Right now, the temperature, I believe, is about 28 degrees, not including the wind chill. There's 4 inches of snow in New York. And the answer to help the homeless who are in 28-degree weather without taking into account the wind chill, with 4 inches of snow on the ground, Zoran Mandami, his answer is, let them sleep in the park. Let them live under a bridge. Are you kidding me? Are you seriously kidding me? That's his answer. That's why I'm working to try and raise money for the Jericho Project. Because that's an unacceptable answer. That is families, veterans, homeless. They need better than go sleep in the park in the middle of the winter with 4 inches of snow on the ground. That is unacceptable. That is insane. That's vicious. And it's not a solution. It doesn't help anyone. It doesn't make anyone safe. It doesn't make it better for anyone. And all those bleeding heart liberals that are telling me, oh, but Mike, you got to help. You got to do. Government isn't the answer. Zoran Mandami said, there's no problem too big or small for government. Homelessness seems to be too big or too small. Depends on how you want to look at it. It's too much for government. Zoran has already given up on the homeless. He's not even in office. And he's already said, screw them. No, I can't do that. Go buy a mug. Go buy a mug, and the proceeds, half of that is going to the Jericho Project, because I don't want homeless people, veterans, or families to sleep out in the cold in 4 inches of snow in a park because Zoran Mandami doesn't care. By the way, you can clip this, send it to Zoran Mandami. Send it to him as mayor. Send it to him now. If you know how his campaign, and change his mind. Tell him he's out of his mind. He's vicious and cruel. What about his sympathy? All the wonderful things he had to say to get elected. Well, now you're elected. Let's see some of that sympathy, that efficiency, that effectiveness that you told us you were going to do. Show me how great your socialism is. Help the homeless. Don't tell me, oh, they can sleep in the park, because that's what he said. That's your solution. That's your socialism solution. Sleep in the park. It's only 28 degrees. There's only 4 inches of snow on the ground. It's only you and your kids. It's only veterans and the homeless. They'll be all right. Seriously? This is what the liberals brought to my city. Family's been here for 60 years. And this is what he brought to my city. Talk about the least compassionate answer you could have. Look, I don't like Eric Adams. I don't think he's good at his job. Many people say he's corrupt. Fantastic. Let's say he is. And even he wanted to get the homeless out of the parks in the middle of the winter. And Zohran Mamdani doesn't care. He doesn't care. Neither does Jasmine Crockett. I don't get it. But this is me just ranting right now. And really, what I want to say is, help me raise money for the Jericho Project. Buy a mug. I got a bunch of different ones, but it got this one, a couple of other designs. Got t-shirts and sweatshirts. And some people say, Mike, it's a little pricey. You're paying for the design. You're not paying for the design. You're not even paying for the mug. You're paying to help other people. Again, half the money is going to the Jericho Project. Join my Patreon. It's $1.50 a month. $1.50. There is no, I know everyone has like multiple tiers of membership in their Patreon. I don't. It's $1.50, flat fee. That's it. Done. $1.50. After taxes, it's $1 to my pocket. That's it. And if every single person that is a subscriber were to become a Patreon member, paying $1.50 a month, I'd be able to give $2,000 to the Jericho Project. And I would love that. If we can get to 2 or 5 or 10,000 subscribers, I'm not trying to beat out Steven Crowder. I'm not trying to beat Ben Shapiro. I'm not trying to be as big as Nerdrotic. If we only got 5 to 10,000 subscribers, I'd be able to give $2,000 every 3 months to the Jericho Project, and I would. I'd be happy to do that. But that just means I need help from you guys. You just went through 5, almost 6 hours of content, and it costs you less than your subscription to Disney Plus. Disney Plus, who wants to take your kids and turn them into trans. They already said it. It's not a secret. The executives at Disney said, yeah, they want to trans your kids. I'm not. They also give you wonderful heroes like Ironheart, who's a villain, who kills people, who uses people, who commits crime after crime after crime and says, but I'm a black woman, so you can't punish me. Not really entertainment in my book. But maybe you were entertained for the last 6 hours. Found it interesting, entertaining, and or informative. You know what? Great. Subscribe. Help us to do better, to get more people on. And if you want me to say to Zohran Mamdani to his face that he has failed in helping the homeless and veterans and families by telling them go live in a park, I will. I will get him on this channel and I will interview him. If we get 10,000 subscribers, I can get Zohran Mamdani to do an interview with me. Subscribe. We get to 10,000 subscribers, I can get Zohran Mamdani, and I swear to God, I will say to his face, he has failed the homeless families and veterans by telling them, go live in a park in the middle of winter, 24-degree weather, 4 inches of snow. You have failed. You are a failure. Your concept of socialism is a failure if that is the answer that it has. No one should ever believe you. No one should ever vote for you. Hell, I'd say that to him, to his face for free. Yep, I'm going to go now. And yes, thank you, John. I will see you. I do other moderation for other channels, and I cover stuff. And my good friend Larry Sharp does a radio show every Monday. And I always like to, it's with WYSL Radio. And I like to hear what the local news stations are covering. So, and I do check that out. And that'll be at 1 o'clock on WYSL, Larry Sharp. I like to hear what he has to say. Not that I agree with him a lot, but not always. But he is my good friend, and I do support him. All right, folks. I thank you. Next week will be the 21st. I am doing a show. On the 28th, I am doing a show. Because I do a show every week. Holidays, no holidays, I'm here every week. I might take one vacation on the first week of January. I haven't decided. So I may take 1 week off next year, but I will be here next week, and I expect to be here on the 28th as well. So until the next video, the next live stream, guys, I want you all to be well. I want you all to be great. I hope you have a great day. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your patience.